the beat. The beat.
He stole it!
Meteos with the smite down on Elder. Meteos is back in the LCS.
Energy trying the best they can to turn it around. GBM gets that one.
GBM is an absolute hero in this fight.
TSM, baby. 2-0, predicting it.
What a finish. TSM are going to clean up the series 2-0 to start off this split. Kempo's going nuts as he takes out Matt, gets himself a triple kill, and Echo Fox just turned it all around. Can they stop him? He's gonna get stopped. A great shot by a special. Barrett going through to Apex. They are winning this one.
Envy are looking to win the game right here and right now.
Undefeated in week 1 of the North American LCS.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We've got lots of league action lined up for you as teams continue to adapt to the mid-season update and best-of-3 format. All of our teams have played, and today we'll see if any can distinguish themselves above the rest. Of course, earlier today, CLG arrived at the studio just a short time ago, chatting before they head inside, preparing for their matchup. Playing in the battle arena today is going to be TSM with Bjergsen waving hello to fans, and along with Hanser and new teammate Biofrost making their way into the studio. We have Lorlo and, of course, Moon setting up their peripherals, getting set up on stage. Their match will start in no time at all in the arena. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk is a terrible twosome on loan from Liquid, Mark Zimmerman, as well as our very own Sam Kobe Hartman.
That's cold. How about terrible host?
Yeah,
how about that?
Whoa! How come like everyone else rotates out and James just gets to say is?
Yeah.
I want to see someone
That's
else.
the advantage of being the only one.
He also gets to write all the intros.
I don't have to compete. I don't have to compete for my spot. But today, you two made it onto the analyst desk. I'm glad to have you. Before we kick off today's discussion, we're going to head inside the battle arena, though, to look at a little bit of CLG taking care of business. And as is a tradition now, starting today, our champions will be unveiling their championship banner that will rest in the studio for all eternity, commemorating their much-deserved victory in the spring split.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Earth theme song coming out as well. This has become.
Hold that, Darshawn, get it!
Song. As you can see there as well, this will be CLG's second in a row.
There it is.
We've only ever had teams claim 2 in a row. They're making their way towards number 3 here. Actually, a rocky start for them, losing their first sets.
Yeah, well, that's gonna, if anything, I have to imagine seeing that banner wave in the studio is just more motivation. Gonna keep them hungry for that three-peat, remind them of what they have accomplished, but still what they can accomplish.
I think it's pretty interesting that you only see 3 teams with banners. I wish there was a little bit more diversity. Maybe Team Liquid could get one up there, but
maybe Team Liquid. That's
unbiased.
yeah, totally unbiased.
Wishful
of course.
thinking, or
I just want you to see more diversity. It doesn't have to be Team Liquid, but
well, the thing about Team Liquid, though, if you throw them up there, it's just more blue. There's a lot of blue and white up there on those flags, and we got a lot of blue per face. There you go. Let's switch it up with a little bit of red. Anyway, before we get into our discussion, I want to take some time to remind fans about our switch to a best-of-3 format, and as a result of all the extra games, our move to 2 separate streams. NALCS 1 will be bringing you all the action from the battle arena, while NALCS 2 will play host to all the games being played in the more intimate battle theater. Of course, both streams will share the analyst desk, and there will be spoilers, so consider yourself warned. With that announcement out of the way, though, let's get into it. Yesterday was our second day of play, and now we've seen each of the teams play in a best-of-3 series. Only 2 of our teams have played twice so far, and Team Envy has turned quite a few heads, starting off the split with victories in both of their matches.
yeah, I think it's really interesting. Coming in, I wouldn't have pegged this roster as like one of the 2 teams that's going to go 2-0, or so far have gone 2-0.
Right.
But I am really impressed by them so far. I think I want to see them against better competition. We've seen there's no slouches, and the question is how they match up at the very top level of the NALCS.
Yeah, definitely competition is going to be something that comes up. But also, just looking at the individual players and their play in the games, it's very surprising that this is one of the teams that was put together kind of last minute.
Yeah.
And I've been really impressed with specifically, Seraph's growth over his entire time here in North America. And he really seems to be in a very good spot now.
Yeah, I was an OG Seraph hater in a sense. Like that first split where he came in with CLG champion. He looked, in my opinion, very shaky. So seeing his growth through the challenger scene, come back into the LCS, and start turning some heads.
And of course, now he's dominating that player of the game standings currently. Just for Team Envy, he has been a rock. He's been a leader so far. Of course, besides Envy, given the first round of play, I want to know what other teams may have turned your heads, caught your eye.
For me, it's C9. I think when I heard the 10-man roster idea and I saw that the changes that were made, it really seemed at best like a sideways move. But as you see them play yesterday against Immortals, that was an amazingly close series of games. Every game had a chance for C9 to have a win, and especially that last game, you saw sneaky misposition, which never happens. So that's his one mispositioning for the year, already out of the way.
Never again.
We're done with that.
Yeah, not happening
We're watching
again.
you, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks really good for them, and I'm sure it's just gonna get better.
Yeah. Also, I was impressed with Meteos. There are a lot of questions. He's been streaming for a long time. What does North American solo queue streaming do to players? And he actually, he came out very strong. He got Baron steals. He had a pretty good individual performance as well. So, yeah, I definitely agree with you on the Cloud9 one. As far as one that really surprised me was Fox as well coming back. Echo Fox. Because everyone's like, yeah, Froggen, he's going to be solid. Keith actually turning a lot of heads preseason. And they're like, oh, yeah, he's doing so well in Korean solo queue. And then he actually came up with some very clean plays as well in the game, but really their top laner, KFO. This guy, very willing to play carries. That makes it more exciting, and he can play them really well.
I think this is a team that, we didn't get to see at anything close to their real level last season. They had been, not even as a team playing in the LCS for almost half of it, and then they could finally come together kind of last minute when that team was initially put together. No preseason. Here they have a full preseason boot camp in Korea, and you can see the dividends it pays off.
Right, having slid into that 7th place slot last split, they've had the most time away from the screen, so getting to see them play back in week 1 and make some improvements has been quite exciting, despite having only played 2 days so far, though we've seen a wide variety of champions, lots of priority around some of the tweaked mages in the Vladimir, the Swains, the Zyras, and the like, but also some unexpected picks in the Rivens and the Cassidans that we saw come out yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like this is how it always goes. Is at the start of the season, you see a lot more pocket picks. So you saw the casting, like you said, the Riven, these kinds of things. And then as you move throughout the season, the meta becomes more defined. You have seen some teams not even prioritizing Vlad. So you can see that these little pockets of practice that come up, and the people who aren't prioritizing Vlad, like Immortals apparently doesn't, I'm sure they'll pick that up. That sounds like a Huni champion to me. So, I think it gets more standard the further you go into the season.
Yeah, and it is. We are, this isn't even a new season technically. Right. It's the middle of the season, but we had that big patch.
Yeah, it's huge.
And then there's so many things to figure out. But yeah, the Immortals Cloud9 game, Vladimir goes unpicked, and then every other game where Vlad's in, everybody's crying out, oh my God, this champion's game-changing, it's broken, why can he heal so much?
Yep.
Well, that's what the Vampire does. But anyways, the other one that really surprised me actually was the support Zyra pick, because people were expecting Swain. They're like, oh my God, he's got this high win rate. They're definitely going to try and use him, especially people like Quas or anyone who has history on the champion. But the Zyra support, they're first picking it in some of the games. And a lot of these supports, it feels like some of them had a lot of success in scrims, just dealing a bunch of damage as support, and they felt really happy with that.
Right.
Yeah, it's
and
weird.
being able to bring that to the table.
We saw Ashe Zyra yesterday, and it almost makes you long for the old sneaky
Defeat
Lemonade.
Cloud9, the
yeah,
ones who
I know,
were
that's
actually-
what's crazy about it. is you saw that played into Cloud9. Either way, let's get ourselves a refresh on our current standings. At the top of the table is going to be Team Envy with sole possession of first place. Apex, Echo Fox, and TSM are tied for 2nd. Immortals is in 5th, followed by Cloud9 in 6th. Counterlogic Gaming is tied for 7th with Phoenix 1 and Liquid, while Energy rounds out the league in 10th. But it's still obviously very early in the split, and those standings can swing wildly depending on who wins today. So let's take a look at the competition. Playing in the Battle Arena over on NALCS 1, you'll see Apex continue their freshman LCS week against reigning champs CLG, after which Echo Fox will face off against Cloud9, and then of course in the Battle Theater TSM and Liquid clash on NALCS 2 stream. Then Immortals and Phoenix 1 take to the stage for the 2nd series. Gentlemen, looking at these 4 matchups that we have today, ones in particular that you're looking at.
I think TL versus TSM. We saw TSM look really sharp against CLG, and I'm a little worried that they're just going to smash TL based off what we saw from them yesterday. So they could be a really rough start for TL and a great start for TSM.
On the flip side, we have CLG, Kobe, after suffering that 0-2 loss to TSM, they're up against Apex. So one would probably consider Apex to be an easier opponent and looking for CLG to prove something to us
Yeah,
today.
easier than TSM, I guess, coming into this, because TSM looked really strong. So CLG, I think they're going to rebound in this game, but they are against Xpecial, the classic historical kryptonite of kind of Logic Gaming.
Killer, yeah.
And we'll see how Xpecial can do, because he's been performing really well. You know, yesterday he got 2 Player of the Games. So we'll see if he can rack them up against CLG.
Right, they 2-0'd themselves yesterday, so they're going to be confident coming in today's matches. Well, with all that, the teams are set, so it's time now to hand it off to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash.
Greetings and salutations. It's your friend Riven Business III, joined by Aiden Cyrene Moon on call for this game between TSM and Liquid. It looks
Also
like
your friend.
Looks like we have been called in, and yes, Cyrene, you are also everybody's friend. I feel like it's almost like a family aspect now. Everybody out there, everybody in here, it's one big family hug as we get into our first game. We got our first look at both of these teams already this weekend, and TSM is looking pretty clean so far, coming off of, I wouldn't say the bench, coming off of what they had in the kind of break.
Yeah, coming off of boot camp. Basically, TSM went out there and they were very, very hungry because they lost by 1 team fight in the finals and didn't get to go to MSI.
Yeah.
Now, they're not only looking polished already, but they look like they still have room to grow as well. So it's actually quite intimidating when you come up against this squad after that 2-0 victory they had over CLG to start the season. Biofrost, the new guy on support here alongside Doublelift, now he's integrated. It's a very aggressive team. They're pressuring every lane, and that's how they're winning the game, is they're taking control.
Yep.
We saw in the first game, they exploited Huhi in the mid lane,
Yeah.
and then in top lane, the next game, they've recognized the Fiora was the weak point, and then they camped top lane. So they're very good at identifying the weakness and going for it with all the pressure they have.
And on the flip side, it's easy to identify for Team Liquid the fact that, you know, Dardoch's not there. There's a kind of a hole in the jungle that Moon is trying to fill right now. But all the struggles cannot be blamed in that area. We saw Phoenix yesterday kind of getting caught out, as well as Piglet in their positioning weren't allowing Liquid to get the ground they need to push advantages that they could take.
Yeah, it definitely looks like communication is breaking down a little bit, missing that leader in the jungle, and Liquid seems uncoordinated currently. But they're not in the right place. Piglet, he commented before the split that he would never beat a Korean team with foreign teammates, and that's a bad mentality to have. But luckily for him, he's up against North American teams and North American bot lanes.
Hopefully he can get that locked down. And Liquid bot lane is certainly going to be a focus for TSM in this one, no doubt about it. We spoke with Doublelift earlier to get his perspective on Liquid and their star carry.
Well, I don't expect Liquid to be very good. I think it's really funny that everyone always projects them to do really highly. Every single split, it's like, okay, after the first 2 splits, you'd expect someone to like change their projections or like people's public opinion to change, but it's always like Liquid will finish really highly this split. You know, they'll be top 2, they might even be the best. You know, they're looking really good in the regular split, but I've never ever been scared of them because they're pretty bad at playing as a team. Like they just play off Piglet every single game. It's kind of disgusting. So I only really respect Piglet's play out of all 5 of their players. He definitely is the most consistent. He's like the shining player, but one player can't carry the weight of an entire team. So I think it'll be a free match.
It sounds like a jelly 80 carry to me.
Yeah, it
They're
could
playing
be.
through him. He's like, wait, team.
You know, I think Liquid could be a top 2 team coming. No, I'm just kidding. No, but looking at that, kind of Doublelift almost had the same history. You know, team was kind of focused around him and AD carry. So we'll have to see, right?
Yeah.
Where is he going to stand in that position? And if he gets taken down this match, then he's going to have to eat his own words.
Basically, everything he said was the Doublelift of old, right? The team plays through that one person, the only person on the team that really seems to have their play together. And he was like, it's disgusting. Well, I mean, demons of the past might be a little disgusting, but definitely TSM is working more as a team now.
We're talking about it a little bit, but we're going to be looking at it all game. It's going to bring us to our featured matchup, and it is in the bot lane. It is Doublelift and Piglet.
Yes, Matt and Piglet were statistically the best bottom lane last split in 2-on-2s, and that's something that Doublelift has always wanted to have, is those 2-on-2s. And now with Biofrost and the way that they smashed the 2-on-2 against the MSI final bottom lane of Stixay and Afromu, I'm looking forward to this 2-on-2 matchup. I hope there's no lane swaps in this because I want to see them go head-to-head, and I want to see who gets the edge there, especially with that rookie Biofrost.
See, that's the thing, though. They don't want lane swaps, and then they do it, so the AD carries can be, I want to be stronger from just farming it out. Let's get down to business and take a look at the teams. Up first are the formidable TSM. That means in the top lane, it is Haunter, In the jungle, Svensk Garen. Mid lane is Bjergsen. Double lift at AD carry on that featured matchup with his new support, Biofrost and Coach Party.
And meeting TSM in battle here today is Liquid. In the top lane, Lorlo. In the jungle, Moon. Mid lane, Phoenix. AD carry, Piglet. Support, Matt. And Coach, Loco Doco.
So obviously, Team Liquid know they have the work cut out for them coming into this matchup. It's still something they're trying to, or synergy is still something they're trying to find, while TSM is almost trying to push their boundaries, see what else they can do with this new member on the team, which isn't really like a star acquisition. It's one of the first times they're kind of saying, yeah, we're going to take this player we can build and actually mold to the team with us.
Yeah, and it's actually very different spectrums here, because what ended up happening with TSM is this was like, we're going to make this change. We're going to try to get better. They had actually subbed out all 4 of their members last split to actually get this roster, and they recreated it, right? So now, TL, we thought there weren't going to be any roster changes for them coming in. Fans were very hopeful, saying this squad looked really good. They looked like they could be a top 3, top 4 team, and then they got 4th.
Don't let
ended up stumbling a little bit. 5 games against CLG, and now they come in and they lost a key factor in how they were gaining their early game advantages. So they need to find their identity again.
Well, we'll see what they stop Team Solo Mid from bringing to the table and what they want to start to kind of shape that identity with here on this Champion Select as we start off our 3rd day here in the first week of the NALCS. Start the end of the week here with this game in the Battle Theater.
NA picks and bans are actually quite interesting right now compared to the rest of the world. Zyra is highly prioritized right now with an incredibly high presence in North America in both pick and ban in terms of how many games we've actually seen her in the Champion Select versus every other region. Karma's up there as well. Some regions are actually picking Karma. Korea is also on top of that, but not to the same level that we are here in NA. And Azir, it's funny because Azir has actually been picked 3 times, banned away a lot, but hasn't won a game in NA yet.
Kindred kind of feeling the same way in that
sense. Yeah, Kindred 0% win rate on 2 picks.
Yep. Looking at as well, Mark was kind of talking about the mini metas that are showing up in each game or how it's kind of flexing between the teams. And when TSM took on CLG, Azir actually wasn't even anything.
Yeah.
They played in that. Now comes back with these teams.
So we're seeing actually a decent amount of things open here. Echo, Swain, Maokai, Vladimir. We're seeing a lot of powerful champions rise on top of that as well. A lot of things here. A lot of power picks. I'd be very surprised if this wasn't one of those power picks first pick. Even Lucian would be a great
got
pick.
a lot of love in this ban phase.
Yeah, that's true. They threw a lot at Biofrost. 2 supports. We saw him on Karma. What else does he got?
Yeah.
Does he have other aggressive champions? Because they banned out the 2 champions we saw him play.
There might be a Thresh.
True. But they banned out the 2 champions we saw him playing, so he's
absolutely.
going to have to go to something else.
That Rise is going to go over to TSM to start off as well. We can see the team of Liquid chatting it up, making sure they know what their picks are. It's the Maokai, it's the Lucian. Why not? You have a great start to a team there, and you can really put anything around it. You have a bit of initiation. You also have a way to peel for your AD carry already. What is going to come out on the side of Team Solo Mid? Been playing pretty methodical. Still a team where we see a slower early game, and then Bjergsen showing up in the late game fights, or Haunser kind of carrying from those late game fights.
Yeah.
Styles TSM still rolls with.
So right now, I assume you'll pick up a jungler, maybe pick up a priority support, possibly the Trundle, which is next in terms of popularity after these 2 in NA. Like you said, possibly a Thresh. The thing with the Trundle is it doesn't give you that type of lane presence that Biofrost has had alongside Doublelift to win the lane.
Bard is still there.
That's true. Bard is actually...
You could actually pull out the Bard for this.
Bard is actually rather low priority in NA compared to other regions, so
That's
it's
true.
Quite interesting.
Junglers as well kind of pushed to the side here. Rek'Sai is going to get picked up, but there were, like you said, there were a lot of other picks left up. And we've seen them roll around as Echo, Rise, Maokai, and Lucian before the jungler does get grabbed. So that doesn't really mean too much for TL.
Yeah,
Show the jungler here.
These are flex picks as well. Rise and Echo, you can put one in the top, one in the mid. Both of them are reversible there. But this is big because TSM ended up getting 3 what are S tier now, S tier champions after what was banned. Rek'Sai is pretty much next in the tier list after Kindred and Italy in the jungle. Rise, top tier top laner, as well as Echo. So TSM right now basically have everything you want. And TL, a little bit different here.
Well, they have the wave clear now, that's for sure. Still, to keep themselves safe if they do get sieged on by this team. Just completely dove over and over again, depending on how good the positioning becomes and warding from TSM.
I
could
actually
have the work cut out for him.
I actually think Anivia is incredibly powerful, especially on this patch, 610. Anivia got a lot of quality of life changes that ended up buffing her and making her feel really good and not so clunky, but it ended up giving her a lot of power, low mana costs that haven't been nerfed, which they are in 611. But Anivia against Ryze, you have the wall to keep him out, you have slows, you have a stun. He usually stands pretty close to his initial point while he's slinging spells, because they do have a cast time.
You only need a moment to break that.
And I expect him to go Strength of Ages, because when you're Anivia and you get Strength of Ages, the health is actually multiplied by 2 because you have your egg. And Ryze typically early on does not have enough mana to kill 2 HP bars.
Phoenix can try to go hard in that lane, keep it pushed up, keep Bjergsen in the mid lane. Kind of what he did with Zillion as he was playing against Huhi. He just kept him in the mid lane with pushing waves. Bard could go over to Matt's side, one of his strongest, kind of a spot that a lot of people would maybe look towards now that TL, falters in the beginning. He was somebody who started to really bring TL back when they were faltering in the spring split. He's going to go with Soraka, though, with that Bard being up. They feel like it's a bit more advantageous here throughout this composition.
Yeah, and it was always a package deal as well. You talk about Matt getting them back in. Him and Dardoch were the shot callers of TLA that came over to the TL squad, and they controlled the early game and objective both together. And now Matt is doing a lot of that on his own, and he's getting some assistance from Matt and Lorlo, but it's still not that same commanding jungle presence that we had seen from Dardoch. And I want to talk about TSM's last 2 picks here, the Sivir and the Nami, because you would actually think that they would pick Caitlyn here against the Lucian, just have that long range, and Caitlyn Nami is an incredible bully lane. But when they saw the Anivia come out, they immediately said, we need some movement speed for Ryze and also Echo to get on this Anivia and stick on this Anivia. So it was a pick, not just for the lane, but for the team.
Nami as well, always a great pickup for the in or the out. The oops actually lets you use Tidal Wave to back up here.
A lot of engage and disengage here.
Speed on speed. You put your team in that Tidal Wave, and they're going to zip as well. So can TSM roll on with another win, or will Liquid stop them cold? Tell us on Twitter. Use the hashtag TSM win or the hashtag TL win, and we'll tally those up as we get into game. We're going to have to see if TL can grab the early lead. It's really going to be helpful for them, since TSM has seemed to get their warding out early, control these objectives, with the Dragons being a new thing. TSM kind of goes back to a team that understands the worth of those and has really been locking them down. We are just about to get on to the Rift, our final day here of week 1, and we're going to start off in the battle arena, the intimate battle arena. Thank you all for joining us here in this nice close setting. We're going to be on the Rift. It's TSM versus Team Liquid. We'll see who takes this game 1 of a best-of-3 series.
And looking at how the compositions will want to actually execute in the mid-late game, TSM, movement speed, engage, a little bit of disengage as well, but this is a team that wants to run you down, strike swiftly, run past the Maokai, get to these carries, and kill them as fast as possible. The Anivia Phoenix, he'll have a little bit of a wrench in that with his egg, but then you go over to TL side, and everybody's running TP. Double TP for both sides, so split pushing 1-3-1 is a possibility, but this is a team fighting comp. They want a 5v5. They want a 5v5 and have that structure of Maokai in front, have the Anivia long range, and then have the Lucian mid-range with the heals from Matt coming out. So both teams kind of want to fight here, but Hauntzer does have a split push advantage for TSM.
They want a 5v5, but do they want a 2v2? It looks like Piglet is still walking down on the bottom lane, so we are going to get it.
Yeah, TSM's team is actually very interesting because they can run straight at your front, but they can also flank. All these champions are actually quite suited to that, so there's a lot of global presence here as I continue to look at that. One more thing on top of all this, though, is I want to see how the double TP works out for TL, because Lorlo recently, and even near the end of the split, his TPs were not really on point, and Lorlo usually has somebody communicating with him where the TP is going to be coming down. Matt is usually the guy to do that, but I want to see what happens, because Moon typically doesn't respond too well to jungle pressure, and as we have seen Svenskeren kind of grow in the playoffs and grow during the start of the season, he is always in the enemy jungle. He pushes up, Bjergsen pushes up, they invade. I want to see how Moon responds if that ends up being the strategy here for TSM.
So we'll keep an eye on that, and as well in this bot lane here for our featured matchup, Doublift versus Piglet. And the harass is going to come out very strong in the beginning. Little ebb and flow back and forth as Biofrost gets his attacks in. Doublelift kind of threading in some autos of his own, and they're going for a pretty hard push on this one to get their 2 and make sure they have dominance in the lane.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of attention on Biofrost from a community standpoint as well, because every time TSM brings on a new member or Doublelift gets a new support, everybody is basically putting him under the microscope. Like, how good is this guy? Biofrost was not that spectacular in Challenger on the Dream Team, but he ended up kind of coming into his own, and he's really actually quite good at the bully style, so he fits the style of the team and what they're going for. It kind of reminds me of Adrian. Adrian was named 10Q back in Challenger, and he was not that great of a player, actually. He was missing a lot of Morgana bindings, etc. And now when he's on Immortals, and all he has to do is really play a certain style around Wild Turtle, he doesn't have to go for, you know, the Leona plays that he did on TIP and be aggressive.
That's very true. Kind of wonder
He
where
suits the
those
style.
went, but yeah, the style has completely changed for him. So Biofrost seems to have that confidence of the team behind him, so he can almost go with the style he came in with. Untempered, the team will follow. If you make a mistake, we'll be right there behind you.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what TSM
Yeah.
has spoken about.
If you do this and your lane is not on the same page, your support ends up dying because your AD carry is trying to CS and standing back.
Little love there onto Lorlo. He got a good twisted advance, but Hanzo was able to get the 3 proc down and show him just how much it actually hurts to go at the early Echo. No real lead in either lane, no crazy jungle pressure going off with the 2v2s here. We may see some action soon. Ping's going up. It looks like FLICKR is just going to try to get some scuttled. 25-19, the early level 2 has paid off here a little bit for TSM. Doesn't look like they're able to use it as it just gets pushed under and Matt keeps sustaining up.
Well, they saw that.
He's like, maybe I didn't want to walk on it.
Yeah, you don't. A lot of the times you don't because it gives away your position.
Right.
But Rek'Sai now going across the jungle systems there and counter jungling, and he's also behind Lorlo right now.
It's actually quite a bit of knowledge for
Concert
FLICKR.
gets to land a W. It could stun Lorlo, and it could be a pickup here as FLICKR comes in for this first gank.
This is all a series of events that Lorlo should have known. The twisted of events, this FLICKR was definitely the right choice in the flash. He gets out safely, but when your jungler shows bottom and you know you have no vision, pushing up kind of towards the river, very, very risky. They'll have the teleport to get back the lane as bot lane once again duking it out. Piglet and Doublelift going toe-to-toe, come out of that with the same amount of HP, and it's Piglet going hard, forces the heal out of Doublelift once he gets Relentless Pursuit up, and at that low HP, Lucian can afford to do that.
Exactly. That was a very back and forth fight, but the fact that Biofrost missed his bubble was crucial, because if it had landed, it could have possibly blown a flash if it was on point, or if it had landed, it was just going to be an incredible amount of damage, and TL would have had to back off because they weren't able to return theirs.
Piglet knowing his boundaries, knowing he would have gotten the auto attacks off first with Doublelift's low health. And now coming up on 6 minutes. I think we're getting the match we wanted out of this bottom lane.
Yeah,
Usually
but here comes Moon from behind.
Very, very safe.
It's going to be a gank in this bot lane.
The bubble is low. He's going to either choose to heal or bubble on this. Biofrost is low. The kill from Piglet goes over to Doublelift for first blood. And Biofrost flashes in this instant, thinking he could save himself, but unfortunately goes down in the same instance. 2-0 now for TL. All right. Lorlo gets ignited down, a little bit of minion damage. The tree gets cut up.
Oh, so the TP comes through. Lorlo picks up Biofrost, and Biofrost actually flashes back under the turret, and it ends up being quite good for him.
Oh, his ignite was already used.
Yeah.
He just got cannoned away.
We'll
see it again right here.
Walks through, immediately silence, blows up Doublelift so he can't even flash. And then the ignite on Piglet to make him back up. And then he was hoping that he would end up dying. Piglet gets out of range.
Sniper
and then
turret.
He turns around because he wants to get his sap magic off. He's so close to getting his sap magic off.
It was like half arcade.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was going to be Arcane Smash into an auto attack that would have given him the heal. That thing's strong, man.
Winions, Biofrost picking up a kill.
Yeah, no assist over to Doublelift though. So that's 2 kills to Piglet with nothing for Doublelift except for that death.
That, couldn't go anywhere else if you were the AD carry on that end. You'd feel pretty bad trying to come back with the same amount of items, but now Piglet is going to try and stay in his face and continue to do that damage. Biofrost is going to have his work cut out for him as well to keep that sustained up. So Moon making some entrances, was seen bottom, but actually made the repeat. They know they need to actually shut down that bot lane as well.
Yep. They see FLICKR on the side, and that's actually prompting Lorlo to come through here and Phoenix to be aggressive.
Wall out. Not too much damage to Bjergsen just yet as things aren't leveled. Doesn't blow a flash, doesn't blow too much, and he's able to walk out. But Team Liquid's very active in this early game.
Yeah, very active, but still ending up behind in gold just slightly because of those kills. And also the jungle pressure. You can see FLICKR right now wasting no time, goes, checks out the entire jungle of Moon on the right side. And I've actually noticed this when I watch the replays. TSM make a lot of use of these jungle timers, but hold on. They're going to make a lot of use of this mid lane.
Oh, looks like they're going to scramble Phoenix on this one. Do they have enough time? It's going to be Moon from the side. He uses everything he has to try and deter that, but Phoenix goes down, teleports down.
Wait, Moon's walking up.
Why would Moon walk up?
He doesn't think Bjergsen has the damage at that point or the cooldown to root him. And they immediately turn on him and they go straight through those minions. They don't give a damn about them. That's the second time the TSM has done something like that mid lane. This is a very practiced strategy. You can tell the way that they're flanking and the timing that they have on it. Very aggressive style here from TSM. Last split, it was all about sitting back and kind of letting the game happen and then reacting. TSM are being aggressive. You're seeing that their boot camp actually meant something for this squad.
And they're promoting this very quickly. The vision's not necessarily there, but they're still going in as fast as they can.
Yeah, multiple flashes. That is no hesitation there. They know Moon's doing the red buff. They know he's on the left side of the map. Avoid it, go in, guaranteed. Guaranteed that it is a 3-on-1 for that moment, and Moon walks up, and you think the minions are going to body block some of that for you, but it's not.
But everything they have in timing worked out for him, too. If it went bad, Haunter had Chrono Break. He was the first one to take aggro. Very well planned in the whole situation. Team Liquid are now thinking, why weren't our ganks becoming that successful? Why couldn't have gone that well for us? And it makes it more difficult now, because once you try things and continue to fall behind, where do you find the window to get the advantage?
Exactly, and that wasn't even a TP from Haunter, right? He walked down from top lane. Lorlo used his TP to get to the bottom lane, so the TPs were completely up for TSM, and they can always make a play onto the TL bot lane because they keep shoving up now, and it's just back and forth pressure.
We say what can they do now, but they actually have a team that can do quite a bit later as well for Team Liquid side. So they have that time to wait for, build up Phoenix, try and get him stronger, Lorlo into that tank status, so they can deal damage with Moon, they can deal damage with Piglet. He's actually doing quite well in that bot lane at 2-0. The CS has been evened up. The top laners 81 to 60 as Haunter, the time he's been able to pretty much leave that lane is the time he spent in mid lane there. He's been getting the CS lead and able to roam. It's been making an impact.
Oh, look at this. Moon, bottom side of the map, because he sees the jungle timer on the blue is currently yellow. So he knows that FLICKR is going to be top side of the map right now. It possibly makes a play. Everybody's making use of these timers that show on the minimap.
That he didn't step on. Could be the Void Rush he wishes he stepped on. We'll have to see here.
There it is.
Goes down. There's the Void Rush right over to the Krug Pit. And that's going to deter them from the fight. So one or the other. He steps on it. He comes over. They go for the gank. He comes over.
Didn't get the hand off the blue, though. So no blue over
That's true. That's true.
Bjergsen just yet.
Bjergsen will go back. He'll be like, I'll just come out and get it myself.
Yeah.
He's getting pretty big himself here.
And actually looking at the mid lane, Phoenix took Thunderlords. He didn't take Strength of Ages. We've seen both for Nivea. The Thunderlords is just that huge amount of damage where you have extra flat penetration from the Precision Mastery. And the Strength of Ages is just survivability because you rely on Nivea's already high damage, but it's a stylistic thing.
Yep. We know Phoenix. He likes to do damage.
Yeah.
He's the one making plays a lot of the time. Him and Piglet. Matt as well when he's on a Bard on that Janna. This time it's going to be the Soraka for that bot lane, who so far have gotten the featured matchup, I'd say, in their favor for the most part. The rest of the map not going in favor of Team Liquid, however. Strong solo lanes from Bjergsen and Haunter. FLICKR as well getting in on some mid lane ganks here. So TSM is saying, all right, if the bot lane's kind of going to be like that, they're going to be aggressive, Moon will keep being there, we're going to work the other side of it.
I'm just looking at how aggressive TSM is being as well. Even just looking at Biofrost's Spell Thief's Edge, he actually has generated 100 more gold from the auto attacking than Matt, But look at this up top. More. Here comes TSM being aggressive again.
Orlo, twisted advance, vengeful maelstrom is on. Goes down eventually. 3 is a crowd, and it's too much for Lorlo to take on. They're gonna have this turret as well. Maybe a dragon answer on the other side, but it looks like they're actually gonna be going
they're gonna
for the
want a
turret as well. Yeah. They're actually gonna want the kills and the turret.
He walked over it. Did they spot it? They pinged it out.
Calling, somewhat connecting.
He's gotta kill him.
And out. That TP as well is going to be from Bjergsen. He's just around Tri-Pit. If he can throw the ultimate, they can get some good AoE damage on this. A tidal wave keeps them in position. TSM
has flash.
Still going in on Liquid here. He flashes forward. The Rune Prison doesn't hit right away. And now they're on to Phoenix. It does not look like he'll be able to stop himself. He just gets his egg back, and they can't even use it in a fight where the team can recuperate and help him to go down for Liquid.
And this is maximization of your time because he's already doing red. Svenskeren already doing red. Moon is going to walk up.
Unfortunate. There's not much more you can say about that. Going up, thinking the fight was bot lane, and then my jungle's clear, I'll be all right. To do this, smite the health back, and you were so wrong.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-4 for the longest time in the bot lane. Lorlo continues to channel his TP, doesn't cancel it, shows up, so he isn't on that top side, and Svenskeren the entire time is just walking into the red. And Bjergsen,
if Haunter had mana, they probably would have gone past that turret, got him, and then
pretty much
made back
100%. You can see how aggressive he's been with his Dark Seal. 5 stacks on it for Haunter at the moment.
Definitely a game to keep an eye on for continuously locking down advantage. We'll see how this bottom play happens once more.
TPs. Svenskeren stays top to finish off the turret, I believe. Almost gets the stun and gets the flash, but that tidal wave from Biofrost was so good. That's how they ended up continuing the fight. That's how they got the jump on the bush, or else it would have been a counter there, and it would have been able to give TL the jump.
Before this ends, look at all the wards as well. Up the path that Moon is going to take to red. So Svenskeren knew the whole time. He's like, oh, I'll take your red, and you'll be here in 15 seconds. I'll take that kill.
He took the
so
turret,
many wards.
He stayed there. He had his Void Rush up, and instead of going down and using Rek'Sai's abilities, decides, you know, rest of you guys got this. I'm going to maximize my time, get the red, be a huge bully. And I feel like the change where you can see in Fog of War when the buff is going to spawn has been big for TSM, and they've actually been exploiting that so much.
Also, seeing the level advantages here, level 11 to 9 on Lorlo. That's actually huge for second ult. 11 for Bjergsen to 10 of Phoenix as well for that second ult power. So really have a lot to work with on the side of Team Solo Mid, and they're finding ways to pressure that over and over again. Here again, Svenskeren in the face of Moon, and it's even drawing Piglet out. You maybe not get the kill here, but you're being a nuisance, and you're keeping TL away from the experience, away from pushing the lanes.
TSM have shown a mastery. I know it's only 3 games, but they've shown a mastery of how to do split pressure. I think the only time I can really knock him for it is Game 2 against CLG, where Svenskeren checked the red buff when Bjergsen was doing his own Raptors, right? Where he got caught out and blown up. But they're showing that they've practiced this a lot, that their communication is much better than it was last split. And TSM, they're making statements pretty much every game that these are going to be as fast as they can possibly make, and they're going to try to close these games out quickly.
I mean, TL came in with an idea, hoping that 2 of Biofrost would throw him off. He wouldn't be able to kind of be a link they need in the bot lane, and TSM could crumble there. Still able to come out with the Nami, and still, while they got beat in the bot lane, focus the other side of the map.
Well, they're getting Biofrost to show more, which is good, but at the same time, he seems like a well-rounded player.
Yeah.
When I've heard Doublelift talk about Biofrost, he has nothing but praise for this guy, and they play basically on the same wavelength. They both have the same mentality about how they want to play bottom lane, which is something that Doublelift didn't have with Yellow Stark, because it was all about the roaming with him. It was about winning the map instead of the lane. And Doublelift is like, hey, you pick Nami, you go pick Karma, pick these champions that are going to win the game for us through the lane. And that's what he's all about, is just that pressure. And with the range support meta coming up, Biofrost seems well suited to that, as TSM give Haunter another advantage in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a 20-minute Herald, so he will be very happy with that. And it's going to be even harder for Lorlo to step up to him as well when that lane gets pushed up. The warding is still there. Sightstone on Svenskeren. I've been meaning to look at this. Moon has been not able to grab one, so only the Sightstone on Matt, and the wards that TSM has been able to put out make them almost look like even more all-stars, right? The plays seem seamless. Everything just continues to happen. They're kind of putting it in on the plate for themselves here. Bjergsen roaming around, and they're almost doing this freely. One person in the jungle here, one person in the jungle there. They have complete control over the jungle right now.
And it's all by pressure. They understand how to advance ward lines. They understand that getting control of the jungle is crucial.
I feel quite scared for this bot lane. I feel like it's going to get dove very, very soon.
That's what they're saying, because they heard Rek'Sai tunnel. They didn't see him anywhere on the top side of the map for a few seconds. And they're calling Moon down right now. They're saying, you know what, something's probably going to happen here because they're playing a little unusual.
Right.
Their demeanor changed for a second.
If it wasn't going to happen on the siege wave, they probably know they have some room to breathe now. So hold off. Biofrost actually is going to set up a little bit here to see if they can bait somebody out. Doublelift's going to stand off by himself. It's actually a good bait, because we all know Doublelift is sometimes by himself.
Yeah, picking up the farm. Svenskeren, though. Oh, ward went over. Didn't see him, though. And there goes the tunnel, and here comes the TP and the wave!
Oh, two flashes.
Two flashes!
Relentless Pursuit already used. The bubble going past. It doesn't actually miss, but it does hit Svenskeren. A bit of speed there. Is it enough for the tunnel to come back up? Oh, he's just roaming around. He's saying, you want it? I actually grabbed it. My bad. And they head out on that one. Even though it didn't look like the opportune time, they were still able to execute.
Full commitment here. TSM, last split, we were criticizing them over and over again. When they group up as 5, they don't look that great because nobody is supporting each other and they're all doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Even there, Doublelift is healing Svenskeren to get him closer to continue to deal damage to Piglet and continue to tank the turret for him. So everybody is helping each other out here. You're seeing comes through, uses the tidal wave against the wall, and Piglet actually dashed at the same time, got both flashes, so the follow-up flash and the Sivir speed. Ignite goes down, and then the heal to get Svenskeren closer to continue taking the turret. Oh man, comes up, takes the kill though.
Oh, another fight mid lane. Here's Bjergsen actually teleporting onto a minion in that last replay to kind of help get the team past the turret. He was left out to dry in the party though, as he saw both Team Liquid members flash away. That doesn't stop them from staying in Team Liquid's jungle right now, trying to give them a whole hell of a lot of trouble. Gonna steal away blue. That is actually going to be quite hard for Phoenix as well once this late game comes up and he needs to clear all those carries.
Yep, doesn't have the same type of mana regen that you did before because you don't go things like Themes. You end up having to take some damage to get mana back, and then the tier actually just reduces the costs instead of giving you a flat regen. But also, on the top side of the map, while everything was going down mid and on the right side, Lorlo was forced to blow Flash at the Baron pit because Biofrost walked up with his Eon and just kept slowing him as Doublelift and Bjergsen were closing in. So no Flash for the Maokai right now, no Twisted Advance combo, and already 8,000 gold up for TSM.
And they're only getting things that help them dominate. A Mountain Drake to come out, which means once they approach these turrets, take that little bit of extra damage.
It'll be their second one too.
With 1 minute coming up. The next dragon out. Baron is on the board, 20 minutes in.
And this is one of those games that you look at the composition and you would love to just say, yeah, TL, they can stall, they scale because they have a Nivea. It's not necessarily true here. Eventually, Doublelift might invest into an Executioner's Calling and shut down Matt even more.
Yeah.
And Phoenix, well, there's a lot of answers to him. Bjergsen, Hanser, Svenskeren, and Doublelift's ultimate on the hunt. They'd be able to actually close that distance. So it's going to take a lot because Moon is not playing a CC jungler. If you look at this squad, all the CC is Phoenix with his wall and his stun. Little bit of a silence from Matt, but it's not really a hard CC
That's conditional,
positional.
yeah.
And Lorlo, just Maokai, right? You don't have a jungler that's offering CC in this. So you don't have that same type of tank wall that you normally have for an Anivia.
Yeah, the tank wall go on that is they're actually able to focus Lorlo right now. Pretty much the first one off the bat. Like you said, the second Mountain Drake here is obviously going to be in TSM's control, which gives them even more objective and turret control.
It's a Mountain Drake, and our game still says has slain the dragon. What's up with that, man?
Such a stickler.
That's true. I still say mana. So
I say mana.
I know. I got you guys on that.
It's good. It's a mana train.
So that's the only thing I've ever contributed to the casting team. Is getting people to say mana.
You said it. I mean, I don't feel that way. 9K now. It's just increasing here as TSM continues to slowly kind of bleed them out. It seems like they could take one more thing, but they want to make sure it happens 100% in their favor. They don't even want to lose a member on the side of TSM when they do something next. Haunter here obviously knows he can play it very safe while being aggressive in the bot lane.
Oh yeah,
Nobody can really
well,
take him down.
Rift
right
Herald, right? He's got the glimpse of the
Exactly.
void, so he's able to bully out somebody who he's 2 levels up on. Already has an advantage on an offensive item.
And he has it for another 14 minutes.
Exactly, and he has a better matchup too. And here comes Haunter straight through, roll in, actually hit the turret with it. Why not? And just continue to walk on out. Get that chip damage, do that 3-4 times, that turret's yours, and you've opened up the map more. But look at that wall, and all the CC used.
Oh, Svenskeren very low. That seemed to be the focus, and Liquid wasn't really drawing their eyes to the rest of the members coming in for TSM. The vision doesn't seem to be there to want to go on either side of the wall. Some minion waves to be prepped as well, and TSM backs off of this fight, knowing they still have the lead, and they can play it safe.
So Biofrost is actually showing really good usage of the ultimate here, the tidal wave, because a lot of people are going with the flavor of the month and being like, oh, I'm hopping on Nami because it's a good champion, you know, it's just going to be very easy to play because I just need the pressure. But he's actually using the abilities correctly. He's showing mastery of them. So he's showing that he didn't just pick it up because he wants to get on that train. It's also, this champion is actually quite good in his hands. Maybe he's played it a lot before. I would actually probably say he has because he's actually using it on choke points, whereas your initial reaction would be, I'm going to throw it at people directly and like knock up the back line. But he's like, no, I'm going to go through choke points, make sure that they actually can't use this point as an option and get it for my team. He was also using Braum Ultimate the same way the other day.
Yeah, as a support main myself, I feel there's this inkling of love playmaking to Biofrost, so he focuses on those types of champions. He likes to be able to get in the front, have the team follow him for a flash bubble or something like that, and they're confident in that from what we've seen in the play.
And it's a little different too because it's not just solely I'm gonna make plays, I'm playing Thresh, right? I hope the guy,
it's not just I'm gonna play Janna and do something with the Monsoon and save my team.
Exactly.
I want to initiate that fight.
Exactly. It's enabling his team to continue making a play.
Yeah.
Because if you tidal wave a choke point, it cuts off an option that makes the enemy team more predictable because you're like, oh, he's gonna do this or that, and it's like, well, he can't do that anymore, so he has to do this. And then your team follows up on that. And it looks like this one guy's doing something completely brilliant. It's like, oh, he got him. It's like, well, actually, he had really no other option because it was cut off by this guy.
Yep.
And that's what Biofrost has been doing this game.
You make other players make the play. Like, you already know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Force them into the wall, force them into the bubble because you know the positioning. 9-2. The knowledge of positioning, warding, and the rest have given a 9,000 gold lead. Actually, they've earned the 9,000 gold lead to TSM. 2 Mountain Drakes as well. Means bad things for the objectives and turrets on the map if they are able to approach. And this is where we figured TL would be able to somewhat hold here, right at the front of their base.
That's 1-1
Get some
though.
clears down.
It's going to be a 1-3-1 here, and the top jungle is where TSM want to ward up, clear all the pink wards, clear all the vision, rotate back and forth, and get swift hits on turrets, and then retreat back to where you were and continue pushing. And sometimes group is 5 and collapse, but make sure you shoved your waves out so you can come back to them right after, which is just what Bjergsen did, and Haunter will most likely do in a few seconds here, or he's going to rotate to mid as they 4-man top because they have the inside track here, and they're getting that damage. It's been Scarin stops them from coming in.
TL consistently there second.
Oh.
Piglet gets caught in the front. Piglet flashes out of that with
Here
the
comes Haunter!
wish. Matt keeps him alive. Haunter to the back line to take Piglet down immediately, even after he uses both summoners. Haunter is a beast in the back line right now as Lorlo tries to do the same on the reverse. Lorlo now coming back for Peel as he realizes he can't deliver the same damage, and TSM pushed through another turret. 2-1. It's not over. It's never over, it seems, in this game. Haunter's still in. Haunter's still alive with the shield from Parallel Convergence, and they've pushed off Liquid once again as they went in for a pretty heady initiation there, but didn't want it in the end.
Yeah, I didn't see how Biofrost ended up dying there, so I'll have to look at that again when we get the replay, but that was TSM all on the same page with the team fighting. Haunter with the brilliant flank. Phoenix had to clear out mid lane, so he TP'd into the fight as Haunter was already flanking and walking up. He didn't even have to TP. He walked up to that fight and was able to get the best positioning on it that you could hope for as an Echo.
Absolutely crushing that Baron down. We'll see this fight once again. As Piglet throws on the Yomuzen right up front.
Man, this Rise is just being utilized incredibly well. Silence comes out to try and save Piglet, but Haunter comes in, immediately menace to the backline, goes after Matt. Biofrost, okay, Biofrost does get picked up there because of the wall and because of the damage from Phoenix and the turret. Follows out, and I love this from Bjergsen because Bjergsen ends up flashing forward to avoid because it grows, right? Throws it in, flashes forward so he's no longer going to be chilled throughout the entire duration to take that damage, and they jump onto Phoenix. So that flash was used by Bjergsen to reposition himself. Maybe it could have been a little more optimal, but it doesn't matter because he didn't die. Lorlo put him in Twisted Advance range, but it still doesn't matter.
I think that was his idea, right? He's like,
Well
oh,
done,
you're
though.
not getting away.
Yeah, and that's a great counterplay to Anivia because the ultimate, has that little bit of a cooldown on it when you cancel it. So he's investing a lot of mana to actually keep it out
Also
there.
in the growth, right? You're going to place it where he was, and
Yep.
it's not going to grow to his feet if he flashes at you. So he kind of dodged a lot there, as well as getting super high feet. Coming up on 30 minutes now. 54,000 to 41.2. Dragon is up.
The Cloud?
Looking at that Cloud Dragon, yes sir. The Cloud Drake is up, and they are going to get mid if they decide to go back down. They can sweep that one up for themselves.
Yep.
I want to see how the AD carry matchup is going. That was our featured. Piglet's at 259 to 272. Double is starting to get quite a few assists in here, and really the utility is working more than, if he had the kills. If he had the kills, he'd be doing even better, but he's still Sivir. He's still giving the team what they need to. And since Bjergsen and Haunter did so well early game, they're kind of just able to provide that damage in.
Yeah.
Banner of Command as well to make things even harder coming out from Biofrost.
Well, it's Banner of Command. You have Baron buff. You have 2 Earth Drakes, Mountain Drakes. There you go. And so you 1-3-1. Haunter just got the turret top. He's on the inhibitor. You have the bottom turret taking damage, and now they rotate to mid.
Oh, onto Bjergsen! He gets walled in! Looks like they're going to be able to get themselves some nice kills here as Haunter picks up the top. They're still losing a little bit everywhere, but trying to claw themselves back in. And Team Liquid find a few kills, some breathing room, but for how long? TSM is going to be right back to the batting order and at the front door in just a few.
Yeah, way too far forward as Anivia approaches level 15. It's actually Crystallize max second, so he has max rank wall to wall them into the base and a good defensive option there. And picks up 2 kills because both Biofrost and Bjergsen had to walk all the way around it. But, oh, Moon.
His jungle has not been his jungle this game. How relentless. When you think you have CC to hold him down, but it's just not enough, and then he zips away.
Haunter's running around. I gotta get player of the game. I gotta get player of the game.
Gotta get it again.
He already got it once.
Yep.
He's running around. He actually changed his Dark Seal into Majai's, sitting on 14 stacks with 208 ability power as Tank Echo. And the big thing about ability power when you're able to get it, it's this gigantic luxury because Echo is balanced around being an assassin and AP. So it actually has an incredible 1.5 AP ratio on the shield. So his shield has gained 312 more shielding.
Who knows?
Because of 200 AP.
Maybe he's got Huni scratching his chin. He's like, tank and damage?
You can do both?
What is this?
Some people were talking about going Rod of Ages into tank or Rod of Ages Abyssal into tank. There's a lot of Echo builds currently on 6.10. 6.11, he has been nerfed in multiple ways. So, don't completely recommend trying it out just yet.
Do not try.
I have not tried, so I cannot recommend it in confidence.
It's a nice guy recommendation.
Yeah.
Save yourself.
But Haunter on the left side of this last inhibitor turret, and they have to defend it. Wall is going to be down now. Doublelift has the ultimate, and this is going to be the engage coming out.
Haunter is just toying with the back line right now. Phoenix looks like he gets taken down, scrambled up once again. Lorlo tries to stay on the front line to mitigate some of that damage with his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. TSM are just cruising through the base, cruising through Team Liquid's members, and they're going to be looking for the Nexus turret soon. The minions are there. The damage from 2 of the Mountain Drakes, as well as the Baron. I believe the Rift Herald is even still on Haunter right now. He got it at 16 minutes, so he's good to go. They're going to be on the Nexus turrets. They're going to be on the Nexus. TSM will look to take game 1 of the series over Team Liquid.
And the saying, if they take an inch, they're going to take a mile, has never meant more for TSM. This squad looks incredibly aggressive. They have pressure in every lane, and they group up and they identify where the opportunities are so quickly to the point that Hanser ends the game with 25 Magi stacks, maxed out. Everybody in this game you could talk about because they all stepped up and performed incredibly well. This is a scary TSM squad, and the more they play like this, the more you want to see that TSM Immortals matchup way later on.
Yeah.
Because this looks like they're in form right now. It looks like they did not take that loss at MSI lightly.
No, not at all.
Sorry, in the finals, to not make MSI lightly.
I knew what you meant. Looking at that as well, CLG, they kind of pressure team solo mid. We have to realize, though, here, Liquid rebuilding themselves. TSM, they are confident in their play, though. As you said, they continue to go with the aggression that they know, and they didn't allow Liquid any room to get back into that game. They said, yeah, you're going to have the clear, maybe the wave clear once we push in, but we will be so many levels up before that point. They set themselves up for such a good game. It kind of helped that they got 2 Mountain Drakes along the way as well, because they were already approaching.
I mean, if they were Infernal, it would have been bad too, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that, a lot of things
in their favor.
Like, a lot of Dragons, even if it was Cloud Drake at that point, they're able to just rotate faster and play the 1-3-1 a little bit better. So the Drakes mean a decent amount, especially when it's that and when it's Mountain and you're able to actually get through the Anivia and not have to waste too much time. But like, I think the position they put themselves in, they could have had any Drake at that point.
Yeah.
Right? They did a really good job.
Maybe switching up picks and bans, not so much on Biofrost, because the guy can still pull out some great plays on Nami as well. We'll see how they switch it up. That's what the series is all about, though. That's what the best of 3 is. You can switch it up, you see your opponent, and you adapt. The analyst has some comments on this game as well, so let's check in with Dash.
Thank you very much, Riv. Yeah, we got a few comments on that game. Team
TS.
There you go. All right, TSM, man. I mean, wiping the floor with Team Liquid in that first game there. After a somewhat slow start, 8-minute mark, though, even, they break it open with Quick going to that mid lane, setting Bjergsen up for success, both in this series as well as the series that we saw against CLG, definitely putting a lot of focus into that mid lane.
Yeah, people are going to point out, oh, it's just TSM, they're camping mid again, everybody. Bjergsen is pushing up this turret every time. Bjergsen's doing the first part of the work where he's getting lane control, he has kill pressure, he's weakening the opponent. Then they set him up and everybody converges.
Right, there's a difference between having a play style and like forcing it and having a play style and doing it well. And I think that's the difference between the 2 teams is like TL has a bot-centric play style and they're over-forcing it, and TSM has a more mid-centric one, but you still see Sven really impacting top lane and bot lane and these other things. But, you know, it all kind of starting through mid.
Yeah, I mean, in the CLG series that we saw on Friday, they were actually executing this even a little bit sooner, as soon as he hit level 6, being able to capitalize on the level 5 of Huhi. Here, though, waiting for Ryze to hit that level 6, using his ultimate to clear the wave and push it up to turret here. And this is the aftermath now. Anivia, no escape, as both Hanser and Svenskeren show up.
Yeah, oh, sorry. They're between 2 turrets. They get the dive. It's pretty clean. Hanser has already had a lead that Sven helped him get, and then Moon just walks up here, and there's no reason to. Like, the wave's already dead. The turret's not going to go down, and he just sets himself up to hand over another kill.
Yeah, that extra kill right there is a really big snowball kill, actually, because that was a very avoidable death right there, and they weren't going to get much more turret damage. Like, the minion wave had timed out anyway, so that was unnecessary, but it definitely is worth noting. Hanser is also a huge tool that they're using. It's not just Bjergsen, mid lane, you know, TSM, mid lane team. Hanser, Lorlo, he beat Lorlo a little bit, but then Lorlo also teleported bottom, so there's this huge CS discrepancy, and then the Echo has complete control of the lane, allowing for more people, not just Sven, to go mid.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to go next, was that contrast between TSM and Team Liquid, and that TSM throwing a little bit of focus mid, Team Liquid, ton of focus in that bot lane. We did see Piglet and Matt out trading the likes of Doublelift and Biofrost in those earlier levels, getting a slight advantage. But as you mentioned, the TP down, the turret dives coming through for Team Liquid. They're definitely putting a lot of resources into getting Piglet off the ground. It's just not working out for them. They're not able to transition it, you know, into the mid game.
It's kind of what we said, like the forcing it aspect of it. Like, they're already winning, and then they go for like these dives where, like, they're not set up that well. Like, sure, your bot lane's pushed in, but the other team has plenty of time to TP and flank, and they read it. Like, the Anivia's coming down, but Bjergsen's full health, full mana, comes in from behind, and, you know, even though the Rek'Sai isn't there, he doesn't need to be. Like, these are so telegraphed, so forced. TSM's ready for them, and they react and crush them. And it's just like a long chase down from there. They're caught in the other team's jungle. Lorlo finally gets in on that ward, and it's just, like, way too late.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love the word you're using in terms of forcing playstyle as opposed to like having the playstyle and executing it correctly, letting it evolve, and then playing it out correctly. Because that's what it feels like for Team Liquid. They have this idea of the way we're supposed to win the game is through Piglet, it's through our bottom lane. So again, you know, being overzealous in all of their moves, trying to force the setups.
Yeah, I mean, their bottom lane did earn some small advantages over Doublelift and Biofrost. But again, you guys keep bringing it up. It's the execution, right? They force it too much, and at that point, there are too many answers from TSM. You have to be very, very cognizant of what the other lanes are doing. You can't just only tunnel vision on their direct opponent.
The first CP play they made, you pointed it out that the Maokai had just gotten forced out of lane. Lorlo just had to blow his flash to live, went back to base, and then you're instantly forcing a play again on the bot side that they're calling to TP him before he even really needs to be there. Like, your bot lane's winning. You don't need to force it right then. Let your Maokai get some CS, and instead he falls down 20. Kind of give up control of the lane.
As we see here, the champion select graphic coming up. We did see that Anivia come through. Wasn't enough to slow TSM down with that gold lead they had accrued, plus those couple of Mountain Drakes that they picked up. Definitely aided them in their pushing down of the turrets. But I do want to push us ahead to our player of the game honors, which is going to go over to Hanser in this game, being super disruptive in the backline on that Echo. I've always been impressed by his Echo play, but we saw in the top lane near the end of the game, just 1v3ing in the backline, allowing his team to kind of push up and safely throw their damage out.
Hanser is definitely a monster, and he's going to be a monster for this whole split. I think he performed really well yesterday. I think that he's just going to have a really good year, honestly.
Yeah, you see the whole team of TSM has really come together. These mid plays are not just like Bjergsen, like solo killing. Hanser's there, he's spreading his lead around. They're doing a good job of like, once I get ahead, I'm going to get you ahead. So.
Yeah, also I just want to tack onto that. Their bottom lane, Doublelift and Biofrost, they did get pushed out a little bit early on. They knew, okay, all we have to do is let our solo lanes carry. Hanser and Bjergsen are going to do their part. We'll wait around. Plus, Doublelift's on Sivir, so he just, speed boost later in the game.
Just
and
a Sivir comp,
run past everybody.
Now, looking ahead to Game 2, a little bit of news that I get to share with everybody at home as well as you two. Dardoch will be subbing in for Moon, so we have the opportunity to talk a little bit about how this changes the dynamic of Team Liquid. We did speak, I know Jat's been very vocal about the fact that the contrast in the presence of the early game between these two junglers. Moon on Energy last split, pretty lackluster in his ability to affect the map early, whereas Dardoch, a terror, especially on the likes of those Nidalees and Lee Sins, those early pressure junglers.
I think you'll actually see more of a difference after like the first couple paths through the jungle. I think Dardoch paths a little bit better, but Moon was still getting like involved in kills early. He was still getting stuff done, but the difference will come where Dardoch's really vocal in what he wants. Not necessarily shot calling, but like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Like, that's a bad play. And he'll call things off all the time and set his team up for things that he knows will work. And I'm not sure if Moon was quite vocal on that same level.
Yeah, I mean, it really does change the dynamic of a team. If you have just one person who really knows what they want and is focused, it helps everyone else focus in on the same goals. If there's a lack of direction, which it looks like Team Liquid were having sort of a problem coming up with proactive plays. So hopefully for Team Liquid, this does change a lot, not just individual performance of a jungler, but also for the entire team, because all of them have been having issues.
Right, but of course they have been practicing with Moon, so I'm sure some of the same kind of curiosities will exist around their communication and ability to operate as well, oiled machine, whereas TSM, they don't look to be missing a beat right now with this roster, including Biofrost. Anyway, we have to take a quick break, but we'll be back before your flash comes off cooldown, so we'll see you in just a few minutes. Depends.
All right, from now on, we're not actually talking
this wave will catch me up with shit.
about league stuff. We're just only using names in the game.
Maybe.
Feels gankable mid, man.
Feels gankable.
Oh.
The bubble is
TP2.
low. He's going to either choose to heal or bubble on this. Biofrost is low. The kill from Piglet goes over to Doublelift for first blood. And Biofrost flashes in this instant, thinking he could save himself, but unfortunately goes down in the same instance.
And here comes the TP and the wave.
Oh, two flashes. Relentless Pursuit already used. The bubble going past. It doesn't actually miss, but it does hit Svenskeren. A bit of speed there isn't enough for the tunnel to come back up. Oh, he's just roaming around.
Oh.
Piglet gets caught in the front. Piglet flashes out of that with
Here
the
comes
witch.
Hanser.
Mac keeps him alive. Hanser to the back line to take Piglet down immediately. Even after he uses both summoners, Hanser is a beast in the back line right now. Welcome back. We're pushing into a game 2 between Liquid and TSM. And just moments ago, TSM continued their dominant week 1, grabbing every advantage on their way to what was a clear victory we just saw.
Oh yeah, they were pressuring in every lane. It was actually quite remarkable to watch, and that pushed Liquid to the brink. So Liquid are now making adjustments. They will sub in Dardoch for game 2 because he was suspended by Team Liquid, not by league ruling. And the question is, will this change Liquid's fortunes? Because that seems a little bit like desperation there if they're subbing him in, even though they had suspended him.
And we think we spoke a little about it before and only needed to poke it once, is Matt and Dardoch came up from Academy as 2 very big voices that helped Team Liquid in the spring split. So that could be the possibility that re-enters here now in the summer.
Exactly. He's the complete opposite of Moon as well. Moon, not that great in the early game statistically in the spring. Worst early game jungler in the first 15 minutes. And Dardoch was the best out of all junglers in the spring split. Getting Rookie of the Split as well.
Yeah.
He was like kill leader for junglers, like higher than Reignover in that, higher in the early presence. So he is an absolute god in the jungle. And the question is it just going to be plug and play? Is he just going to come back into the roster and it's going to be really smooth? What's the transition going to be like? Because he seems really comfortable right now.
I think, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. He seems comfortable. He's a player that doesn't seem like anything will be tempered. He is a person that knows that he has that flair, and he promotes that flair in his play, so it's always amazing to watch somebody like him get onto the Rift. And now the heroes for TSM that game. Obviously, the analyst has talked about it, but Hanser being player of the game. Really, the solo lanes, Bjergsen has to be mentioned as well. Their damage was off the charts.
Oh, yeah, but actually, Hanser still did more damage than Bjergsen. Bjergsen on Rise was out-damaged by the top lane tank Echo, but of course he is still, he's smacking away at a Maokai the entire game.
Okay.
So he does have a little bit more opportunity there. But yes, they're playing like a team, and it's actually working out incredibly well for TSM. They're no longer just team solo mid. They're pretty much just team. They're all doing a great job right now.
Very strong so far. Earlier, we heard Doublelift's thoughts on Liquid, and before we jump into the Rift, let's see his lane partner talk about the bot lane matchup.
I think Team Liquid is pretty good. They have pretty solid players, especially their bot lane. I think Piglet and Matt is probably one of the strongest bot lanes in North America right now, and playing against them will be a lot of fun and will be very challenging as well.
Yep, got to get those TPs from your other laners, help you out a little bit. But yes, they actually did have the push advantage early. They pushed them all the way to the turret, so Piglet and Matt were underneath it, and there was a CS advantage for him, but then it got pushed all the way back, got equalized, and Matt and Piglet came back.
Yeah, at one point Piglet said, no, I'm going to come in and attack you. And that's the way an aggressive Lucian plays when he knows he has an opening, a chance, whether it was in between the ebb and flow heal or the attack, and he just went in.
And what I'm looking for here is just the distinct difference between Moon and Dardoch and the effect on this bot lane. We saw Moon come bottom, and his ganks were a little hesitant. His ganks were where he'd come up a couple seconds too early, and he'd be like, okay, I'm waiting here for 4 seconds, waiting for the wave to push in. Dardoch is usually, all right, I'm coming up, I'm going. I'm tanking turret, I'm diving, etc. Him and Matt have that synergy.
Be here with me now.
Exactly, where they trade off turret aggro. Matt usually takes it first, dips out, then Dardoch takes it, finishes the kill, and that's why he was the kill leader for junglers for the entire split last split.
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw some type of Bard Rek'Sai game here from Liquid to set up and lock some people down for some long-range fights. Liquid has always been a good team at scrapping, kind of skirmishing fights out, finding a way to lose from behind. But it was a little too much from TSM last game. We'll see what they do coming into game 2 here. Liquid still goes for the double support ban, feeling that Biofrost does still bring too much to the table in that lane, and mostly with those initiations and continuous fight poke. Nidalee Rise on the other side. Bjergsen does not want to see that in the hands of Phoenix. We'll see what they decide to ban for the last ones. Liquid has 7 seconds left.
Yeah, because they're banning out Braum, which is not a typical ban here, they're leaving a lot on the table once again. Zyra, Kindred, Echo, Vladimir, Swain are now still on the table, but nobody really showing an affinity towards them in this matchup. So you can't really leave Kindred up here. It's going to get first picked away by TL. So yeah.
Is it going to be? The Maokai was hovered. And the Maokai is pretty much going to go to that top lane. Bjergsen and Hanser kind of seemingly picking things that'll be flex. TSM still trying to keep the unknown involved in Champion Select, but now into Game 2. Team Liquid has first pick, and they're trying to figure out what they would actually want in this game. Maokai's still there for the pick. They're just kind of wondering if they could get anything else that would be better priority. It is not.
Still picking the Maokai early, but with the Echo off the table, it does make it a little bit of a better pick here. But we saw that Hanser, he's willing to play some of these aggressive top laners, and if they pick up the Lucian and get the Black Cleaver build, it kind of becomes paper for that Maokai.
That was TL's pickup last time, Maokai Lucian. Now it's just going to be the Maokai, so Lucian goes over to Team Solo mid. Jungler could be Rek'Sai. Dardoch definitely had a good Rek'Sai. It allows him to keep going aggressive, keep being that nuisance. He loves to be up in his opponent's face. I think that might just be the switch here. It'd be interesting to see them go with Gragas. Like we said, there's actually a lot up here. TSM has the choice. There's the Rek'Sai.
Yep, not to be unexpected. Leaving that up is pretty much a death sentence, but Dardoch has shown that he is willing to play things like Graves. Kha'Zix, maybe. Maybe we see the Kha'Zix. It's not completely out of the question, but Vladimir up. No Phoenix plays that. Azir up for Phoenix, by the way. Did not pick it last game because it was banned away by TSM. Now it's up.
Yeah.
And you have to think TSM left it up because they have counter pick. Is it going to be a Zed into it? Would they pick Fizz into it? So TSM wouldn't leave it up without a plan against it, but they did have to ban these two junglers and Ryze.
Dardoch wants something he can kind of make plays on here. He may say, you know what? Let's see more of the team. That was a retype by Dardoch. He typed in that Amumu, but it's going to be back to the Nami. They lock it in with the Victor. And they're going to hold those two, so Dardoch kind of wants to see more of the spread from TSM before he chooses.
It's a dark age when TL is down one game, Azir is up, and they don't pick it.
That's
very early on. Means they're a little bit scared here, and Victor has a lot of power. Victor and Azir are the two most played mid laners right now globally, and then Ryze, of course. I would say played, but he's banned all the time. So these guys actually see a lot of play. Victor picked up for Phoenix. Would actually be interested to see what Bjergsen takes if he goes with the assassin pick, if he goes with actually answering that with an Azir in his own wave clear. We could see that.
They've kind of taken away the sure initiation this time with Team Solo Mid. They don't have the Sivir. Now they don't have the Nami for Tidal Wave, and TSM's figuring out, what do we want? It's probably the Azir for Bjergsen. TSM the one to ban that last game.
Alistar?
And you were saying it's interesting.
Or
it wasn't picked up.
Bard?
Your Bard's still there.
Okay,
We're thinking it could be an option. So Biofrost is actually showing, besides the Karma, quite a bit here.
Yeah, they're making him dig deep. They took away 3 support champions from the pool of Biofrost, and he just goes to the next top-tier ranged support because he wants to bully. That's the big priority here for TSM, is to just try and destroy that bottom lane with as many advantages as you can early on.
So Piglet and Dardoch. Usually Piglet as well, getting one of the last picks. Dardoch will have one in jungler for himself as well. Just talked a little bit about how Matt was that kind of one voice left that they brought up from TL. So now Dardoch being subbed back in could mean big things for Liquid here.
Oh.
If they feel confident. Maybe some of the cleanest non-import Lee Sin. Is that what we're getting at?
They imported him from the bench. Just
oh, it is!
It is!
Oh, the cleanest non-import Lee Sin is going to represent here. Self-stated from Dardoch.
I actually don't know, because he's been super clean. He may be able to just say cleanest Lee Sin right now in the NALCS.
That's true. That's true.
Rush is the person who gave him his run for his money, but it's Meteos now on Cloud9, Rush on the bench.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Rush and Challenger.
Thresh Bard? I'd love it. Let's do it. Supports everywhere.
I would say there's actually a decent amount up here. You could go with a Fizz top and play it into Maokai. Fizz is a very potent top lane champion. You can run many different masteries on him. Actually seeing a low amount of Fizz lately.
Saw
but
a bit
it
of
could
Fiora
be a
recently.
standard.
Swain has been left up. How did the Pain Train actually get through bans without being noticed? We didn't even see him first game.
Yeah, we didn't see him first game. Picked or banned, I believe.
Not even. Whew. Well then. Let's see what they have for each other. Hanser's going to be on the Swain. Won't make Lorlo's life the easiest. If he's getting ganked, it'll be very, very hard. Rek'Sai for Svenskeren. Dardoch you're going to pick Lee Sin, you're going to be looking to make plays, and that's what I'm sure the fans and everybody else seeing Dardoch come back was hoping for coming into this second matchup.
Oh, yeah. Looking for those kickbacks, looking for those plays. This bottom lane, though, from TL, Nami, Ezreal, that is a bottom lane that wants to poke you out, it wants to sustain, and it wants to basically get an advantage and compensate for the fact that Ezreal has to get tier early. So the first few backs are actually crucial to the momentum of that bottom wave. So if they actually miss out on a wave, they miss out on 2 waves, if they get chunked out, or if he actually gets to back for free and get that tier, no problem.
I actually thought we'd be seeing more Vlad from Phoenix, some of those types of plays to kind of get in and make the high quantity kill plays, and then an Ezreal to back that up.
It just seems
Well,
like
they have the Ezreal
it seems like a
with the
team
Victor.
thing. It seems like a scrim block where somebody was like, Vladimir is destroying everybody. Let's not let this happen. And then in series, people are like, oh my god, that guy's playing Vladimir, and I got to first pick it away. So that seems to be what's happening right now.
All right, so remember to keep up with the series on Twitter. As always, update your predictions with the hashtag TSM win or the hashtag TL win. Dardoch subbed in for game 2. We're about to be back on the Rift. Team Solo Mid looking to go undefeated in their matches here with 2 2-0s if they're able to win this matchup. We'll see what they can do as we're about to be onto the Rift. Liquid now. Blue, TSM on the red side, and we are out of the gates and onto the Rift.
And with Dardoch on the Rift, TL, how do they look? Are they going to be completely revitalized? What plays is he going to be able to make in the early game? My eyes are completely on this rookie of the split from Spring to change this around.
So many things to watch now. We have kind of the rollover featured match in the bot lane. Dardoch's now back in. This is great. Haunter getting more player of the game, I should say. We'll see if he has another fantastic performance. And TSM solo lanes, last game to recap, really wreaking havoc. Doublelift and Biofrost fell behind a little bit.
Oh my god.
But it was really never anything Liquid could capitalize on. Now into game 2. Everything start off. Looks like we're going to get our 2v2 though.
You stay in there long enough, you dodge enough skill shots, they have to put down the ward. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's that or you face check it, assuming that they backed, and then you die. Oh.
That happened the
Good
first
choice.
few times in the first few days. Heading back to lane, teams are trying to get either that little bit of experience, obviously to hit 2, or find that bit of damage by hiding in the tri-brush we've seen. I mean, I guess you can do all those little things with the best of 3. Be like, let's kind of test the waters here. Let's test the waters here, see how they react. Really learn a lot in the beginning of the season here.
So what I'm really loving about this whole patch in general is just the number of lane swaps that we're seeing, even in NA, has gone down. A lot of people are testing their metal in 2-on-2s. They're saying we have these range supports, so you aren't picking people into bad matches. You're like, oh, well, I have Trundle versus Bard. I'm going to go lane swap, right? We're not seeing that. We're seeing, okay, well, I think my champion's better than yours, our 2-on-2. We can survive it. We don't want to swap on that top lane because Swain might be able to get some CS and be fine. Yep. So I'm loving that people are testing their metal. Also, the whole jungle experience thing, so top laners don't get level 2.
Yeah. As well as the AD carries and whatnot, not grabbing as much, and they fight for that level 2 even more to get to lane. We saw it equal out there. Pretty good laser, but Soldier attack right back at him. Looks like Bjergsen and Phoenix, obviously knowing that matchup very well, will probably just trade a bit of health and then continue to farm the next few waves. Dardoch, no unusual path for him. There is a ping towards the mid lane, saying that Bjergsen's wave is pushed up and this may be an opportunity after your Raptors.
Yeah, there was a camp that was started level 1 by TSM.
And then Krug's over by Liquid.
Yep, Krugs. So Dardoch actually went from Romp all the way over to Red to do that, just to pick up that buff, and walk all the way back to go do his Raptors now. And then his Wolves. So his route, a little all over the place because you don't need...
So he did switch it up, yeah.
So basically what you need to do, what he's doing is, I need to give my bottom lane Krugs, because if the enemy does Romp, our bottom lane's at a disadvantage in terms of experience, and they'll just get destroyed. But I can't start blue buff. I'd rather have red. So that's his thought process behind it. Comes back up, loops back up, maybe ganks top, and that's his route. Completely planned.
Is he a super nice guy and he gives this over to Phoenix?
No, because Lee
no,
Sin still makes use of it with energy.
Oh, of course. Especially Dardoch wanted to come in and make the plays. He'll take the experience as well.
Yeah, some people go and actually take the normal route, like this, where they go Gromp blue. and then they get red so that they have red longer for their gank time.
Right.
He's been ticking the red away right now, and it hasn't been useful at all.
Looking for a bit of a stronger clear.
Mm-hmm.
Will seem to float up top here. Gonna trigger a ward if he decides to go around. Scuttle control will be the idea for Dardoch, and the bot lane still going at it.
Dardoch on the move. Is it going to be Bjergsen? Is it going to be... Oh. Looks like he's chosen.
He's taking the long way around. Very nicely done. He
Why
said,
not gank for the Maokai?
It was
Point
a
and click
question in
route.
lane. We thought it was going to be the gank for the Swain in the end. He's going to connect with the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike goes in. Never move. Just on the outside of catching Dardoch, and Hanser out of mana on that one. Is forced to flash away.
Yep, still forces the flash early. Morlo has to use his, though, to close that distance. It's been scary.
He's got it. All right, yeah, I actually didn't know as well. I was like, wait a minute, actually.
He was saying the same thing as you.
He didn't get as much health back when he burrows, I thought.
Yeah, it takes her a long time.
Yeah.
It's a lot when you have that 100, but it ticks down, so it's very, very incremental.
So Hanser still has TP, so he's not too bad off in the top lane. Svenskeren will come back out nice and healthy. Swiftness boots for him right off the bat for his Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and that's a completely just different style than what you see Dardoch going for the long swords, wants the damage, wants to be able to kill somebody, and then snowball from there. And he always goes things like cooldown reduction boots, so he could make plays more often, have the lower cooldown on flash. So I expect to see those fairly early on.
It's one of those things in the early part of the game where you're like, yeah, cooldown's all right. And then somebody just says it, and they're like, cooldown actually means more spells, which means more damage. And you're like, oh my god.
They're damage boots!
The things you learn in your first few months.
That
He's
pink
gonna-
ward.
Oh,
Huh.
he got bopped by Svenskeren real quick there by Prey Seeker. So he's going to be out. Svenskeren setting up tunnels all over the place on that bottom side.
Yeah, and you expect there to be a lot of action in this bottom side because there isn't double TP. There's only one TP, both the top laners, and it's an Infernal Drake. So whoever gets to win the bottom lane and you win that fight healthy enough, you just take this dragon. That's going to boost your combat stats. You're basically taking kills, and then those kills are like, here's some extra gold.
Yeah.
You got 300 for that? Here's some more.
This is for you. Oh. Looks like it was more farm. Phoenix actually queued a minion, or he used a Q, but used the auto attack on a minion. Didn't get the extra damage out. Really just looking to push Bjergsen off mid lane. He doesn't have the mana to do too much more.
Svenskeren off on the side, looking for it. Bjergsen does have the mana to make a play.
Ghost Flash. This is going to be tricky if they can actually get it. There's the flash. Oh, no! Oh, it's going to be tricky to run. The pathing may just be the death of Phoenix. And he can't decide where to go. He hits the carpool lane. It may be quick enough. There's
the
a swipe. There's a swipe.
The heal.
Yep. Summoner heal on Bjergsen was just used. Good eye. He kept him in range.
Oh, man. Lot used there to actually get up to him, but it's 2 summoner spells for 2 summoner spells. And the kill, and that's an advantage for Bjergsen. They were able to actually force Phoenix from pretty much 1/4 of the lane down, right into Svenskeren's hands.
Phoenix thought he would just be over the wall a little bit more there.
Yeah, he should know the potential of Phoenix, of Seer, more than anybody. I said Phoenix is so used to it. Doesn't get the knockup, though, so.
And he's forced back. Great tunnel by Svenskeren.
Maybe could have actually got earlier, but yeah, ends up picking him up there. So Svenskeren had moved. I don't think he expected the wall to actually be that good because he moved forward and he obviously didn't attack move. Because if you attack move as Rek'Sai, as soon as you are able to knock the person up, you will. Which is a lot of fun when somebody plays Katarina and you attack move on them. They shumpo you and you knock up even before you realize that you've done it. It's like, oh my god!
Thanks, Riot. For that.
A lot of people, a lot of Katarinas have been like, how? What? How are you that fast? It's like,
magic.
You know.
That's what you tell him.
You know.
You know. OG Rek'Sai. 12.5 to 11.2 now. TSM still have a bit of momentum from game 1. Things happening a bit slower in this game for the side of Liquid. Dardoch trying to get into the jungle, not finding too much in his excursions. Got the flash out of Hanser top, but haven't actually been able to go back and punish that again. 5 minutes passed, it's back up.
Yeah. Actually, looks like Dardoch didn't go for the cooldown reduction boots either. That was always his style. Gragas, Lee Sin, cooldown reduction boots, or flash for his body slam flash, or his flash kickback. But Swifties apparently are king right now. He needs to get around the map. He needs to try to make plays and keep up with FLICKR. Especially since FLICKR is just all about farming the enemy jungle and getting them incrementally behind. Yeah, he didn't make anything happen in that top lane. He's coming back up now, but it's too late. It's too late. You missed your 5-minute window.
55 to 58. Lorlo actually faring a little bit better.
So Dardoch showed top. Bjergsen shoves mid, goes immediately towards the bottom lane. 4 people in the bottom lane. Svenskeren coming up. They're going to have to TP into this if they want any chance. But so is Hanser. It's going to be a 3-on-5.
TP from the back, TP on the turret as well. He's going to come through. Lorlo throws down the Maelstrom. Whoa! Team Liquid is melting, but on the other side, the turret was hitting, and so was TSM.
Oh, Bjergsen!
Liquid able to put a few more hits back onto TSM. Bjergsen very low here, and this could be Phoenix catching up. His Ghost is back up, and they're able to capitalize on that kill. Very nicely done. 3-3 as it goes back and forth and kills 3-2.
Biofrost hit the turret and both members of the bottom lane of TL. It bought enough time for Phoenix to start getting down there, and also Dardoch, who had those Swifties, able to show up at the tail end of the fight, and really well played there by Lorlo. Lorlo went on the person who had turret aggro, roots them, ends up doing enough damage to Biofrost as well, so he gets picked up by the turret at the end. That right there buys enough time. Gets the knockup, but then tries to reposition, and look at this, Lorlo onto double lift, takes him out, flashes, follows up, gets the double kill, so they trade 2 for 2 there, and then Dardoch got the kickback, got the ultimate out of Bjergsen, puts the W on the ward that's already been there to get himself just a little bit closer, because he doesn't have his smite yet, he doesn't have extra wards in his inventory.
Nicely done by Piglet as well to get the ultimate off just before he went down. That true shot barrage really helped that fight turn around for Team Liquid.
Yeah, 3 for 2 in favor of Liquid, but this gold advantage is still in favor of TSM. Ooh. And Dardoch coming up though. Lorlo trying to get in position for it.
Saying have a present. He's taking the turret really before they had the lockdown, which means he's going to be taking a lot more before they kill Hanser at this point. They decide to back off, rightly so. And they know it's kind of taking a little too long. There's probably some extra bodies here. And Svenskeren is just on the wing.
Look at just the way that Dardoch moves in the jungle, or moves when he's ganking. But hold on. Oh, that's a lot of damage, but oh, true shot!
He walked into it. It's like, oh, bubbles.
Oh, bubbles.
All right.
Ooh, sometimes you can't resist bubbles.
You were saying, though,
yeah,
the way
anyway.
Dardoch moves.
Well, the way Dardoch moves around the jungle, you can see he has full confidence in his ganks. And speaking of confidence,
there it is. Phoenix with the flash this time. Remember, he just used Ghost in the bot lane. Dardoch
he hit
with the kick. Going on to Bjergsen, locks that one down. Not sure if he actually hit the Q or that was a mini, but he still finalizes the kill. It's trying to be the Prey Seeker, but it's the flash entry from Svenskeren as he gives himself a way in. And Dardoch can't choose to fight that. Neither of them would really go down here unless he hits a nice Q. Fakes him out.
It's the ceremonial, I'm the mid laner now as a jungler. You actually celebrate every time this happens. Your mid laner dies, both mid laners die. You don't actually go, oh man, that sucks. Like, yes.
And this is when a million pings hit mid lane to say,
don't farm that. But
let's see this
Phoenix.
again.
Look at that. He actually completes the cast of the Emperor's Divide before he's even in contact with Phoenix, because it emanates from behind you. And that kick hits Bjergsen. Then Skaren gets a little bit on the other side, and that actually did a lot of damage to Bjergsen because it actually uses the HP of the person you kicked as bonus damage. So then Skaren with the Bomby Cinder and the Sightstone ended up hurting his team a little bit more.
Setting his teammate on fire. That's not very nice. 13 on the clock. Quite a bit of action here from both teams regarding this first game.
Yeah.
About 20,000 gold, only a 500 lead for TSM, so much more stable here in the early game for Team Liquid. They're able to keep these lanes pushed up, and a bit of an advantage in the bot lane. I'd say it's even with CS, assists, and a few kills to either side.
Yeah, a lot of summoner spells down, though, so junglers, this is the time to make your move. Double Lift is the only person on the map who has Flash at this moment, so go anywhere but Double Lift's lane. But you could go to Double Lift's lane and try to force it down because the turret's all the way pushed up. Yeah, here he comes. Dardoch straight to the bot lane. just going to try to muscle down this turret. I don't expect there to be a fancy play just yet.
Tempered Fate is there, but you're right. I don't see Svenskeren being close enough for them to actually want to stall this out.
He wants to be, though.
It actually may work out. Svenskeren is trailing down. So is Bjergsen at this point. That one wave clear here by the culling definitely gave them room to do so. So they do decide to hold that off. Infernal Dragon is on the docket right now, but so is that bottom turret. I'm pretty sure they'd love to take that down. They haven't really broken any structures on either side of the map here in 15 minutes in. 14.
Yeah. So
want to be critical.
You round it up, you know?
Heavily.
It's the right answer without going over.
There you go.
But it's going to be Biofrost zoning out. And yeah, this area has been completely warded up by TSM. So they're going to have priority onto this Drake. And TP from Lorlo could come through. There it is.
He's
right into everybody.
He was forced to go in once he realized he made a bit of an error with the distance between himself and his team. They weren't able to close the gap, but they may still go in for damage. The resulting fight, if not too many ultimates are used, could mean Dragon, but that is Chaos Storm. That is the tidal wave down, and there goes Bjergsen. Double Sonya's looking good, gentlemen. The bubble hits 2. Coming in from Matt. It's not enough to turn it around, though. Haunter had already made it past that point, and Birdman is just crushing down. He is using the Swain to a nice effect right now. Just on the side of the bubble, Matt gets hit, but the Never Move connects before he goes down. Torment not enough to kill Matt. He lives as well with a bit of ebb and flow between himself and a teammate. And overall, quite a bloody fight, but only a few fall.
Yeah, it's only 2 for 2. It goes completely even there. And oh, wait, speaking of even, not going to happen.
Out of energy. That would have been a lot of auto
even.
attacks. Beatrice giving the help there. A little bit of slow. It looks like everybody's kind of backed off for now. Dardoch looking for some window shoppers.
Ulti?
Piglet, Eagle Eyes. Not going to be enough.
Ooh.
He is pretty big. Haunter has gotten himself.
These are still pretty dangerous places to back. I know he has
quite
wards
large.
there.
They're pushing themselves to the limits in these fights.
Yeah, Drake
much more
still
confident
up.
from Team Liquid here.
I expect TL to actually go for this Drake.
Let's see how this goes overall. So you can see
this. Dardoch walked up, walked back. Dardoch goes for the ward instead of going towards Lorlo's position where he's TPing in. So, little missed out there, and you can see the TP actually was canceled by Haunter. So Haunter has to walk all the way here. Phoenix gets Shreema shuffled on, but he doesn't go over the wall. The Bard saves him by hitting him at the right time. So Biofrost has actually made 2 plays by TSM kind of moot.
Yeah.
Because he ultied the bottom turret, he just ultied Phoenix, and it ended up not helping. It ended up allowing TL to buy time, to put themselves in a position to time the bubble, to allow themselves to be even in kills at this point. Otherwise, TSM would be up about 2 or 3.
Countering the counter plays. Whole new world. 6-6 in the end of all that back and forth. It was just 4-4 when I was saying a much more bloody game, and then they all went down bot and fought. So you can see only a few minutes later, right back at it. Infernal Drake grabbed up now by Liquid. Much more control on the map. Like I said, much more sturdy in their strategy as well, figuring out what TSM is doing and adapting much faster. Towards even the mid game, we saw Liquid kind of trailing on TSM, going to a side lane. They'd be right on their heels and a few steps behind. Here, a much different story. TSM able to drop now bottom turret, as it looks like Liquid is going to trade this for top. The majority of their members head that way. Phoenix being called back to mid, though.
Called back to mid, red buff up, so Dardoch gonna head over there. But yeah, they weren't able to shove out Haunter. Haunter just throws down Beatrice, uses his ultimate and clears the wave. So he can stand here and make sure it doesn't actually make contact with his turret. And that ends up giving the first turret of the game over to TSM. They didn't see them come over here. Not warded at all on the way there.
Oh, Ghostin flashes up. He thought he could just make it out. He actually flashes the Cosmic Binding he thought would hit the turret, but it was just out of range. A 1-for-1 on the Retribution kill going over to Biofrost for Phoenix, and it looks like that disperses the fight right away. They get his summoners down right away. They're making sure that he can't move in these fights. They have a choice.
They're doing everything that they can. Bjergsen is sliding in every time for Phoenix, making sure that he picks him up And Svenskeren, little far forward, and oh, heads him off at the pass.
He's not taking a huge amount of damage. There we go. Once they start to pile on, Hanser coming in a little late there, but with the addition of Bjergsen, I think they're going to have enough on this one. It's going to be Biofrost in the base, so they can't actually go too far. They don't really have a full team. Just able to create so much pressure, kind of pushing Team Liquid around. They're still on the side to defend, however, and they're staving off a few kills that should actually be happening. So very nice for Team Liquid to keep those from going down and keeping themselves up to protect these turrets.
Yeah, and Svenskeren, he went in even though Bjergsen didn't have mid priority anymore. He was continuing to just be shoved out towards him. So Bjergsen was going to get there late. And then the way that Dardoch actually went around the pit cut off the retreat of Svenskeren, because Svenskeren wanted to get the red buff, sneak it, and then go over the wall of the dragon pit. But Dardoch was there, so he had to go up, and then Dardoch just ward hopped and cut him off. So really no options there after he had actually gone in and had been spotted by a ward. So too aggressive from Svenskeren. That's the second time in I guess 4 games now.
Yeah.
That exact spot has killed him. That exact play.
I mean, what was it? Watching another one in TSM's game, they had actually, Svenskeren was going bot, Bjergsen was doing Raptors.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's the other time.
Yeah. Becomes difficult.
Yeah. Well, you had to constantly communicate. I know that when you're actually in the flow and you've done it like 4 times that game,
Yep.
you don't say it the next time. You're just like, yeah, I mean, he should know that I'm gonna go to the red because we've seen it up every time and we've done the same thing. And he doesn't do that because conditions are a little different. Maybe he's getting shoved in and it's not communicated, and then you still try to make the play happen and it doesn't work out.
Minute and 30 on Dragon. Gonna start setting up some wards here. Also, be sure to not use those summoners. Phoenix trying to get his back up so he can be kind of more useful in these fights, able to run around the Emperor's Divide, run around where Haunter's going to put Never Move. There's a lot of things you actually have to dodge playing right now on the side of Team Liquid.
Gonna walk right into Lorlo. Are they gonna have the damage to take this out though?
It's gonna take a while. Dardoch does hit. Does he choose to go in on Haunter? He does. Phoenix gets blown up in the brush. The ward was there for TSM. The vision was not as they entered into that mid lane river fight. And now the hit on the other side, a Never Move to lock down the team and start to clean up the fight. Team Solo Mid coming through very big there and starting to separate what would be their gold lead now. Now 3,000 gold up and even more with this next turret.
And Biofrost with the over-the-shoulder Cosmic Binding, ending up hitting both members of the bottom lane of TL. Allows them to clean up at the end of that fight. That was really aggressive from TL. Phoenix, his position, didn't have vision on the right side of that wall near mid, so he ended up just going too far forward and walking into 2 members that could just obliterate him. A ping onto the Baron from both teams, actually.
See how this goes once more.
Here comes...
There's a question onto Lorlo. It's like, we kind of need to fight Lorlo. You fight the closest target, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix was in. Tempered Fate. Lockdown.
Walks up and then ends up getting destroyed, and that binding right there allows them to pick up 2 more kills.
Beautiful binding
Sorry,
and
one more
Never
kill.
Move. Yep. Phoenix is almost kind of giving himself not more credit, but he's feeling more assured that he has Ghost, that he has Flash, that he can fly in and fly out. But he's actually been caught by Tempered Fate quite a few times with that.
He's 2-5. He is 5 of his team's 9 deaths. And so he has just been picked on this game.
Yeah, that's true.
They have assigned him as basically the walking bag of gold that they are going to keep punching over and over again. And he has to play scared.
At this point, usually you do. We see back in the day, or not back in the day, it still happens, but mid laners take that Ghost, they take that, you see it on the Twisted Fate, so they can wiggle around, get a new card out, get back into the fight, and then continue to be safe. But really, when you have that much aggression, when Bjergsen is actually able to get onto you that fast with Emperor's Divide, it hasn't been Phoenix's day, so to say.
Sven dropped something. I'm not sure what it is, but they're going to have to go figure it out. Not completely filled in just yet, but
put some tape on it.
Being actually very courteous, not letting his microphone cord, headset cord,
He's a very courteous guy.
Hang on the people trying to help him.
I mean, junglers are courteous, right?
That's true. That's
As I
true. But we
built
always
you
get
up.
blamed. We always get blamed.
That's all right.
It's always our fault.
See, he's trying to change that. He's a trendsetter. They're also feeling
Oh,
quite.
he's being courteous because it's his fault.
That's true. That's true. Sorry, I stole your blue. I'll come back and do something. So we'll have this fixed up very shortly. Much help from Donald.
I still
Thank
want
you
to know
so
what it
much.
was.
Oh, we'll find out at some point. TSM smiles on their face here as they've waiting in this pause. Thumbs up from the
All
refs
right.
and thumbs up from Spence Guerin as he's saying, yeah, we're thumbs up right now. We just had a great fight. We're 23 minutes in. Just grabbed a dragon for themselves
Yeah,
as
4,000
well.
up. They're really, really starting to balloon right now. But
Yeah.
it's all this that picking on that mid lane. They're picking on it over and over again because they know that Hanser against Lorlo, well, the Swain Maokai matchup, he's naturally almost 40 CS up. And then the bottom lane, well, it's Poke. I don't know how I'm going to really get in on that too often. But this mid lane Victor, he has to rely on his summoner spells for mobility. And so they're picking on him every time. And Bjergsen's just engaging, sometimes sacrificing himself. And that's why he has 3 deaths. But also Phoenix has been mispositioning in a lot of these fights.
Yep. TSM's really building together on these fights. You look how the kills have happened. 1, 3, and 8. So that 1 and 8, as Bjergsen has been involved in everything that's happened on the map right now for Team Solo Mid. Look at as well Spence Guerin. He has 8 of those plays to his name. So all of TSM kind of sharing in that wealth across the board. A little bit more than Liquid, even though they've all gotten their hands dirty this game. It's just been much more team effort in the instance it's happening and working out for TSM. Liquid now to the top lane. Looks like that turret is going to be the one that they want. Mid lane still up. Very hard to push in Bjergsen.
And they're fighting over and over again bot side because
Whoa,
they don't
whoa!
want TP to come through and oh!
Flash for flash. Dardos couldn't get the kickoff in time, but they may have Spence Guerin. A tempered fate on 3 members from Biofrost. Shuts down the initiation from Liquid and now puts them down in the ground. Lorlo will be the next one. Biofrost trying to get on the other side of the minions to make sure you can make a wall stun or whatever stun is necessary to continue spoon-feeding his team some kills.
Biofrost is a god. That
Oh my
was
word.
a hard Q to stun Dardoch, then turns it around, throws down the tempered
Crazy.
Fate, and gets 3 members of TL for the reposition, and then they pick up the member that was not.
Not even over yet.
And that's the ace there. That's the clean ace for TSM as they pick up the Baron off of just these plays that are being made. Everybody's being incredibly aggressive, and they're all on the same page here. Watch this. This
Oh
is
my
so good.
word.
He goes in, double it flashes because he sees this coming. He knows
Double
it's
it
going to
so
happen. Bard stun, tempered fate on 3 members, and then they all gang up on Dardoch. They come through. Bleedy misses the follow-up there. He actually does get the stun onto Matt, I think, and then allows them to continue this chase.
Oh,
Just utilized every ability in Bard's kit pretty much flawlessly.
we wondered, right? We'll push him on to another support.
Yeah,
We'll push him. We'll take his Nami away this
He
game
banned
and
Braum.
push him on to another support.
Oh.
Really showing up well. TSM, rightfully so. Very happy about that pickup. And Hanser, the connecting, resonating strike. A few more kicks to cripple. And the next one
But your
to
base.
slow him down. Very nicely done. They take him. TSM now moving into the base. Liquid's been trying to make something work off the ball here, but they forgot about the goal. They forgot about the prize, and that's to protect your base so you can get to your enemies. Inhibitor goes down, and with Bjergsen and team able to quickly come up and do this once more, they'll be able to drop him fast.
Yeah, that was actually really interesting because they walk up to the turret. Lorlo was chunked out, and Lorlo was by the inhibitor backing. At that point, it's faster to just walk. Walk back, and then just walk in with home guard. But expecting the
Would
rotation
you
to the bot
walk
side.
if you could teleport, Aiden?
Well, no, you're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
Exactly.
Even if it was like here to literally down the hall,
Your desk.
I would probably teleport.
Boom.
But if I could only do it once a day or once every, few hours.
All right, I see what you're saying now.
But of course, you can actually back at any time. That's right. So
26,
got me there.
2,600
You got
on the
me.
current Baron counter. Very nicely done by Team Solo Mid to control the lead. Once they were able to start to balloon that just before we saw Spence Guerin.
Another-
Put down a little pause to get himself quickly fixed up. And now a minute 50 left on to the next dragon, but it doesn't look like TSM really has eyes on that yet. The vision's already there. Eyes on the prize of the turret is next. And Piglet has just used a bit of the wave clear that might be necessary for this next turret. And the Iceborne Gauntlet really isn't even slowing and deterring FLICKR either. TSM taking what they know they can take right now, and Liquid's kind of going to have to let that happen until they get to the base gates.
Yep, and this Baron's still on for a good while. Last 3 minutes and 30 seconds now. So normally it would be up in 15, but it is up for 45 more. I did the math.
Ooh.
Did all the math there.
Great work.
But yeah, it's going to be the 4-1 with FLICKR pushing down mid lane because that has an open inhibitor. No turret there. And TSM, despite Dardoch being subbed in off the bench, being 2-1-4, having a great game, it's still not enough right now.
Yeah.
TSM looks so clean in the way that they're executing these fights. The early game may have been a little bit more rough for them, but they played appropriately around the pressure that Dardoch wanted to exert.
Definitely giving that respect. Understanding Dardoch back in the game, they couldn't kind of flaunt around and just run through Fog of War if they wanted to go for a gank. Much more concise in what they did. Lorlo gets pushed back. Double it very low. Gets the heal. Gets taken out by Matt's ebb and flow. Lorlo trying to mitigate damage on the back line here. Really protecting the team well with that Vengeful Maelstrom. And it's going to be a magical journey to safety as TSM kind of hit a brick wall on that entry, losing Double Lift very early. Good focus by the back line of Team Liquid.
They end up getting the pick onto Double Lift. They get him to stand in one position, which allows the Victor ultimate, which does more damage now because it was actually the bubble that hit him.
Right.
Does more damage in the pulses, but there's more time between the pulses, so they have to stand in one place for a very long time. See, Dardoch's gonna try this. Goes in, not clean enough.
Flashes out. He'll be all right. Gets his life.
Yep, that was just a Lee Sin play, not a clean Lee Sin play. Went in. Bjergsen's the one who ends up getting it. No smite actually used from FLICKR, so you can see that that was a desperate play there. Well played by Matt. Gets the bubble. They pick up Double Lift. Lorlo had tried to engage, and then the peel away, the never move, and then they're able to get away with Magical Journey. So TSM, minimal losses there, and something that could have gone very bad for them.
Currently looking to join Envy at the top of the list here.
Yeah.
2-0 on their matches for the first week of the LCS.
They'd
Envy
actually
as well.
be a little bit above. Because you,
oh, no loss, right? One loss
Yeah.
to that record.
it goes by head-to-head, and then it goes by that record.
Yep.
So,
Once we see that in the end.
yeah.
But still quite impressive. Definitely a team that will help to build elite players. And it looked like they could be a very, very promising middle of the pack top team.
Yeah,
Depending on what happens once they fight CLGs, TSMs.
Yeah, that's
things
true.
like that.
That's true. Exactly. I was about to say, Jury is still out on Team Envy.
Right.
Because of the strength of schedule of their opponents. But TL, you know, we're getting a little bit better idea where they stand. And TSM, though, well, we need to see them play Immortals. We need to see what they can do there because that's going to be super hype. Right now, they've looked completely in control of both series that they've played. Not from start to finish, but when they get a lead, they are able to actually just grab that lead, take hold of it, and not let go. So that's what I really love about TSM is they don't let the game happen. They make the game happen.
Much less of this could go to 45 minutes. Bjergsen's on Rise, Bjergsen's on Azir. He'll kill 3 people in this fight, and then we'll take the next 4 turrets and have a big lead. Much more fluent throughout the game, as you were saying, of how TSM is getting these advantages and holding them. We see pretty much all the first 3 core items at this point built up into the game. 37 seconds on Baron could be the finishing touches TSM needs to get in, or at least the fight that Liquid would have to go for broke on and attempt to stop TSM, because it's either at that Baron or at the rest of their base.
Yeah, so it's time to take stock before that might happen, where you can see the build from Double Lift the 3-item Power Spike looking for that Bloodthirster combine. He does have the gold to do it. Just needs to back before then, but he's not going to get the luxury to do so at the moment. Guardian Angel for Sven. It's going to be a gigantic nuisance because he's already hard to kill and he soaks so much of your damage. It's sometimes not even worth going on him. They don't have the armor penetration just yet to deal with him.
It's been very tough
Heads
to have
onto
anything
Phoenix
happen to
again.
Dardoch. All summoners up again for Phoenix. He gets Tempered Fate over and over by Biofrost's aim. Biofrost flash forward as well as Ignite, securing all of these kills with the team. And Ultimate's still up for TSM here.
That might be
looking very
game.
promising as they head in. 40+ seconds on these death timers now, and the soldiers keeping Piglet at bay, keeping Dardoch running away here to keep himself alive. And that's the first Nexus turret going down. Sven Skaren being a nuisance on the outside to keep Team Liquid members at bay.
Oh!
And even though it's not Bay Life anymore, they're still going strong. They're still going with smiles on their faces, and they're going on to the Nexus. TSM will be 2-0 in the first week of the NALCS Summer Split.
And it's not only just a 2-0, they haven't dropped a game
That's
yet,
true.
Riv.
4 straight games.
4 straight games. TSM last split. Start off incredibly rocky. Everybody's like, is this the right pickup? Is this the right move to bring all these new players in who haven't played with each other ever? Well, they brought in one new guy this split. They've had the time. They had the spring split to synergize.
Yep.
They had the time off from when MSI was happening, and they look fantastic. This is when you actually, as a player on this team, you go, you know what? Those tryouts, some people may have been like, why are they picking this guy out? Why are they picking up Biofrost when there's all these other free agents who may be imports, right? Well, Biofrost seems to be the fit for the team. Maybe he's not necessarily the greatest in the world or anything like that, but he is a great fit for this team, and you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody else because he played phenomenally well, not just for the team. That was a mechanical display on Bard. That was a fantastic game from him.
Absolutely ridiculous. You see the Bard, the Nami, the Karma.
Yeah, I don't think you throw the Braum ban at him anymore.
The Braum.
I think banning him, almost useless.
Definitely amazing. Somebody that, even if it's a molded position, he has fit into the team almost better than we've seen anybody. When Bjergsen came in, maybe that was another one, right? And you just see the fact that TSM goes for a non-star pick when they go in. It doesn't have to be somebody that has already done so much and has veteran status, and it's the one that works out for him.
NA talent, boys.
That's great. Good plug. Let's send it over now to Dash and the analysts for some conversations on that matchup. Well, actually, we're going to take a quick moment. I believe they're still capping the other game as well. I love the fact that we have so many games. We're not going to spoil it here. This is a spoiler-free zone. Do not worry about it.
Yeah, when you see our faces, you're just,
you can smile and be like, we're safe here. We're safe. But TSM coming out very strong again. Liquid definitely showing a little more strength with Dardoch. It seemed like it brought confidence to the team. Not taking anything away from Moon. That's still a composition and a team synergy that's building there. But you did see what Dardoch continued to bring to the table.
Yes, and this is actually very interesting because Phoenix had never been really exploited this much in the previous
That's a really good point
Remember,
as well.
everybody is making plays on the side lane. He had the lowest kill participation by almost 20% plus last split because he was not with the rest of the team. It was a 4-man unit, and Phoenix just gets to farm mid lane. Now, everybody shows up there, tries to kill him like 4 times, and gets his summoner spells at least every time. So Phoenix, a lot of pressure there was something he didn't seem completely used to on the stage. So I think that that's something that other teams might look at and be like, okay, this may be where we need to target, because we've seen the synergy of Matt and Dardoch. He knows how to come to that bottom lane. Matt and Lorlo, he camps that lane all the time. They're good friends. Dardoch and Lorlo, right? Friends out of game. They also are able to camp that lane. They do all the time. Dardoch and Phoenix, probably the weakest synergy on that team.
That could be what happens because, like you said, Phoenix farmer. He's going to stay in the mid lane and farm that out. We would always see him having a high farm, and like you said, solo kills. The kill participation was high for him, but with the team, not so much. So you see him now kind of trying to do that in the mid lane, still doing things for himself. And I think he might be even kicking himself for the way he tried to play around those tempered fates, because with summoners up multiple times, he was considering, I can get out of this. I'm not going to respect that as much. And that cost him at least 3 of his deaths.
Yeah, I think that the way that Biofrost was playing was really, really good. It was just really fast, really loose, able to actually play in the middle of the fight. There were two tempered fates that were not very good. The one on the turret bottom that had got 3 people and allowed 2 people and the turret and allowed that to actually buy time. And then the second one where he hit the one that Bjergsen was trying to knock Phoenix into the team, save Phoenix for a little bit and allowed the counter kill to come through. So there's only 2 really big mishaps there. Otherwise, it was just really well played. And I think that playing through the mid that fast is something that teams are going to have to get used to, because it's not team solo mid, it's team everybody mid right now. They're all just coming to Bjergsen's lane. They're going to different, and Bjergsen's actually roaming too. So now you're seeing different types of pressure from TSM that you weren't before, and it's very aggressive. And I don't think there's any other team right now in the NALCS that plays like that, because most people play to side lanes. They don't play from, I'm at your tier 2 tower in mid, and I'm kicking you back, and I'm actually just going to kill you here with my mid laner who's walking through.
And it seems like confident aggression, not let's test this aggression. So they're much more behind it, and it seems to just be working for them.
Completely confident. It doesn't look like they have any hesitation at all.
Nope. So right now we are going to finally send it over to Dash and the analysts as they are ready for some conversations on that match.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. We had to get Bjergsen back here. Victorious Bjergsen 2-0 over Team Liquid there for TSM. Starting off the season with 2 best-of-3 victories. How does that feel with the roster, coming in and starting off with such a strong showing?
Obviously, it feels really good. Also, because we're going in against 2 of the, really top teams. CLG and Team Liquid are both really respected and really good teams. So we knew that the first week was going to be a really hard week, and I'm happy we pulled out a 2-0.
So jumping right into the series, it seemed like a clash of 2 different styles where Team Liquid sent a lot of resources bot lane, and you guys had a lot of plays like mid-focus. Was this something that just kind of happened throughout the series, or do you think this was like a game plan and you guys were preparing for the bot focus or anything like that?
We don't really practice particularly mid-favored, but it really just comes down to the matchups and what lanes are easiest for us to gank. In this matchup, if you get the Streamer Shuffle onto the Victor, he's very gankable. When we played against CLG, who he ended up going teleport, so that meant that he's very prone to getting dove or getting 4-man TSM gank.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just really comes down to game by game, and a lot of these games we ended up playing through mid, but that's not the only way we can win.
All right, diving into this game more specifically in the way that it played out, I do want to talk about the fact that, Sven visiting that mid lane quite often, and we are noticing that, especially with the champions that you're playing in the mid, a lot of gank assists, a lot of dive assists as well. We noticed in game 1 against Liquid as well with the Rise, being able to just hit level 6, targeted turret dives, same thing with CLG. Talk to me a little bit about how Sven has been kind of unlocked by the fact that you can be more aggressive with the way that the mid champion pool is developing.
It really just comes down to us have been playing a lot more together now, so we kind of watch out for Sven. We make sure that he's farming as many camps as possible. We set up the wave so that he can be as farmed as possible while still making these plays happen for the team. So we're always looking out for him, looking out for camps that he can take in the enemy jungle, and it just ends up we're watching out for him, so he's watching out for us, and it brings a really good relationship between, the jungle and the laners.
All right, if we move ahead in the game, where it really broke open, 5-0 in the top lane, plus a Baron on the back end of that. We're going to have a replay, pull it up. Bjergsen, if you don't mind walking us through this as it happens.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't even a part of this play, but I was watching as I was walking the entire way. It pretty much just came down to them failing the engage with Lee Sin, and then Bifrost was playing amazing on bar this whole game, and he was landing ult after Q. I didn't actually even see, but Haunter ends up hitting the never move onto Ezreal, which pretty much seals the fight, and yeah, Team Liquid I think they felt like they were going to slowly get pressured in all lanes, so they wanted to make it a team play using the Maokai and Lee Sin, but after you fail the engage, our comp has a lot of ways to stick onto them and continue to fight.
Talk to me a little bit about Biofrost and what it was like bringing him in, because we can see that obviously Haunter, you, and Sven are all playing well together, but that would be kind of expected coming from last season, but Biofrost also seems to be, fitting in very well.
Yeah, Vincent Biofrost, he's super easy to get along with, so from day one, he just fit into our team culture really well. He's really accepting to criticism, and he is just really fast at improving. We can give him a new responsibility, and in the next game, I can already hear him picking it up, communicating different things, and really, it just feels really good having such a kind of a fresh mind and someone who's so willing to learn and can improve so fast.
I mean, in that replay alone, you called out a few good mechanic moves by Biofrost there. No surprise then that he is our player of the game for this game specifically. 2, 2, and 14 on Bard, but clutch bindings, a couple great ultimates. In terms of singing his praises, we've noticed already, I mean, the likes of the Karma, the Bard, he's shown a few champions in his pool over just 4 games, but also his willingness to be aggressive with double lift. And a lot of times, the newest players in the league, we see a lot of hesitation in their play. He doesn't seem to be missing a beat as a player. Have you noticed, is that something that you guys have helped him build that mentality towards, or was that unique to him when he came in as a player already?
I think they're both really aggressive players by nature, and they're very good at getting a lead in their lane and quickly translating it through vision, and we don't see them really playing to smash the lane as much as people expect, but they're really good at translating their pressure easily through either roaming or controlling vision in the river, and I think Biofrost is doing a really great job. He our only really worry was how's he going to end up playing on stage, right? And these teams they're banning Karma, they're banning his Braum, but still he's showing up with great confidence on Bard. So I'm really happy with the pickup overall.
All right, well, that's going to close out the series for TSM. I got to congratulate you on another 2-0 victory, starting out your best of threes on in this. Well, let me start over on that one. My goodness, on the split 2-0 start for TSM's got to feel good. We are going to take a quick live look into the action happening over on NALCS 1 in the CLG Apex Game 2. Here you go.
The gold card stun, and he's going to be able to just allow his team to have enough time. Who he thankfully does finish off.
Cut out for them. For them, it's going to be a lot about clawing their way back in. We saw some blunders by the team, especially in that end game fight of the last one, kind of stabbing at an opportunity to win here. Now down, backs against the wall here in Game 2. We'll see what they can do to make it
Yeah, this
happen.
series is crazy. If you guys missed Game 1, definitely at some point go back and check it out. It was back and forth, trading objectives, team fights, kills, and once again, it seems pretty close in the kill count. A little bit of advantage to CLG, but I expect it to be pretty scrappy if Game 1 was any indication for how this is going to go.
Bjergsen, you already got to play against this defending champions here in CLG. What is your assessment of them as they start this summer split? Because they seem to be struggling a little bit.
I think CLG are just trying to adapt to the meta, like I heard Xmithy talking about. They're trying out champions like Vlad and Fiora, Vlad is kind of a really new pick that's come up a lot in America, but really how to play around it, how to play the champion efficiently is something that a lot of teams are struggling with. And it's obvious that CLG is still sticking to this really split push heavy style this game with TF and Trundle and previously playing Fiora. So I think CLG are figuring out the meta, but still sticking to their strengths.
Yeah, of course. They do have a lead in this game, so something that we attribute to CLG traditionally is the fact that they do play smart with their goldies, that they can pretty consistently close out games in which they do have the advantage. So this will be the test here. Can they do that and extend it to a third game in this series? If we run down kind of the picks and bans as it happened in this game as well, we did see that TF come in the third rotation for CLG, but that did mean that Apex had the opportunity to pick up that Kassadin in that final slot. So looking for somewhat of a counter, but it's going to be kind of curious to see how those globals interact. Obviously, who he didn't opt for the teleport on top of his global.
Yeah, the other interesting thing was they first picked Lucian instead of Kindred. And, that's not necessarily the most intuitive thing, but they seem really focused on making sure that Stix A is on something very comfortable, something that he's able to pressure a lot with, and so it looks like it's working out for them so far.
Yeah, in this, I just want to, one more question over towards you. I mean, we see champion diversity in this first week go kind of wild. We've seen the likes of, Riven and Fiora in the top lane, but still those kind of mainstay tanks in the Maokais, the Echoes, the Trundles. Same thing in the mid lane. We've seen some teams high priority on the likes of Vladimir and Swain, whereas other teams, other best of threes as a whole, aren't even looking at that champion. C9 Immortals, it went untouched.
They're not looking at Vlad.
You guys as well, not yet looking at Vlad. So, how much of this is just we need more time to figure it out, and how much of it is we actually don't, we don't necessarily have a tendency to want to play that champion?
I think it comes down to kind of which teams you're screaming. A lot of the teams that have been practicing in America have been playing a lot of this like Swain and Vlad. But we came into Korea and we didn't actually end up facing too much Swain and Vladimir, mostly the Swain top that we've seen a bit in the LCK. But for NA, I think champions like Swain and Vlad mid are coming really into favor. So when I came back and I had to practice against that, it was a really different experience. But I don't necessarily think one is either worse or better, but
I was going to ask, which meta is better? Come on, you have to pick an A.
I think a lot of teams are kind of slow on picking up the Vladimir, and I tried it a bit, and it actually feels like an extremely strong champion. So I think next week we're going to see more Vlad for sure.
You think it'll spread more around the world too, and start seeing in other regions more? Because we see it in Europe a little bit, but
for sure, it picked up in the LPL at first. Shia played it for WE, and he just completely crushed. And then it was played a lot in EU, and I think NA is going to. I see some teams, I believe Envy first picked it, so some teams are already catching on to it, but I think it's going to continue to go.
Still a lot to be figured out, and many more weeks of LCS play to do that. Figuring out Bjergsen one more time. I got to thank you for joining us on the desk and congratulate you on the victory today. It's time now for a brief break, but we won't be long, so stay tuned for more LCS action coming up right after this.
He's gonna come through. Lorlo throws down the Maelstrom. Whoa! Team Liquid is melting, but on the other side, the turret was hitting, and so was TSM.
Oh, Bjergsen!
Liquid able to put a few more hits back onto TSM. Bjergsen very low here, and this could be Phoenix catching up. His Ghost is back up, and they're able to capitalize.
Because
whoa!
TP to come through, and oh!
Flash for flash. Stardust couldn't get the kickoff in time, but they may have Svenskeren. A temper fate on 3 members from Biofrost shuts down the initiation from Liquid and now puts them down in the ground. Lorlo will be the next one. Biofrost trying to get on the other side of the minions to make sure you can make a wall stun or whatever stun is necessary.
Heads onto Phoenix again.
All summoners up again for Phoenix. He gets tempered fate over and over by Biofrost's aim. Biofrost flash forward as well as Ignite, securing all of these kills with the team.
And welcome back, and hello, I'm Julian Patriot Timecard. This is Sam Kobe Hartman Kenzel, and it's our privilege to bring you a best of 3 set between the imposing Immortals and upstarts Phoenix One.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix One, they did look okay in their debut. Individually, they had some strong plays, but definitely they are a bit out of sync. They were slow to objectives, and there may be some communication issues that they still have to solve, but they have been working towards it and ready to go on day number 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they need a bit more time to get together. They were the newest team really to get together just before the summer started, but individually there were certainly plenty of bright spots yesterday.
Yes, there were. Mechanic
high mechanical plays from a couple of the players, and one of those people on Immortals actually is Huni. He's been playing tanks, but he's done with that pretty much.
Yep.
He took Echo, built an AP both times, and even had a Riven game. Sometimes it kind of feels like Huni takes the Echo and then plays the AP just so he doesn't have to play against tank Echo, and it has been working out for them.
Well, we do want to note that Phoenix One have started the split with Pyrian in the middle lane. They are beginning their second series with the replacement we saw in game number 2 yesterday. It's Slushie, and Slushie was definitely making some plays on the
Exactly.
Fizz.
He's one of those players we were talking about. Okay, so there were some really good plays from some of the players, individual plays, get a couple double kills or something like that. But he also had some rusty moments, it looks like, because this guy, he was on Team 8, left for a while. Now he's coming back. He's got to work out the rust.
Yep.
And we'll see how well he does second time around.
Definitely feels like Slushie, though, was a lot of the momentum for the team, whether forwards or backwards. Definitely a struggle and a very up and down game. But like we talked about it yesterday, they were doing stuff.
They were doing many things.
Yep.
They need to ward more so they have more vision and more prep time for the objectives, I think is the main takeaway from yesterday, because they don't want to get Barons taken away without being able to contest them with everybody alive.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they clean that up. But this isn't the first time many of the Phoenix One players have faced Immortals. Here's Gate reminding us what happened the first time these guys squared off.
Definitely, in my opinion, Immortals is one of the strongest teams. There's no way that a team like that will just drop off for no reason. Last time we played them, we had the fastest loss in LCS SG, so it couldn't be worse than that this time.
He's always smiling.
Yep, which is good. You definitely need some of that positivity, but we'll have to see if they can't make it any worse. Because again, Gate, kind of the right attitude coming into a new season, but always funny to watch. However, we do have, of course, some lineups to get into. And your first team coming into this one is going to be Immortals. Their form has looked pretty much the same since coming back. In the top lane, it is Huni. Their jungler, Rainova, and Huni's partner in crime, mid laner Pobelto, who's definitely been looking good. AD carry Wild Turtle, who's right where he left off. Support Adrian and Coach Dylan keeping the squad in order.
And facing off against them is Phoenix One. Up top is Zig. In the jungle, they have Sentinel, while Inori is working on his issues. Mid lane, it's going to be Slushie, who's subbed in, and he's going to stick around. AD carry will be Mash. Supporting him, obviously, is going to be Gate. Both of those guys returning from tip. And they also have Coach Charlie up on stage with them, formerly with Cloud9. People remember him from.
Yep, certainly some good stuff there from him, of course, leading Cloud9 to some very successful seasons back when he was a coach. However, though, it's been curious to see these two teams play games already. Immortals did get a win yesterday, but it was kind of a slugfest, so it'd be interesting to see if they adapt at all here, what changes, because we are expecting at least Huni to stay consistent.
Yeah, also last season, Immortals was the team that, yes, they won almost all their games, but even in the games that they won, they were very quick. When they played teams that were, slower than them, they would absolutely steamroll. So Phoenix One, they have to be very careful, like we talked about, keeping their eyes on the objectives, because if they blink once, then Immortals will take them away.
Well, we'll find out what happens in our first draft between these two sides as we get into game number 1. Immortals over on the blue side for the first one. Phoenix One hanging out over on the red. Maokai Kindred, the first 2 bans from Immortals, so pretty standard stuff there. And then Ryze and Nidalee, also very standard from P1. Lucian's out of there. We're almost done with the ban.
Keep going. Lightning fast. Base time. All the bans come in. Let's see here. Swain is still up. Vladimir's still up. Swain is not still up. All right. That just means that, okay, so I actually have a really high importance of Rek'Sai, but that's because I'm overly jungle focused. If we actually look at, worldwide trends, things that have slipped through here, Echo, very high priority. Fizz has been rising, though, in that sort of counter, and people are kind of happy to take him into that. But there it is, the first pick, Echo. They do pretty much just go by the numbers. The next highest percentage champion to get through picks and bans here. He's strong all around still. This is 6.10, remember, everyone. And we're not playing on the live patch. And he's still very, very formidable up in that top lane.
Yep, have to think it will be Huni's champion. Could be a flex, but we've seen Huni play already twice yesterday, so no reason to suspect otherwise. Vladimir also open, but Immortals actually didn't touch it in their series versus Cloud9. It was notably absent somehow, so we'll see if maybe P1 decided to pick it up and take it, or if they've got something else in mind.
Yeah, and that's one of the 2, ridiculous healing mages that we have kind of upsetting a lot of the games here. Swain is the other one, along with Vladimir. He's on the ban list, but man, either of those two champions, they've been catching a lot of teams off guard. People haven't really got used to where do I fit my Grievous Wounds into my build. Do we assign it to the AD carry to try and get an Executioner's Calling early, or just wait for a mid laner, Morella Namicon, that only kind of works when he's low already? So there are a lot of trade-offs if you decide to give one of those super healing champions over in the meta right now.
Yep. Right now, they're going to stay untouched as Rek'Sai Braum are actually P1's first 2 picks. Very safe here, very standard stuff, but they do deny the Rek'Sai away from Rainover.
Yeah, you know, as far as the supports have gone recently, both Braum and Bard are the 2 most banned. And Zig going to grab that one for his teammate. Gate will be happy to play the strong man this time around. As I said before, on Immortals side, Rek'Sai for me has risen really quickly in the pick priority, just because almost everyone is banning both Nidalee and Kindred. And I feel like Rek'Sai does have a significant advantage over everybody else right now. The improvements to the Cinderhulk, you can just build full tank, get Sightstone, get a lot of information, and still play a frontline for your team effectively.
Such a strong jungler, but Immortals have plucked in a few more picks. Victor actually maybe less popular than I expected coming into the week, but certainly a champion Probelta is comfortable with. And Karma, she's just around everyone in North America. I mean, if anyone's going to be just playing Karma every game, probably Adrian.
True enough, the guy to start it all off, right? Last split. But anyways, there has been a lot of focus as well on speed recently, and Karma's AoE speed shield combo has been very effective with it being picked in conjunction with Victor. That is going to be the support. This is a very AP heavy team for Immortals, so we're definitely going to see them round it out with Wild Turtle on a threatening AD carry rather than one of the more support oriented ones. The thing is, he's played Ashe a lot already, so if they did that, I would expect them to actually get a bit higher damage jungler and to maybe get somebody with some physical damage from that side, or, you know, not go with that pick all around. Anyways, the other sort of utility AD carry, which also has incredibly strong late game teamfight damage now, so
you know,
is picked up there for Phoenix One.
Yeah, got Trundle in there as well for Zig once more, I have to assume. And there's Ezreal locked in with Graves also going to join him.
That fills the exact role I was talking about for jungle. Some AD threat coming from that role as well. And Immortals round out their damage profile very nicely in their last 2 picks. You can see the thought process there. Meanwhile, Phoenix One, they get the counter pick. Who's it gonna be? They already have everything except for mid lane, and it's hard to counter pick Victor. Teemo's not the one to do it, but we'll get some crowd favorites there. I have to say, I really want to see Slushie on an assassin. You know, something like LeBlanc, the Fizz that he played already, even though he gets smashed in CS basically, still able to create plays for the team and try and cause some chaos.
His LeBlanc got banned yesterday, I believe, so might just take it here. Pretty safe into Victor, generally a decent champion to pick, and he will take it. He'll get your assassin this time, Kobe, but it's not Fizz.
Yep, I'm still very excited to see this because Slushie, when he was playing for Teammate, this was one of the 2 champions he won games for the team on. He was there were a few games where he really hard carried for that team. Orianna and LeBlanc were the go-to ones. LeBlanc hasn't changed much since then, so we shall see if he can get that mid lane pressure and start to roam as he used to do.
Well, P1 definitely looking at Slushie to get things going because they do like to play aggressively with that mid laner. We'll see if they can maybe tighten some things up though. Immortals, a long series yesterday, but still a very strong one. Feels like they're the same consistent team that everyone thought they were going to be coming back in after being so dominant throughout the spring.
Yeah, Cloud9 really gave them a run for their money there, taking it the distance. This time around though, Immortals, lots of damage in this lineup, as I assume that Huni is once again going to go AP Echo, so they have a lot of threats, and then the AoE shield speed from Karma is really what they're relying on to create a lot of the plays, because they don't have a ton of hard CC. Their hard CC is very unreliable. Echo with the parallel convergence is going to have to be maybe flash plays or some sneaky flanks from Huni, because he's not going to be that tanky.
No, I've seen it before. Huni does like to make the big plays, but we are really nearly ready to begin this best of 3. So let's hear from you at home. Tweet the hashtag IMTWin or hashtag P1Win to support the team who you think will win game number 1. Don't forget, it is a best of 3. I'm sure you're sick of us reminding you already, but we'll get to see at least 2 games from these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to it, actually. You know, this was my first day on the analyst desk, prepping for this game as well, trying to keep track of all the action in both streams, especially when the games get exciting. It was very fun. All right, in the battle theater here, though. First game of this series, And we're going to jump out to pretty standard openings. Everyone's going to fan out, and it looks like it will be a defensive opening. Probably pretty standard here. Nobody looking like they want to get deep wards for the invade or any kind of lane swap here.
Nope, everyone just chilling out. Pobelter and Slushie going to say hi. Adrian actually spotted by Gate, but again, he's not going to dip his head in too far. And we may just get standard lanes here, which will be a nice way to start off the game.
Yeah, and if we do get standard lanes, obviously I like to keep track of the junglers because they get a lot more freedom and they have a lot more choices. Keeping their options open is very important. But if you look at the matchups, first thing junglers do is they look at every single lane, look at which ones are going to be trading very heavily and very early to try and assess the volatility of these lanes. You know, where can I actually have the biggest impact? If it's going to be a lane where both mages are standing back and just farming, probably going to head somewhere else. You know, Trundle up in the top side. Trundle basically wins every melee match, but Echo is one of the few who can actually make that match a workable matchup. Turns out, though, Echo's heading bottom right now, and it might be your Australian lane time.
Upside down once again?
Yeah, both solos are going down. This is blind. That's why it's probably going to be matched here.
Ooh, I'm going to spot them though. Adrian a Wild Turtle. Damage on the Gate. He's going to face check the brush. Damage there from Karma's good, but that Braum passive really hurting at level 1. Mash absolutely wins that trade.
Yeah, Braum, you're okay actually face checking there. And Sivir comes through with a huge bunch of AoE damage there, getting that blade out. And face check unpunished here. Mash and Gate actually get control of the lane because of it. Sivir gets to start pushing. Happy day for Phoenix 1 up on the top side. Meanwhile, down bottom, they get their matchup they wanted. The Trundle gets to have a solo 1 versus 1. Ooh, Minion pops the passive there for LeBlanc. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, though, since we are in lane swaps. Sometimes we've seen junglers go for early ganks mid, but Zenino's taking a lot of damage on his early clear here as the solo, not top laners, are
definitely not top lane.
Yeah, definitely not top laners are sitting down the bottom.
Huni hit level 2 though, so good trade there onto Zig. Zig will now hit 2, so Trundle should be okay, especially as the minions die and he'll chug through those charges of Corrupting Potion. Unsurprisingly though, Huni will continue to play aggressively in this lane, particularly since he will be building more damage focus once again. Craftsman and Dying procced again, I believe, so Echo really putting the early hurt in here. Zig gonna be forced to play back just a bit here.
Yeah, Mooney already starting out with 15 AP, so he is definitely going to be going the AP Echo and trying to punish early on, using his Time Winder, shove the lane, and get harassed at the same time.
Looking good so far as Renova's actually going to move around his jungle. Pobelter snared up though, Slushie trying to get some aggression happening, but Pobelter's done a really nice job just sort of holding the trades, and Sentinel is far too low. Going to smite the red buff and get away with it, but luckily for him, no one else is around.
Yeah, and he does have a ward there as well. That's why he's feeling confident going back in for this one. Barely finishes off the clear, but he'll smite on the red buff for extra health. Comes through in a pinch. Zig's had enough of this.
Yeah, Huni's in trouble actually. Might even die if he goes for the flash order. He's going to go for it. But Huni does flash out of the way. Did not want to get reset on.
Pobelter also pushing his lane up very heavily. So both solo lanes for Immortals trying to shove their opponents in. And since Zig got so low in the jungle, not able to make a visit to either. Both of them backing off now with flashes gone in the melee bottom lane. This is one of those ones I was talking about before, talking about volatility. Those guys trade early and often, and they haven't built tank stats yet. So that is an option for junglers to go to, especially now since they have decreased mobility. Both burning flash.
Yep, even the top lane pushing in there.
That? Yeah, the backswing of his boomerang. You know how boomerangs work, right?
Yep, correct. Couldn't quite get it there, unfortunately. So I'm sure Mash will recalibrate as once again trades happening. Huni actually went back, bought a Dark Seal, TP'd back into lane, so if the trade's going a little longer, should be able to sustain through a Trundle, but not for too much longer. Trundle's pretty good at staying around as a Q from Sentinel, but going to be pushed out of the jungle there. No steal this time, and Renova's just going to make sure he gets out.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting little change. I am okay with junglers going in and just stealing small raptors now, because they're so... Ooh.
All in. Looks like Mash getting exhausted, but Wild Turtle going to eat the same fate. Gate getting low, though. They're going to consider an all-in, but Summoner spell's already used. Gate's going to be safe.
Yeah, the poke lane here from Immortals firing back. They regain control after being pushed under their turret. And a couple of those empowered mantra Qs landing can completely change the face of the lane. Turtle now going to try and land some shots under turret. Aha! He is rewarded for his skill shot. And here comes the attempted dive from Rainover. Against the wall, they can get full damage. He misses it, actually. They got to abort.
Could be bad news for Adrian getting low, but Rainover just make sure everything stays okay. But P1 actually dodged that very easily. Adrian forced to flash and get out.
Yep, half-hearted sort of dive there, I guess. The Q from Graves would have gotten a quick reactivation, but he missed it. Pobelter's going to walk into Sentinel and then walk away from Sentinel after taking a licking.
Definitely scary with no flash, though. Thankfully, Slushi not level 6, so Pobelter feels relatively safe. Immortals definitely playing aggressive in all their lanes. Known for that high-pressure style. Certainly makes sense that they want to try and get ahead as early as possible. And Gold nice and even, so they haven't managed to find a lead just yet, but they're at least giving Rainover, most importantly, room to maneuver around.
It's actually, yeah, even though there have been no kills, a fairly exciting laning phase at least, because everybody's constantly trading.
Could be problems. Slushi in there with the chain, and Pobelter going to get locked up. He does get the stun down, but the Ignite's on him, and First Blood will in fact go to Slushi.
That's why we wanted to see Slushi on the Assassins. He brings back the LeBlanc here, burns the flash earlier on, and Sentinel comes in to capitalize for him. Rek'Sai, if they have flash and the mid laner does not, it's very easy pickings.
Rainover, but that's a little risky. Does he? The chase. Slushi wants it. Needs another auto. Does land, and Slushi nails the second.
2 kills for the LeBlanc, and Slushi is off to the races, snowballing really quickly. He has the double Doran's ring for the early power there, and he's rewarded very, very nicely.
Yep, got a 10 CS lead, so things looking real good as the AD carries are fairly even, and Huni, does have somewhat of a lead versus Zig there in his lane matchup. So Slushi, once again, the person to really push momentum forward for P1, and they're rewarded with 1,000 gold, which pretty much just belongs to Slushi.
Yeah, this lane gets very scary for Pobelter now because his flash is still down. His heal is also now down. So his job actually just becomes trying to wave clear from range while not sustaining too much harass from Slushi, and trying to get wards out on the side so he can call out when Slushi leaves lane, because he's not going to be able to follow him. You can't control your lane anymore. This is a 2-kill early game LeBlanc, and you are a summonerless Victor. So at most, he's just going to try and keep track, notify the rest of the team so that when Slushi does go for a roam, he can just try and, push up the wave, punish him with minions, and hopefully alert his teammates in time that they don't get hurt.
Yep, has to chill out there for now, of course, but Pobelter taking all necessary precautions with that early item build. Gate looking for a Q, doesn't land it. Huni responds in kind by phase diving straight on top of him, but we have actually swapped back now for P1, so it's going to be a brief 2v1 as Zig's also back in the top lane versus the Immortals duo. Sivir with a BF sword, pretty good at pushing, as this looks bad news for Pobelter. Slushi diving in for it, but the ulti's been burnt. Rainover's here as well. They might be able to turn things around, but Slushi trying to line up a few more kills. Little too low to go back in, though.
Yeah, really good counter to gank there by Rainover. They know that every time the wave is going to get pushed past mid, it's going to attract attention from P1. Now Rainover, though, barely dodges that Q from Braum. That was necessary.
Here's Huni, though. He's teleported in, and now the gate's going to be the target. Slushi are going to dive back in. His Turtles also made his way down with Adrian. Ulti's not enough for Grace for the kill onto Gate. He flashes out and somehow gets out alive.
Party mid lane here. Huni also canceled that teleport, so now there's going to be a teleport advantage for P1. Zig on the Trundle does have that now, and nobody ends up going down in that exchange. But you can see how Immortals are trying to collapse and protect their wounded member here. Pobelter knows that he's going to draw a lot of attention in mid lane, being down the flash still. They've been able to protect him long enough so his flash has come off cooldown. And so many counter ganks and so much pressure from the rest of the members of Immortals mid. They've been able to pretty much right the ship, and the very, very small gold lead now for Phoenix One from those kills has been almost negated.
Yeah, Pobelter going to get his blue, so feel even safer in mid lane. Might want to go back, but doesn't have to just yet. Sentinel farming out that red will take that for himself and continue power farming there on the Rex side. Actually, jungle CS pretty even, so it looks like for the most part, Graves and Rek'Sai have just been farming away here. But again, we've sort of moved back straight into standard lands. It's interesting. We used to see this backland dragon was a big thing. Dragon sort of become a thing again, it felt like. There is an Earth Dragon available. No
Happy
team moved
day.
to it just yet.
Yes, Earth Dragon is one of the highly prized ones. We will see how early they decide to set up for that one. As of right now, actually, Huni looks like he's making a nice Scorn Gauntlet, so maybe he will go tanky build Echo this time around and be more of a frontline for Immortals rather than going hard through the AP route.
Wait and see. Never know with Huni, but certainly looks like a nice one to start things off. Pobelter actually did go back, didn't complete a Negatron, though actually upgraded his Hex Core instead. Does have an Amp Tome in there now as well. And looks like blue buff going to go over to Slushy, who's building up a very early Abyssal. Great item for trying to trade with Victor, who does want to get into that medium range so often.
Yeah, LeBlanc going to be very, very intimidating still, even though they haven't been able to play off that advantage quite yet, with some good defense from Immortals around the mid lane. Now they're turning their sights towards bottom here, and Huni, he does have his ultimate available, as well as Flash.
Oh, Sentinel though going to find Rainover. Maybe that's the target, but Rainover just shoots him out. Gate going to hop over, but I don't think they can really dive this 2v3 with a tower there.
Yeah, those little ambushes on Graves, it's a little counterintuitive because, oh yes, he's an AD carry, so you want to close your distance. Uh-oh.
Adrian, yeah, that was Struggle Street. Actually took tower aggro, and now Wild Turtle takes a shot.
Yeah, Zig got the ultimate off on him really quickly as well there, hoping that that extra tower shot was going to be enough. Adrian quickly drinking some potions, though, and they keep up their siege on that turret.
We've had extended 1v2s here as well. Sushi even down bottom side, but goes straight back. Zig getting ulted. Wild Turtle looking for a dive, but he's taking the tower hits. Needs to go in there. Does get it. Zig almost with the outplay as Turtle barely lives from the dive. He's forced to burn the heal, but he survives.
Oh man, that's pretty big though. Zig going down means this turret is going to collapse, and it looks like the rest of Phoenix One gave up their siege down bottom. So in the mirrored lane there, it is going to be Huni being able to hold it, and Immortals gain that map advantage. First turret to go down, going to be able to use that extra gold. However, Phoenix One opting for the Dragon instead, and Mountain Drake does help you get turrets a lot easier if they're able to finish this off, because Rainover is actually looking like he wants to contest.
It's a little sneaky. Rainover going to try and get in there perhaps.
Got Flash, he could dash in, go for a steal. He's got ultimate as well for a dodge.
Oh, Huni's also here, so a bit of a threat here. It's only 3 members of P1 around the Dragon. Dragon low though, will get spied away. Oh my god, Huni!
Rainover gave up on the steal. Rainover's like, you know what? Not worth it. Not going to sacrifice my life. I have Flash and all that stuff. Meh. Huni's like, I'll do it. I got your back. Goes in, steals it without smite. The Echo. Woo. And there it is. He completes his Iceborne Gauntlet after. Ah, yes. I steal my dragon. I build tank. What a team player this man.
A whole new Huni after his first series in the summer of the LCS here. Ulted out quickly. Very nice stuff from Huni. I pretty much missed it. That's how fast it was. This Pobelter's getting all into mid lane. Does ulti back. That's going to force Slushy away. Does recognize that's a Mimic. Now he knows for sure. Yeah. As it will fall down. But that's Pobelter out of that lane.
Gonna get the Chaos Storm on the clone instead. No reward there. Adrian, though, gets knocked up.
Little too far forward. About to get stunned. Zig's gonna come down with the TP as well. And Adrian gets ulted up by Brom. Sentinel gonna claim his life as Turtle's now gonna get out. The pillar is good.
They want more.
That tower's not very healthy. Wild Turtle gonna get dove in there. Gate needs one more auto. Gets a stun. Match with a boomerang on the back end. Will get it. But Rainover and Huni are now here. Sentinel will be the target. That's a flash out as Rainover follow flashes for him, but no chase wanted. P1 get out.
Oh yeah, Rainover also burns his flash there on the chase, but no CC or not much burst as well to follow up, and that's going to be an extra summoner spell. Pretty good countermeasures here from Phoenix One. They even up the gold. The only thing is they did lose out on that dragon because of the steal. If it wasn't for that Huni steal, Phoenix One would actually be ahead in this game.
Huni?
Can barely get there.
Oh, he wants it, but now it's 2v1. Forced to ulti out. Doesn't quite consider face checking. Even Huni's not that brave.
Yeah, I mean, that... Usually, you know, there are some points in the game where you're like, I will gladly trade my ultimate for some recall stops, but actually Mash might die here.
Really nice W. Does get the stun onto Gate, but Rainover maybe not have enough damage. Ulti from Turtle might be enough. Huni goes straight back in despite getting stunned. Ulti flashed out of the way, and Mash and Gate get away with it for now. Now Slushy and Pobelter fighting near mid as he wants it. Huni goes in. Spell shift from Mash that protects him, and Civ is going to be okay. Pobelter also still alive and bleeding health bars across the rift.
So close. Pobelter also ended up getting away from Slushy in the mid laner duel, so a lot of skirmishing, but in the end, it's Immortals. Once again, they capitalize on the objective, and they're able to take another turret. 2-0 in that category for Immortals.
Objective's looking good, but Adrian kind of started it off in a bit of a silly place.
Right, remember this was the good collapse from Phoenix One. They had the jungler come from top, teleport from Zig, so they had him completely surrounded. Then they go for this play. They actually get the kill. Now
they go for this play.
Back to
Slushy's
life.
forced to flash. Pobelter not going to claim him. Adrian just going to throw a cube at Slushy. Definitely dodges it. And we'll calm down. Not for too much longer, though. These teams definitely playing hard in the early minutes.
Yeah, a lot of action here on the gold, extremely close. This is what we were talking about. You know, there were good individual plays for Phoenix One in their earlier set. It's just that once they got to the stage of the game where they're more about trading objectives and making decisive team calls. Hooney actually.
Ulti's out, might not be enough. The pillar's still there to slow him. Hooney gonna get zapped down. Zig able to bop him with the club.
All right, another kill over to Phoenix One, and the gold is dead even now. But yeah, as we transition to the stage of the game where the map gets opened up a little bit more, and it's about, oh, now Turtle, more action, boys!
Yep, there's another tag, needs one more auto. Mash has it for the stun. There's a boomerang blading, combos into the ulti. Turtle pops a heal, and don't know if he's gonna live, but he's not dead just yet. Rainover just able to get out an Adrian. I think he saved Turtle! Turtle blinks out towards the tower, but the boomerang blade's enough in the choke point.
Gate not hitting the Q, just setting the kill up for Mash. He leaves it there for him to pick it up. And Phoenix One, they don't have to worry about deep warding. If they just keep fighting their opponents, you can keep track of them that way.
That's the best way. Pobelta going to get blue buff though, but this game, a breakneck pace set for the first 16 minutes, and P1 do find themselves up in gold. It's only 1,000 gold up, and they did lose that dragon, but one up in 150. This is what they need to be doing.
Exactly, and the crucial pickup after those kills, they got their first turret. Top lane did go down after they were able to take out Hooney.
Well, that's what they need. Now 2-1 down in turrets for P1, but certainly looking to make some ground, and Slushie with the Abyssal now done. Working on item number 2. Very threatening as we move through the rest of this one. Dragon though, minute 25 now. Not too sure which one it is just yet, but we'll see exactly what these teams want to do. I think in general, they're going to be looking to just fight for the spawn and just keep the dragons going. Even the Cloud Drake's worth
Definitely.
Just so hopefully roll Infernal.
Even the Cloud Drakes, no respect usually. But yeah, I mean, that change has been one of the big changes that has encouraged the meta to shift so much more towards team fighting and towards all this early action. And that is another thing that has kind of closed the gap between the very top teams and the bottom teams. Yes, a lot of our bottom teams have gotten much better as the talent pool to draw from has gotten bigger. But also, the fact that the game is so much about team fighting now, most of these guys can go toe-to-toe in just straight-up 5-on-5s if they're entering on even footing. And the difference between, you know, setting up those fights with deep vision and true sight from pink wards and sweepers is a little bit less than it was in previous metagames.
Yep, certainly the little things that matter. We're probably about to have some sort of showdown for the next objective. Slushie back in there, wants to try and take out Pobelta. Chain's going to land in, but just some poke damage. Itatao hit on his way back out. But Pobelta still struggling despite the Negatron cloak that he has. He just can't get all in by LeBlanc. He will die.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's having a hard time there. Every time we see him, he's taking a beating, but he's getting what matters, the CS. Victor, he's trying to wave clear. He's holding this LeBlanc. We said his job had become just keep track of Slushie. Don't let Slushie go wreak havoc on the rest of your lanes. And he's staying competitive in gold share. So well done there after the early kills went over to the LeBlanc. Been able to hold on. Slushie does have that experience lead, which is also going to help out, but see what Zendel can do and get away with here.
Yeah, he's okay. Pretty tanky on the Rex side so far. Does have that Cinderhawk Sightstone build. Started seeing a lot of. Slushie distorts in, but Rainova's just going to throw down the smoke screen. Pobelta with the ward down from the blue trinket. Keeps track of that one. And Zig has actually finished the Ravenous Hydra. So that split pushing starting for the Trundle. Spectre's Cal there as well. So Zig will get stronger as the game goes on. We saw this from P1 in their series yesterday. Couldn't quite get the Trundle to work, but you could see what they wanted to do with the pick.
And you're not going to be able to QSS off that Trundle ultimate later in the game anymore. So it's going to be fearsome pretty much all game long. Phoenix One, they send him back up top while the duo lane finishes off bottom turret, and Earth Drake, or Mountain Drake, number 2 here. This one, P1 gonna make a good case for. Last time they had a good case as well though, and Hooney stole it away from him, so maybe Adrian or someone down there does it again.
Well, Hooney's busy. He's actually taking the Rift Herald, so... Oh, well,
Turtle though,
here.
He's up!
Ulti charged up! Is he gonna get it? No. Smite there from Sentinel this time secures that. They'll just trade objective this time. Hooney does get Rift Herald.
That timing there with Herald going down at the exact same time as Dragon. You have to second guess for a second, but no. They are able to secure this one. So Phoenix One evening up that Dragon count as well. This Rift Herald buff, though, really important nowadays. It lasts 20 minutes. Okay, so maybe not really important, but it does last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it is really important for the top laners because this is a 1 versus 1 where you are going to get the full effect of that Rift Herald buff. And Huni on the Echo is going to have a hard time. Even though he's building full armor, even though he's building tank, Trundle right now, with the slight lead, and you won't be able to build QSS off the ultimate, he's going to be a rough 1 versus 1 for the entire game. That Rift Herald buff might actually be significant in this game in helping out and determining who gets the push advantage in the 1 versus 1 with Echo Trundle.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of Trundle recently, and he feels like the best natural recipient of the buff. So more than anything, Huni, who's definitely a split push type of player when he wants to be, I think denying it from Zig's probably the good news there.
Yeah, what it does for people who haven't been able to keep up on the recent changes is now, since it does last 20 minutes, it actually just has effectiveness to be able to charge up when you're not around your teammates. So that's why we say, oh, junglers and solo laners are good options for it. It reduces the damage that enemy champions can do to you by 5% and charges up corruption taxes. But they're not alone now. Everybody grouping up mid.
Flushy in does do good poke on a Rainover. They're really trying to protect this turret, and P1 will keep it available for now. Wild Turtle's nice and strong though with the transform on the Muramana and the Iceborne Gauntlet. So the poke definitely here alongside Adrian in particular, but cannot get caught in any sort of flank here. Huni though running interference in bottom side. Zig's going to have to go down and join him.
All right, we'll get our first look at the 1 versus 1 now. Post Rift Herald taken. Never mind, we won't. They're just going to trade minion waves.
Not today. Not yet. It'll definitely be happening. Oh, but Huni just
it'll
backs
happen.
away.
And when it happens, we'll point out the damage from the corruption stacks.
Does do quite a lot. Pobelter getting blue, I think. Maybe they got taken by Reno. That's a bit cheeky. P1 though, counter pushing. No, Pobelter does have the buff. We're okay. There's the Victor wave clear. P1 get what damage they can while they can.
Yeah.
Victor very annoying to try and break.
Definitely. And remember what we pointed out as well in Champ Select. This Immortals comp, while it is pretty balanced as far as magic, physical, and they do have a tank now with Huni building tank instead of going with the AP route. The thing is, their CC is very unreliable. We talked about parallel convergence that takes a little bit of skill and timing and luck to actually hit. But as of right now, we're going to see an assassination attempt on him. They don't land it, but the other one is going to be the gravity field, and that takes a long time to land. Gate actually gets pushed off the turret and has to flash.
Oh, gonna flash out of everything. No, ulti though from Turtle's enough for the snipe. Mash puts up the shields like, yeah, that's all I got, sorry.
All right, well, that might signal them to keep up pressure here. Turtle's going to get another wave, and they're going to move into the jungle. You want to get those deep wards down to see the movements of Phoenix One. This is the area of the game where Immortals are going to try and take over and try and punish the fact that Phoenix One are kind of a new team coming together, even though Gate, Mash...
Oh, Turtle, who wants him? But Slushy does as well. Dives not to Pobelter, but gets himself exhausted. Immortals not done. They will try and shove this down.
Yep, Huni's going to be able to push the side lane. The mid 4 are going to take out the second turret here.
Whoa, Turtle dodges out of the chain and almost gets Slushy. Does he have the ulti? Not quite yet. But they do get the turret for it. 4-2 now in turrets for Immortal. They break straight through mid.
Under 25 HP there for Slushy, and he barely gets away. But Immortals are happy with what they got. 4 turrets to 2 now for them. Mid lane wide open here. And they're going to go back to base. Refill some sight zone wards, and let's see, they also have just the single yellow trinket still remaining there from Hugi, going to try and ward for himself a little bit in the split pushing efforts.
Other than that, this seems like, again, we'll reset the map at this point in the game.
Yeah.
24 minutes in almost, and it's been relatively quiet. In fact, the gold lead straight back to even. Immortals finding an edge with some of the turrets, but P1 certainly keeping up.
Exactly, the objectives for Immortals, whereas P1 getting the better of the kills and using their teleport aggressively, trying to collapse and getting a lot of ambush moves onto Immortals, taking out pretty much everybody. So let's see here. Dead even gold. Positioning for the next team fight is going to be a little bit difficult for P1 because they're the ones without the deep wards, but they have map control, and LeBlanc coming down for Turtle.
Slushy wants it. He's going to look for it, but doesn't find the chain. Turtle now going to maybe try and turn things around. Lands the first Q, gets the damage down, lands another Q. They might look for it. Turtle really wants it. Comes in with a snipe.
Versus 2. That was a legitimate 1 versus 2 from Turtle. He gets the kill. Failed dive there from Phoenix One, and a huge mistake.
And Turtle's going off, to be honest. 3-2-0, got a Hex Drinker. Everyone's respecting Slushy with some of their item pickups because the 3 carries have MR, and of course Huni, who's building it, will finish that Spirit Visage at some point. But yeah, Turtle just went in. He's like, I don't need anything else. I got this.
Oh my. All right, let's see what Immortals do next, because they're looking to press in here. Their minion waves are not quite pushed up, so I don't think they'll get too much done. They're just laying down the groundwork. A couple of vision wards. Rainover steals. Yeah, he got it.
Oh, now Total here again. Wants another kill. Zig's like, I remember this situation. Doesn't have his ulti from last time. They might even go for a dive here, but Pobelt are also in trouble. That's going to be the TP down as ulti's not enough to take out Zig there from Graves.
And Immortals are happy to take this action now because they were the ones laying down that groundwork, the prep work we talked about. All their minion waves shoving up. Huni got the bottom lane pushing. They're pressing in mid and top at the same time and trying to collapse.
And she's well done, so Huni pretty tanky. Going to tag Gate there and get the slowdown. Mash and have to work through parallel convergence. Might have issues though as the speed up's there from Adrian. Total moving in, but he's going to get his way out. Chaos Storm does so much damage on the backside.
Zig teleported in.
Sentinel's in there. Zig, he's going to try and clean it up, but I think he's just going to get CC to death here. Zig is going to get Pobelt able to go down to the back. No, he's not dead yet, but Turtle is going crazy. Picks himself up a bunch of kills, and now Mash going to get dove. A triple for Turtle.
Oh my, so ridiculously close there. But Zig, if you look at what he teleported so far away. It was a good 15 seconds till he walked over to the team fight. And Phoenix One tried to start that off without the front line. Really good punish there by Immortals. They're able to take that turret plus face tank the inhibitor one, and Huni's gonna ult back into the turret to barely survive. They can't finish off the inhibitor turret, and they're going to just walk away with that extra gold. But yeah, it took a long time. Look at Trundle walking over from Tribush right now. Big AoE from LeBlanc, but bigger counter there from Pobelter. Chaos Storm and Laser both landing. Then AoE shields from Karma keep the entire team alive. And Huni on the front line, able to chase him down, finish off the kills under turret. Turtle does go down in the very end there, but Immortals pretty happy with the way the game is trending now as they finally jumped out to the real first significant gold lead. Pretty quick answer here from Sentinel, but I think it's going to be run off by Immortals as everyone comes down.
Yep, unfortunately the rest of the team not able to counter, so Mountain Drake number 2 will go over to Immortals. They actually get the third overall one of the game. Huni actually going to just make sure Sentinel's all the way back towards his blue buff, and there is that secure rune, plus the blue steel out for Immortals.
Both teams just constantly fighting here. A lot of action, but the game is telling them focus on objectives. Mountain Drakes only. They will be able to take those objectives very quickly is what this does mean. Whichever team does get, a significant team fight kill as far as numbers advantage goes, that Baron will drop very quickly, as will turrets.
Yeah, well, that inhibitor turret is regenerating now, but looked awfully low. If Immortals had had the second dragon, probably would have taken it with a stiff breeze.
Yep.
Instead, we'll just reset things. Turtle finish up the Maw of Malmortius. Extra shields now for Adrian as his locket is completed, and a perfect hex score for Pobelter with more to come. But P1 going to steal away the blue buff. Rainover not able to get it for himself.
Yep, and while they're stealing away the blue, Zig pulls some sleight of hand. Look over there. I take about half this turret on Trundle. Luckily for Immortals, though, it's still their outer turret standing. We're able to move in to protect it.
Ulti in, looking for Rainover, doesn't quite get tagged though, and Immortals able to go back in. Total just jumps in straight for Gate, and Pobelt is looking to lay down the AoE, does get the Chaos Storm down now. Huni's looking for the flank side as well, doesn't quite phase up in onto Gate, who'll flash himself to safety. Immortals want to chase, but no one from P1 answers.
Yeah, P1 though, they use the Sivir ultimate as well as Braum there, so both their engage and disengage tools down. Immortals, as we said though, they don't have that reliable CC to punish people for plays like that. It's really hard for them. They have to have some very interesting setups to be able to get, parallel convergence and gravity field to lock someone down. So P1 are able to get away with it. Does mean they cede map control though, and Immortals going to force it here.
Yeah, it could be Baron, that's the issue. Huni going to slap that trinket ward down. And this Baron is dropping quickly, especially with the two Mountain Drakes. They'll pull off there. They might try for a fight. Huni, again, just running interference in the backline, trying to make sure Sentinel doesn't get in for it. And Immortals are not finishing this.
Yeah, they're going to go hard on Matt.
He's dead. Gets caught on the sidelines there, and now they'll pull the trigger for the rest of it. Ulti in there from Turtle gets damage down onto 3 as Rainover is just pushing forward for a few extra shots.
Really like this from Immortals. They want to use these double Mountain Drakes. They're going to be able to burn down Baron now. Mash not there. It's a crucial member for Phoenix One. It would have to be a suicide mission from Sentinel to go try and steal this, but he's going to go in for it.
Huni, again, a little low on mana as Immortals might have to pull back off, but Sentinel's in the backside. Huni actually dies to Gate.
Oh my
and now the Baron is too low. It's a 50-50. They go in, but Rainover does take take it. And now Sentinel taking damage as Gates is getting eaten out by Turtle, but Immortals keep moving in. Turtle finally slays Gate, and they will turn things around. Pobelter able to take out Zig. Slushie gonna get chased down as Turtle's going absolutely crazy this game. Goes over the clone for another kill, and Sentinel almost about to get the ace, but he ulties out.
Sneaky move out there, but my goodness, is Turtle carrying this. 9 kills now on Ezreal, and he is going off hard. Baron buff for Immortals means that with the 2 Mountain Drakes, they will be able to knock these turrets down very, very easily. I really fear for the Phoenix 1 inhibitors. They might even lose 2 of them off of this play.
Well, you can see Turtle will start attacking this turret. That's a lot of damage. Adrian even in there as well. Baron gonna help out. Mash actually in a bit of trouble. As Turtle happy to play aggressive. Little low on mana, but we'll get some back there from the Muramana. TP in for Immortals, looking for a play. P1 gonna crowd around Huni, but Huni just here to make sure the inhibitor goes down. Pobelter rotating in as well. Mash ultis, they look for Huni, but he's pretty tanky. Sentinel off to the front side is also taking damage in the front. P1 trying to get a pick here as Pobelter's forced to flash out, but the damage is back in. Huni setting up for the stun, but Slushie straight in the backlines tries to assassinate Adrian and does not get it. And the front line is just not dying on either side.
Yep, and that did buy time for the minions to finish off the inhibitor mid. So it was 2 inhibitors off of that play. 4,800 Baron power play already off of that one. And Immortals just take a huge chunk out of the Phoenix 1 base.
Yeah, overall lead massive as well for Immortals. 7k up in this one with items just flush through the inventories. Dragon will be back up in a minute 50 for Immortals doing a wander over and try and take it. But with 2 inhibitors down, there's also an argument for just heading bottom lane, trying to close out the game.
Yeah, man, let's take another look at this one because Huni on the front here gets pillared, then does not have any summoners to get out. Braum stun is a pretty easy looking kill for them, and Phoenix 1 bully their way in. Really clutch smite by Rain over there because Zetno was right there in time. Trigger ready, but Wild Turtle, you can see, going aggressive, finish this one off. And he knows that Slushie has already pulled that trick before, trying to move the LeBlanc clone and distract you, but doesn't matter. He takes out the clone and the real one. Zetno getting away with the Rek'Sai ultimate is great for him, but
fortunately the rest of his team's dead.
Exactly.
Not ideal. There for P1 as Immortals now looking to charge down bottom lane. Damage is just so massive. Turtle happy to play forward here because he knows just how much hurt he can put on. Huni also playing up there, very tanky this time on the Echo, and that turret melts in front of Immortals.
Yep, they've got super minions headed right up the mid lane as well. They're going to apply a lot of pressure. They can just bully right through this bottom lane.
Huni pretty much zoning with the W every time it's up. Happy to play forward and take a few shots here and there. Immortals know they just have to be patient here, and they don't have to wait too long.
Exactly, and their comp is set up for counter engages. They have so much that's a lot easier if your enemy are trying to run at you. Phoenix 1 have no other options than to try and run at them now because they're desperate. Their base has been destroyed. They're down in gold. They have to hope for the miracle defense, and here they go.
Getting poked out as well. Immortals are going to try and take this turret, but P1 do have to pull the trigger on a fight. Brawl multi out there. Does stun up Huni in the front side, but Turtle just doing too much work. Slushie dives in and tries to take him out, but there's the double in for the Ezreal. Still going in as Huni does tag Match on the end and ulti himself to safety. Adrian picks up one on the back end, and Sentinel once again the only one left alive for Phoenix 1.
All right, that's going to be the entire base, and it's going to be the Nexus. Only Rek'Sai survives for Phoenix 1.
And Immortals able to take this one down. A very convincing game 1 victory. Close throughout the first 20 minutes or so, but Immortals come up with the clutch plays. Turtle goes crazy, and they do manage to close out very clean.
Yeah, sort of what we were expecting from Phoenix 1. They went toe-to-toe with them in the early stages. They were trading blow for blow. Skirmishes, they could handle their own. In team fights, they also were handling their own until Immortals finally pulled that trigger. They were ahead in objectives the whole time. They had the extra turrets, more map to work with, and Immortals, before they would take the fights that Phoenix 1 were offering, they would push up their minion waves first. Sneaky preparation from them, and after each one of those team fights, they would get a little bit of damage on the turret, eventually knocking it over, stacks up, and Immortals are able to bring it home. 33 minutes. Actually not that long of a game, even though they were fighting the whole time, so people lost track of time.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, again, the early game was very close, and the mid game even was quite close for P1. But again, Immortals just showing that we are better individually, we are better around the map, and just showing it, hey, there's a reason we were the most successful team ever to play in the regular season of the LCS with that. But that's only one game in the series down, so let's take a closer look at game 1 over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Immortals picking up a victory there, probably expected. That's what we, seeing that 17-1 spring split coming in here against P1, we do expect them to be the favorites in this game, and they do kind of blow open the game at some point and take a commanding lead. But not without P1 making efforts, right? Not without them finding a few opportunities to get in there. Overall, though, exactly what we would expect out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw a lot of good plays from P1. They obviously are capable of like matching up individually with Immortals, but there were some mistakes that happened in terms of like them kind of over-aggressing and letting Immortals work their way back into the game before ultimately kind of playing the team fight sections better.
Yeah, that being said, I do want to dive into a couple replays pretty early on, 3:30 into the game. This is actually going to be a little bit of criticism towards Pobelter and Immortals. Well, we're looking for things, right? We're looking for ways to criticize them. So we have to remind everyone that it is a minor thing. But very early on, we see Pobelter with an aggressive flash in the Victor versus LeBlanc matchup, not even securing the kill.
Right, so in my opinion, when you pick a champion, you're picking it for certain reasons to fill out a team comp. And Victor is not picked to solo kill LeBlanc under a turret, right? You're trying to be safe, wave clear, just kind of be safe. And he goes and wastes his flash there. And then we see just a couple minutes later that he gets absolutely punished for this when he gets picked off with the Rek'Sai gank coming in from Sentinel. And it's the kind of thing where it's not like even if you get the kill, they're just going to come and punish you again. So even if he killed the LeBlanc, he's going to die. And it just opens up this kind of like vacuum in the mid lane where your safe wave clear is now dying. Graves goes there. He dies also to Slushy. And it's these kind of like plays that are just too aggressive that we want to see Immortals kind of tone down a little bit, though they are known for being aggressive.
And that's one of those situations where, yes, it's a blunder by Immortals first, a little bit of an overreach by Pobelter, but a good example of where P1 is recognizing how they can take advantages, right? So they are, these players are not without any clue here sitting there saying, okay, they blew the flash on the Victor mid, let's go and put Slucy in a position to carry this game. Very early 2 kills for him. Unfortunately, couldn't necessarily translate that around the map. As we have seen him do in the past on the likes of LeBlanc. He is a very scary LeBlanc, especially with that Ignite. But.
Right, and I think you kind of saw he tried to at some points, but he kind of was getting outplayed by the other team. Like there was once he went after Ezreal, and he got out. Like right here, we see, he's trying to snowball this lead by moving to the split pushing Zig, but he gets outmaneuvered, and Turtle is just a god at Ezreal and just keeps sniping him down.
It's just an absolute monster, yeah. First, I mean, the Trundle ultimate comes through. He rightly backs away from that, then dodges the necessary chains from the LeBlanc.
Funny story. When Earth mode first came out, I was duo queuing with someone, or not duo queuing, but just like, playing with a bunch of the Curse dudes. We got matched up versus Turtle, and he is a god. He short cooldowns on Ezreal, nails everything. He's just unbelievable. So, yeah, not a surprise to see him performing on Ezreal in a normal game.
Well, and he followed that up pretty soon after with a triple kill in the top lane. We're going to go 25 minutes in the game. Ends up being an ace for Immortals, but this is kind of where, nail in the coffin. This is the kind of fight we expect to see from Immortals, where they just, out of nowhere decide, you know what, we're going to go ahead and put a closer on this game. But I do also want to kind of look at MASH here, and I'm going to let you take it away on how this fight maybe could have been played a little bit better for Phoenix.
Right, you see MASH not really getting any damage done. He's autoing creeps. He was initially on the flank and had to flash the wall to be safe, but after that flash, he does nothing almost the rest of the fight aside for one boomerang blade. And when Zig TP'd in, Victor was really low, and she just needs to move up. MASH needs to bring Sivir up and start getting that ricochet damage into the fight. And I think that was a winnable fight, and it's one of those situations where if Immortals was playing a team that had been together longer, they might lose this game because they're playing kind of
fast and loose.
And it's just something to keep an eye out for. If they don't tighten up their play, teams like C9, who they had a very close series against, will start taking those series as opposed to just having close ones.
Right, that clump of 4 right up there in the top lane definitely would have been a nice target for the bouncing blades of Sivir. Unfortunately, doesn't happen for him. Immortals do pick up that victory. The person kind of helming all of that, our player of the game, is Wild Turtle on that Ezreal. 11, 3, and 5. We already saw the highlight there of the 1v2 in the bot lane, as you mentioned, on point with the skill shots. Playing that champion to the right amount of aggression. We have criticisms for Pobelter early in the game on his Victor aggression, but with Wild Turtle on the Ezreal seems to be in the right place, right time, knows the limits of that champion.
Yeah, he just nailed the Qs all the time. There were a couple instances where people were low health. He sniped a Braum kill once after the Braum had just flashed out of a Graves ult. So he did a really good job picking up kills in spots where you don't always see it, and he really snowballed himself and that's kind of why he really deserves this player of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Immortals taking game 1. Teams have a little bit more time to gear up for game 2. We're actually going to take a quick live look in over at the CLG and Apex game 3 of the series, where CLG has a slight lead over Apex here at 17 minutes into the game. Now, I'll remind everyone at home that Apex took the first game in what was a very long back and forth game. Game 2 went over to CLG in much more commanding fashion. So over here we see just a small 2,000 gold lead for CLG. Going to have to wonder how that plays out, as Apex is putting up quite a fight against our defending champions.
This is a really interesting series that's been going on. You know, Apex took game 1, it was crazy close, and then CLG kind of smashes game 2 with the split push style, and then, you know, going back onto red side again, they move away from that split push style and kind of have more of a team fighting one. And so it's been a very interesting series, and Apex has done a really good job hanging in there, and they picked up a lot of kills in the side lanes this game, and they're a team that really likes to look for that kind of stuff after the 2v1, to look for people who are just overextended in long lanes.
Now, that being said, in that draft phase, we did see Apex put the priority on the Nidalee with that first rotation. CLG happy to take the Kindred later on. Looks to be paying dividends with the 4-1 on Xmithy there. We know he's very comfortable on this champion, played it thoroughly throughout MSI and at quite a high level, so he's going to be sitting pretty on that 4-1 right now. We'll see how that develops. Of course, Huhi rather in the mid lane at 1-0-1 as we see him flash away from the zillion bombs.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on Ray. He's been a monster this series. Game 1 on his Fizz, he got shut down really hard but came back and kind of carried the game, and so as this team fight breaks out, oh boy, Huhi's in trouble.
Yeah, we see, of course, the Xmithy throws down the ultimate there. First initial kill picked up by Apex. Now I have to do a little bit of play-by-play. This isn't my job, but 2 kills picked up for Apex. They're going to be happy with a 3, actually. And that's going to put them in a solid position.
Ray's probably
wonder if they can take
one.
anything off that. Unfortunately, you know, we talk so much about side wave control. Here they don't necessarily have it, so how much can they take off of it? Looks like they're going to go for the mid lane turret. That's going to be a nice little gold swing back to them, evening it up once this turret goes down.
Wow, yeah, and Ray picks up another kill. He'll keep snowballing.
Yep. Do it. There he is.
Yeah, he got it.
This
Afro's
Fizz,
gonna die.
You know, we also have to mention the fact that CLG saw that Fizz as a big enough threat in game 1 that they banned it out in game 2, weren't afforded that opportunity here in game 3. So Ray showing his mastery of that champion, where most of the time we mentioned that Fizz falls off pretty decently in the late game when he's built in that tank fashion. Didn't seem to affect him too much in game 1. He's on the path to be just as disruptive in game 3. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that game is super close. We encourage you to go watch it over on that stream, but we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if Immortals can close out this series with a sweep when we come back.
Everybody's constantly trading.
Could be problem. Slushie in there with the chain, and Pobel's going to get locked up. He does get the stun down, but the ignites on him, and first blood will in fact go to Slushie. Rainover, but that's a little risky. Does hit the chain. Slushie wants it. Needs another auto. Does land, and Slushie nails the second. Total pops the heel. I don't know if he's going to live, but he's not dead just yet. Rainover just able to get out an engine. I think he saved Total. Total blinks out towards the turret, but the boomerang blade's enough in the choke point. And Total now going to maybe try and turn things around. Lands the first Q, gets the damage down, lands another Q. I might look for it. Total really wants it. Comes in with a snipe. Total moving in, but he's going to get his way out. Hailstorm does so much damage on the backside.
He teleported in.
Sentinel's in there. Zig, he's going to try and clean it up, but I think it's just going to get CC to death here. Zig is going to get Pobel's able to go down to the back. No, he's not dead yet, but Turtle is going crazy. Picks himself up a bunch of kills, and now Mash going to get dove. A triple for Turtle. Huni actually dies to Gate. And now the Baron is too low. It's a 50-50, they go in, but Rainover does take it. And now Sentinel taking damage as Gate's just getting eaten out by Turtle, but Immortals keep moving in. Turtle finally slays Gate, and they will turn things around. Pobelter able to take out Zig. Slushie gonna get chased down as Turtle's going absolutely crazy. And welcome back. We're in the midst of our second series between Immortals and Phoenix 1. And the newest LCS team seemed to struggle against IMT in that first contest there, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, they did hold up really well in the skirmishes, but once we transitioned to the objective focus and the late game there, they weren't able to keep pace and prep for what Immortals were looking for. So this game, we're going to see, can Phoenix 1 transition into that mid and late game?
Yep, and on the other side, Huni, happy to build full tank, apparently. Total huge carry game there on the Ezreal. Just went crazy. And Huni, again, sort of playing back with his team where he needs to be.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that Immortals were constantly talking about. All the players say they feel so comfortable with their teammates carrying. Huni's like, okay, I'll take a back seat. Turtle, do your thing. You're going to carry. And Turtle steps up. He does really well. Very high accuracy on the Ezreal skill shots. And they were able to take that one home off the back of his play.
And I think that's got to be the scariest thing about whenever you play against Immortals. All of their players are just so good. That's a part of why they were so successful last season. Turtle definitely had his big game, but we saw Huni go crazy yesterday. It's always
that
tough.
dragon too.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's true. That
even got his name in lights.
You know, true utility player, Huni. Watch for it. We're almost ready to move into game 2 though, but before that happens, here's Rainover talking about fan expectations.
We just kind of disappointed a lot of fans last season because, like, especially Huni was like saying like, "Oh, we're practicing for MSI," you know, and like even like every of our team were like so much confident, and then like we just have to like release our confidence, you know, because it was too much inside us. So I think this season, I don't think we should be overconfident, and then we should actually really like respect like every teams, you know, because we just like thought that, oh, we're leading the meta, you know, so but it's not true, you know. So I think we should just be like more humble every players, and then like just prepare every match really seriously.
Well, great to hear from Rain over there, and it does feel like it's not a lack of talent that hurts his team, but maybe an attitude, and that's such a great adjustment to make between the two seasons.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says, hey, I know we need to be humble. Everybody knows that, but actually putting it into practice, right? They were saying that all last split when they were 17-1, almost with the 18-1 season. But really, I think that this split, it's going to be a lot easier to be humble because so many of the other teams have risen up in their skill level, and I do not see Immortals repeating that type of streak this split.
Well, we'll have to see, because they're certainly kind of on the right track so far. Already dropped a game to Cloud9, so if they drop a game here, it's all over. Forget about it. They've already lost twice as many games as last season. But moving into Game 2 Champions League, what are we expecting to change, if anything? Because Immortals, very standard, very solid draft. Do there have to be changes for P1?
Yeah. So the thing is, it's so hard to ban Immortals.
Yeah.
Because Huni, not only is he obviously willing to play tanks, he's very flexible. The champion diversity that he can bring to the table is really scary. Immortals can actually counterpick from all three lanes, either saving that for the top lane or the very popular now support counterpicks. So they're going to have to shift up a lot because Immortals being now on red side, they are going to get a guaranteed counterpick. And being on red side is not really detrimental anymore because there's so many power picks. Some of them are going to get through. And if you spend some time on target bans, you can try and swing 2 of those back to red side.
Yeah, it does feel like so many of the bans, and this is a pretty good example as we start off Champs League for game number 2. There are just champions that you have to take away because of their overall power, and we're kind of seeing 4 of those there. Echo is an adaptation for P1. They'll take Swain and Nidalee off the board as well. Rise, Kindred, though, already the answers for Immortals, and again, you just run out of bounds so quickly these days.
Yeah, I mean, still, we're looking at Vladimir's on the table. Maybe some people like to ban Azir, but the supports as well are running rampant. Really, it's your choices. Okay, what are we going to do about the jungle as well? Maybe Rek'Sai. Okay, Maokai finds his face on the table.
And P1, no, they have to do it. Lucian's is such a strong pick. It's one of those other standard bans we look at. Mash, you know, a decent Civ game, but maybe couldn't quite transition well. Lucian, definitely a champion that can go crazy at every stage of the game.
Yeah, I think that is a really good point, though, because they talked about it a little bit on the analyst test, how Mash was kind of hesitant to get in there as Sivir and get some autos off. Lucian, everybody's confident getting into that close range, even though he is also a close range AD carry relatively. He has a lot more mobility with the Black Cleaver Ghostblade build being so popular now, plus just the built-in, once you get cooldown reduction, ability for that champion to weave in and out. So maybe we'll see an increase in DPS uptime from Mashme now that he has secured the Lucian for them. So pretty good first pick for them. But again, on the swing side, there's that Rek'Sai I was talking about. And Pobelter back on the victor. Maybe this time he doesn't go for that flash under turret early on.
Probably not, but I like it. Again, Immortals, you sort of mentioned this in game 1. They tend to just go down the tier list, as it turns out. Make sure they pick strong champions for themselves, so I like what they're starting off with. P1, though, we'll need to address a few things here. We'll see if Slushy stays on the Assassins, or maybe goes to something else, but probably no need to show the mid lane just yet. I imagine these will be very safe picks for P1. Zig back on the Trundle, very safe, and Elise also very safe.
All right, I kind of like this. Maokai and Echo both banned, and they pick up Trundle, who's a huge bully for the top lane. We talked about the deep champion pool of Huni and the possibility of these counter picks. Last time we saw him, he's willing to take Riven into the Trundle matchup because you won't have as many stats for Trundle to steal, plus a lot more kill pressure, and you can bring a lot of, surprise gameplay to the mid game. As of right now, they're not going to show it though for him. You want to see the rest of the team generally. And it is going to be looking like a Zyra Ashe combo. Zyra's been one of those reworked mages that's risen to prominence, but not in the mid lane.
Yep.
Really popular support now, and brings a lot of damage. Rough, we don't get to see it.
Yep. Just Adrian back on Karma as per usual. Turtle though, do like to see his Ashe. I think it's actually decent in solution, and certainly a champion that I think Turtle himself said yesterday in an interview, yeah, Lucian's very good, but I think Ashe actually might just be straight under him.
Yeah, and so this to me signalizes that Huni wants to play damage from the top lane. If you look at the composition so far from Immortals, Rek'Sai, Reignover, Rek'Sais have been built uniformly full tank this season, and that's going to be the main tank. You don't need an off tank for this comp because you already have the utility of Ashe Arrow into Gravity Field, so there's plenty of control already for that team, and I think that really does open up them to have a last pick DPS top laner for Huni. Meanwhile, Phoenix One, there they go, they do get the Emperor, and this is going to be one of those stable team comps with Braum Shield plus Emperor's Divide, a lot of terrain there to open up for Lucian to get in and out.
Strong picks, but a change for Slushy, certainly. No Assassins this time. He's had back-to-back Assassins game with Fizz and LeBlanc after playing that one in game 1. So different style, but certainly a powerful champion. A matchup, though, that they will both be very familiar with. You mentioned the damage, though. Riven, Fiora, these are sort of Huni champions that we might expect, but you really never know what's happening with Huni.
This would be pretty sick if they get the Jace, because that also adds more speed onto their comp. Karma plus Jace can overlap and allow them to disengage during the Emperor's Divide. Plus it would add more poke, which is cool, but they don't really care about those things.
Nope.
It's gonna be the Riven again. That's the same pick that he took into Trundle last time around, and they also lane swapped it, so we shall see if history repeats itself today.
Again, Riven, not a very common champion around the competitive scene, certainly. I know a lot of the Riven mains, there are plenty of them. Complain actually Riven's kind of in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, the champion itself got a lot of nerfs, plus with the rise of tanks, they just kind of overwhelmed her. It has been getting better for Riven players, and Riven mains very happy to see the buffs to Black Cleaver. Very significant buffs to that item, which does help combat a lot of the tank champions. Some people have just decided that it's not quite enough, but Huni, he did rush that item last time as well, so expect that from him again, and it's going to add some extra armor shredding for Turtle once again. So those two guys will be working together.
Yeah, very impressed to see what Huni can come up with. We've seen plenty of individual plays from the man. Team fighting also a hidden strength perhaps of Riven, but we also want to think what you guys know, so make sure to send your tweets to cast a vote for the team who you think will finish this series as victors. Is it going to be Immortals? Use the hashtag IMTWin, or P1 win if you think Phoenix One can make it and force it to a third here. Given how they've been playing, they've definitely been up and up, despite the fact that it is their first week of the summer LCS. A tough second draw here against Immortals, but things are looking bright here. We'll see what they can get done in game number 2.
Yeah, pretty tough here drawing these guys once again. And this one, I'm going to be looking very closely at the early stages of the game. Will Immortals go for the lane swap? Because I think it helps them in many, many ways. The Braum Lucian duo lane has a lot of kill pressure as well. Since Ashe has reduced mobility, she really relies on Karma to keep her safe. And if especially you have an Elise visit early, level 3 Elise full kit can really capitalize on a lane like Braum Lucian that already has its own kill pressure. And plus they obviously want the 1v1 Trundle to try and beat up on him.
Well, right now everyone's just fanning out, so we'll see if we get another blind swap and invert those lanes once again. Gate and Adrian, actually a very similar meeting to game 1, but Adrian will claim control of the brush. And Gate's going to put a ward in and push him out. Up.
Money.
We did it. 8 gold. Game's over. Huni actually getting creative there with Zig, doing some early damage, has got the Q skilled up already, but Zig, he's not worried at all. Oh, Huni! Not enough.
No, you
couldn't get another reset.
Yeah.
I know it's not possible.
It does a lot of damage to get Qs and, you know, cancel your autos, but it doesn't reset your autos. So not quite quick enough. There's no real way to take that one down. Chop it up, though. So now if someone comes with a sweeper.
It's an easy ward kill.
Takes one.
Slucci having some fun in the mid lane. Again, looks like no one's really needing to move out to get deep vision, and by the looks of things, we actually are going to get standard lanes this time in the proper places.
All right.
Gravity's back to normal, Kobe.
Okay, I'm going to have to put the spotlight on Sentinel then for Phoenix 1, because Phoenix 1, we were looking for them to try and jump out of the gates with some early action, try and get a lead so they can snowball. And he's on Elise. He's got one of the champions that has very high early gank potential. He's got lanes that he can work with to capitalize on that. As of right now, it looks like he's going to end his route bottom, but you can go for just the blue quadrant clear on Elise, get an early level 3 and gank even before 3 minutes, just before. Top laners oftentimes really don't expect that. If you throw off your times like that, she heads immediately up there. But for that to happen, it would require early trading by the top laners, and that's not happening yet.
No, they're staying very safe. Ooh, Gate missing that Q hurts a little as Turtle already level 2. Mash also 2 as well, though, so by the looks of things, they're just hanging out and getting their farm. Once again, Adrian on Turtle, kind of a long-range poke-style lane here in the bottom 2v2. Just pretty much don't want to get all in. That's the plan.
Yeah, and Gate is feeling it. The poke does land. Turtle and Adrian assert their dominance over this lane. Gate's going to have to heal up away from the minions. And it's actually Reignover who does the fast 3 camp on their top quadrant here. And he's going to be the one making a visit to the top lane. Even without the early trading, Riven's actually very good at setting up ganks. He's going to come from behind this turret. This is one of the things you can do on Reignover, or on Rek'Sai. Tunnel past the turret and come from behind the laner. Here we go.
Yep, Zig though, I think sniffed it out, but a flash ult is going to move in there. Stun for Huni's good as well, but the damage isn't quite there. That will force the flash out of Trundle though.
2 flashes for 1 though. That's actually not bad for Phoenix 1 and Zig to try and punish that. Let's see if they can get anything done. Elise is on the bottom side. You know, you've seen the Rek'Sai pop up, so he moves into the jungle. He's going to steal away at least the blue, I think. Oh, he actually gets found out there. Immortals know that that is the common answer as soon as you see the enemy jungler up top. And Adrian protects Reignover's jungle there. Very good team play.
Sentinel though will get the Scuttle Crab for his trouble, so not a complete loss, but not going to get the blue buff he so desperately wanted. Reignover actually going to steal the Gromp away, so it does actually take some of the jungle out from under P1's jungler. Sentinel though on the red buff should be okay there, and looks like Reignover's leaving to go back to his own side of the jungle now.
Yeah, plus this signals for Immortals, you know, Huni's got a teleport advantage because that flash being burned by both jungler and top laner did earn them a recall as well. So Zig's going to be sitting up there just farming for now. And the map is open for Huni to try and make a play on if they get a little bit of a deep ward, or if one of the bottom lane duos start trading heavily.
I think it might sync up nicely with the level 6. It's on the way for Wild Turtle, but Turtle actually keeping back up in CS. Was pushed back a little with Adrian's visit back to their own blue buff, but as you can see, popping back into the bottom lane. Everything's A-okay. Turtle, again, just playing safe. No need to get up and aggressive, because Mash, when he finds the opportunity, will do as much damage as possible. And Braum's missing. Models don't know that, but Mash is playing up and aggressive, trying to keep them out, as Adrian does get some poke in, and Gate will return to the lane.
Yep, back in time. Early boot purchase here, and some extra potions because Gate took so much harass earlier. Definitely good for them that he was able to sneak back to base, and it didn't cost Mash any extra CS. It's doing just fine down there. Everything really even across the board so far, despite these summoner spells that have been burned due to top lane action.
Huni actually behind on CS, but should be okay. Definitely going for maybe an early Black Cleaver though. Triple longsword. Apparently the build could even be a Ghost Blade, I think. Some weapons like that item.
I'll put 10-to-1 odds that it is a Black Cleaver though.
Yep. I think that's fair.
All right, Sentinel going to head up to the top side this time. There's a ward in that Tribush though, and I don't think he has Raptor Smite. So he's going to get seen.
Reignover a little unhealthy as Sentinel pops his way into this side of the map, but Reignover does borrow, get the health regen back, and Huni just going to go ahead and clear this out. So again, very quiet all around these lanes. Huni has got back up in CS. Jungler's power farming through. Again, kind of poking their heads in lanes where they can. Adrian even getting initiated on his turtle down with the damage, but the snares on the exhauster down as well. And Matt's going to try and turn things around. Adrian will get stunned on the other end as Gates just chasing Turtle out of the way. Does need the last order to fight it. Matt's going to move in, but that's a great flash from Turtle. Now the TP is coming in from Huni, and Zig, he does cancel with the pillar, and everyone's okay.
Woo, that ward they dropped in the tri-bush really pays off. Nice Trundle pillar there to interrupt the teleport, and they get that discrepancy back. Now teleport will come up much quicker for Zig. Pretty good. I don't know how coordinated that was, if they're like, you know what, we're going to push them just to the edge here, but that teleport. Good reactive play there, though, from Phoenix One.
Very nice, but Turtle does have to back off now. They'll push a wave in. Mash and Gate did back off after Riven was initially coming in. Huni actually a bit up in CS now as well. Zig, I think, got forced back out after having to cancel that TP. Back in mid lane, though, we'll check in, and Slushy having a grand old time just farming away on Azir, but Probelter with a Hex Core upgrade already should be fine. Looks like Huni now with the ultimate, starting to play a bit more aggressive into Trundle, but it's pretty hard to kill a Trundle, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's also the extra money that Huni was able to buy. Since he didn't have to go back so early, he got a really effective purchase recall, so he had a lot more stats. Now Zig is going to try and even that up, but what Zig really wants to do is wait for his teleport to come back off cooldown. You can see there's only a few seconds left on it, so he'll just huddle under turret, try and CS as best he can, and just weather the storm here from Huni up on the top side.
I like it. Adrian out of mana, but still auto-attacking Gate, trying to pull the wave off. Turtle actually will get somewhat of a freeze here. BF sold back for Ashe now, so Turtle's just hanging out, having a good time, making sure he gets his farm up. Cole picked up Evolution, so definitely investing a bit more into the slower laning phase, I suppose, that both these teams have sort of agreed upon. Slushy gets his blue buff, and wave clear will continue as normal. So once again, a very measured start to this game. No lane swap this time, but not necessary. Zig does get some damage down. Hui, very nice on the combos there.
Yeah, I think Zig
takes some turret hits.
Back now. He's out of mana and almost out of health, and his teleport is ready, so there he goes. He'll get his purchase in and come back. Then he won't have to take a beating anymore. Like, he'll go toe-to-toe with Huni after he is able to purchase.
Really smart from Zig as well. Heard Rain over his ulti. Probably had about a 90% chance that he was diving top lane, so yeah. Huni just going to proxy the wave. Rain over, surprise, is in this side of the map, but Sentinel also covering there. He's going to spot him down. Rain over just going to get an ulti in, but looks like the top laners will just go back. As we'll check him back with the bottom lane. Everyone just farming away. Turtle with that BF sword, though, able to keep the wave pushed in pretty nicely.
Yeah, so even though there's no action up top, that was a very, very worthwhile move from Rainover to ult up there. They denied an entire extra minion wave from Zig because he had to cancel his recall, reposition himself. Plus, they were able to run him out of the jungle. So, pretty good move right there for Immortals that earns them some... well... You miss all of the arrows you don't shoot, right?
Well, something like that. Turtle was definitely on point in game one with the Ashe against C9 yesterday, but maybe needs a little bit of a warm-up.
I mean, I think he was sitting on a ward, so they didn't really have any way to know that he was warded, but if you see the arrow coming from that far away, should easily be able to dodge it, and Slushy just walks right out. So that's one cooldown there from the bottom lane. They will be missing for a little bit, but... that warding pays off for Immortals, or for Phoenix One. And Slushy's able to stay safe in that mid lane. Continue with his CS. Very happy on Azir to be just CSing well heading into the mid game.
Took some damage from Pobelter, as he actually does have double upgrades on the Hex Core now, so I imagine he's got the Q and the E evolved up. Nash does throw out the ulti, but just a bit of poke on the Turtle and some wave clear, so again, just pretty much trading farm back and forth. Turtle will happily clear this out. Other than that, junglers looking to maybe get aggressive. Slushy does have to be a bit careful. Pobelter ready with the ultimate, but thankfully you don't die as instantly anymore to Victor. You still die pretty quickly, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely still have to respect it, especially this early on, and Slushy is going to do just that. Pretty much everybody playing defensively and trying to clear out their wards. Really, the one thing is Rainover still returning to the top side. Rek'Sai, once again, he's over there, counter jungling, positioning to pressure this Trundle again, and really protect this this Huni Riven pick. I mean, you expect a lot of focus from junglers whenever you pick Riven, whether you're on the Riven team or against it. Because they both know it's a very snowbally champion. The possibilities are there. And so Rainover's doing a lot of work just by allowing Huni to play aggressively and get him up to the Black Cleaver point. As of right now, pretty good CS lead for him.
Yeah, Rainover's done a nice job. 10 CS up there on the Elise and was very heavy in the utility, actually. The build was Hunter's Machete, Swiftness Boot, Sightstone, and now I think moving into Cinderhawk with the Chilling Smite. So just wanted to make sure he had all the coverage, which was nice to see. And again, feels like a very Rainover thing to do. Super good counter ganker, super utility heavy player. Rek'Sai is his signature champion for a reason.
Yeah, it always feels like Rainover comes into the game with a very clear set of goals in mind and a very clear order in which he wants to go for those. Pretty high on the list has been allow this Riven in the top lane a free early game, which he has done a good job of.
CS lead for Huni as well, so looking good. Mission accomplished, I suppose, there. Huni just going to push this wave in and get some damage down to the turret. It's pretty healthy. Zig again taking trades. Nice pillar. Gets a tower shot down in onto Riven. But blue buff over to Pobelter. Able to death ray that one down. And again, Rainover just making sure the jungle's on farm. Solo laners are doing okay. Immortals more than happy to wait towards a mid game and probably fight around that first objective.
Yeah, I mean, that first objective is going to be the Mountain Drake that's currently sitting there, and Rainover setting up for it. Using that Sightstone you talked about, him getting it really early. He's got the move speed plus vision build here, and he's gone in trying to set up for it. Meanwhile, down bottom lane, Turtle, another arrow ready. And they're looking to use it, but Phoenix One back off, and Turtle can just hold those minions right in front of his turret.
Mash going back, does get the Ghost Blade, got the Cull halfway ticked down as well, so things looking good there for the Lucian as he gets his first major item. Adrian there sweeping out a ward. As we'll check in just quickly with the rest of the inventories. We talked about Victor before, does have that Mark 2 Hex Core and some CDR boots. Nash's Tooth though for Slushie is a great first item spike, putting that to good use, but Pobelter able to trade effectively. Other than that, Huni working on that Black Cleaver that he did suspect. It looks like Zig is going for possibly, probably Titanic Hydra. As his Hydra of choice this time around. Needs to be a bit tankier with all the burst damage that can come out of the Riven.
Yep, definitely that Titanic. Already got the Jarm's Fist stacking up. And he's not going to be going with the squishier build. Looks like Rainover going to find a pink ward. There's not a lot of help for Zig. They might just go for it. He's out of mana.
They're going for the dive. Zig has already popped the ulti. No, he hasn't done it just yet. Execute there from Huni, but a good flash out of the wind slash might get Zig to safety. Huni, though, will claim first blood, and it's just that easy.
Doesn't even reacquire turret aggro. Azir arrives just after the nick of time, and only around to mourn over the death of his top laner. Meanwhile, they also lose control of mid because of the roam. So Belter pushes up. Half the damage on the turret is already gone. And things for Immortals looking very good. The continued concentration of support up on this top side with Rainover duoing with Huni, basically, finally pays off for them.
And it's great to see a little thing really open up a game so much. We've talked for, what, 10 minutes now? There's just been little bits of pressure for Rainover. Hasn't overcommitted, hasn't needed to go too crazy. Finally execute an easy dive. And then all of a sudden, Immortals just feel pressure everywhere. Bottom lane is going to fall as Turtle able to take that one out. And it's just, again, that same high pressure style. Even when they're not playing fast and in your face, Immortals are always making sure that the game is being dictated on their terms.
Yeah, Rainover's the guy. He can have the very spectacular flash plays, but he can also... arrow under the turret and Zig again!
He's dead.
He does
with the
revived!
Well, good arrow there from Turtle this time. Does nail that one. And they'll get the turret for their trouble as well. Immortals 2-0 up in turrets and 2-0 in kills to the tune of almost 4,000 gold in the lead at under 15 minutes.
Not some numbers that Phoenix One wanted to hear. And there goes the Mountain Drake as well for them. But yeah, Rainover, he's the guy. He can also have flashy plays, but he can be the one to just destroy you with 1,000 cuts as well. Continued repeat performances up there. And man, total easy roam in. This arrow right on target. Trundle has no dashes, no flash. Pretty calm and serene early game here from Immortals. Whoop, hello. Next to the turret, so easy knock-up chain there. And just Phoenix One are in full reactive mode at the moment. Now they're trying to answer back mid, but not too many minions to work with, so Immortals should be okay waiting on the next one as Pobelter buys some time to get a recall in. He's out of mana, so his wave clearing watch is over.
Yep. Essence Weaver done for Turtle though, so he's now able to take take that particular watch, at least for now, as Pobelter finishes the perfect hack score, gets himself a needlessly large rod as well. So amping up, certainly. We've also got a Tiamat for Huni in that top lane with the completed Black Cleaver now. So Zig, especially still finishing that Titanic Hydra, is going to struggle, particularly if Huni gets the Rift Arrow buff again.
Okay, so this is Black Cleaver plus Tiamat already finished for Riven. Hugest power spike because you can get all of your animation cancels, plus you have the early Black Cleaver for shredding, as well as movement speed on top of it. And now with the 5% damage reduction, pretty good Rebel, but there's nowhere to jump to, so it's just going to delay the inevitable.
Yep, execute there from Huni off the Wind Slash is all they need. Turtle, another great arrow despite the repel.
All right, so Huni's ready. Turtle's firing on all cylinders with the Ashe. He's even got cooldown reduction early since he's got that Essence Reaver. And Immortals, this game so much cleaner. They don't even let Phoenix One in the door this game. All outer turrets still standing for them. No kills and no dragons as well, so this could be a perfect game.
Could be. Lucio in trouble. Victor Ulti taking most of his health, but he is able to surf away from the problem. Zig getting aggressive here with Gate. It's a 2v2 in the top lane, but Adrian, too speedy, gets himself out of the way. And so Blue Buff going to go over to Pobelter as well. Again, Immortals just cool, calm, and collected. I was going to forgive you for thinking that, hey, this is a different game because of all the action we had in the first one, but this is just Immortals playing such clean League of Legends. And Huni, he has an unbelievable amount of pressure in that bottom side. CDR boot's done, pickaxe now done as well. The split pushing will not stop for a long while. Zig is very far behind.
I'm excited to see if he decides to go for some solo plays as well. Extra burst damage from the Rift Herald buff might be enough for him because Trundle still hasn't completed Titanic Hydra. He does have the Ninja Dabi boots though, which is going to help him a lot trying to survive. You can see here already though, Huni goes in, one auto for the harass and he's going to whittle him down.
Ooh, arrow barely missing on the match, but Gate's actually stunned up there by the Karma. Sentinel also in there, but Gate just a little too squishy. That's a flash out from both Rainover and Gate. They also get themselves to safety. The pillar, Huni's worst enemy, Zig able to keep it arm's length for now.
Ooh, does deny the minion, but yeah, the flashes to safety up on the top side. Immortals don't really have to pressure anything or rush this. Just wait a little while for Huni to get his advantage on the bottom side. Just wait out the ultimate here for him, and he should be able to re-engage up on the top side, trying to pressure and keep up the multi-lane push here from Immortals.
Well, that's the biggest issue, certainly. Huni now ready with the ulti. Trundle's just defenseless, honestly, without his ultimate in this 1v1. And Huni's pressure, like we said, it's just never stopping. He's actually a level up as well, so things going from bad to worse here.
Yeah, Huni might have to be a little bit careful because his ward coverage is sparse, but he's going to go aggressive because Rainover is there, the human ward coming in and protecting Huni's aggressive moves.
Dive attempts. Does go awry there, but Rainover just happy to check in. They might be able to get good damage to the turret.
Yeah. Well, since so Immortals have done such a good job early, let's talk about how it's going to look like. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Pobelter getting moved back there by the Azir ulti. Stunned there by Brawl passive, and Slushy cleans one up. No perfect game this time. Now Turtle actually, maybe the second casualty. Mash able to claim him there. Zig does TP in. P1 on the initiative.
There's the first move from P1. They're able to take out the kills plus the mid turret. They should be able to continue pushing. Azir is ready. They can knock down this turret really quickly. That is huge for them to get back into this.
When you got TP though, maybe they'll try and defend, but he's taking damage actually on the bottom side of the map. That's 2 turrets down for P1. They'll clean out 2 in the mid lane. We'll have to get away to safety. But I think Huni's just looking for a trade at this point.
Big moves mid. Rainover's kind of trying to keep track of everyone though and delay some recalls here in the jungle. He buys time for Huni to take the turret, so it's not a 2 turret advantage as far as that play is concerned, and Immortals still get a little bit on the exit.
Oh, Gate will get away. Mash actually just off to the top there. Yep, get away this time. Not spotted there by Turtle. Oh, the arrow came out. I think he expected him to be there. Not quite sure what he's fishing for there, but didn't hit.
Rainover still on the chase though. No blue buff here. Immortal's gonna regroup. They'll probably just set up for the next dragon, honestly. After the hiccups that they just had in mid lane. That will definitely embolden Phoenix One though. See if they can actually move in and at least clear their red quadrant of wards. Pobelter is so far up, gets collapsed on from all sides and has no chance. Turtle also going to go down right after as he was trying to add some cover fire there for Pobelter, but there was no chance for him escaping in. As we know, a little bit of gold back in the pockets of Phoenix 1.
Yep, where it counts to actually on the carries. Slushie able to pick up the first one, and then Mash with the build sort of now ready to hit its first stride here. In fact, both of the carries, relatively aggressive builds, I'll call it. Going for kind of efficient damage as Rainover trying to steal this red straight in their faces. We'll get it, I think, but can he get out of it is maybe the other question. Black Cleaver doing a lot of work here onto the tanky Rainover. Damage is there from the Calling Dragon, maybe contributes as well.
They
doesn't
get
contribute
the
enough.
red, but that might cost them Dragon because his ultimate is down, so there's no ulti from Rek'Sai to get back on the field. Luckily for them, split push effectiveness here. The Rift Herald buffed up Huni takes another turret on Riven. And that's going to be pretty much everything. He can get cocooned.
1v2 perhaps, 1v3. Slushie in here as well. Good flash. Gets out from under the Azir ulti. He's out from that Winter's Bite. Very smooth from Huni.
Yeah, pretty important dodge right there, but that is going to be the next objective because try and collapse everyone on that Riven. That's going to open up this Drake. Mountain number 2. We've had so many mountains in this series, it's almost ridiculous. That's just going to accelerate Immortals' process for closing the game, though. Helps out a lot when you get alone time with turrets. You know, Huni's been split pushing. Plus, the threat of the Baron bait's really, really devastating when you've got 2 Mountain Drakes already stacked up and map control.
Huni is so cheeky. He's actually just keeping around. He has a really interesting flank here. P1 pulling the trigger on Baron.
A little bit desperate here. Huni is available. Everyone else from Immortals is converging as well.
Slushie.
Oh, they lock him down. Baron stops autoing.
The rest of P1 are there, and they've actually found the Riven. Huni gonna get stunned up there as Gate follows in the ulti after the concussive blows. Now gonna move back in, but Mash, an easy one there for him. Pobelta shoving out mid lane. I guess P1 are off Baron.
Yeah, important pickup right there. They get a man off the field, and 5 versus 4 means they actually get to go back and farm their own jungle for once. Once again, though, every single time there's a play, you know, Immortals setting up, they take an extra objective. All outer turrets gone now, and secondary turrets. Slushie getting a little bit back for the Phoenix team, but it might cost him.
Is he safe under his sun turret? I guess we'll find out. Rainover gets pushed back in, but Turtle's there with a bit of damage. Rainover happy to tank for as long as he can, but the damage is maybe enough from Slushie. Turtle lives this time, but that was awfully close.
Definitely a nail biter there. They do get the kill, though, and that might mean the Baron.
Immortals looking in for it. Turtle, not sure how much lifesteal he has, but probably going to be kept healthy enough. Baron is the target though for Immortals, 5v4. See if P1 can challenge here. They cannot.
No, not going to be there.
Ulti, looking for someone, doesn't find it with the arrow, but Huni with a flank. Maybe looking to get involved. Activates teammate, why not? Now pops the ulti in onto Gate, damage is there. Gate gonna keep trying to run. Huni will chase him down for now, but Immortals want some more. Sentinel actually the next target there from Rainover. As Gate's locked up on the other side. Huni is gonna take him out with the fight moving out on 2 fronts. Sentinel also taking Immortals. Just catching the sloppy Phoenix one around the Baron area.
Yep, Baron empowered recalls. They can go purchase after that as well. Everybody on Immortals is rich, plus Baron buff. Here come the sieges, pastry time.
And this is the issue. Huni has already been split pushing for most of this game since the advantage that he's been given after Rainover's nice pressure. Not going to stop. 6 turrets currently for Immortals. Just those inhibitor ones to try and break. And of course, the Nexus ones after that. We'll see what damage they can get done here. Already 3,000 gold up on the Baron power play. Immortals could do real damage here.
Yeah, Huni's with all the purple buffs as well. He's got Baron as well as Glimpse of the Void. Still hanging on from the Rift Herald. And they begin to close the loop. Bottom is going to be the other lane that they pressure probably, while they remain 4 mid.
Well, right now Rainover does go back, buy himself some items. Now going to use the ulti to come back in. Sentinel a little too far forward. Going to miss the cocoon though, as Rainover's very speedy. Home guards his way back down towards the bottom side. No TP for Huni means he probably can't split up.
Yeah.
But they'll pressure anyway as 5.
It is also kind of hard, I guess, for Immortals to dive this since there's a Azir wall plus Braum shield. But they're whittling this turret down really quickly.
Yeah, Turtle tanking the turrets as well, but the ulti out from Braum's going to start something here. Huni, though, going to block off Gate from coming in, and now Stig going to get aggressed on. Now kind of going for the dive. Rainover taking too much damage. Mash actually going to take him out on the front side.
And he's down. That wasn't even a full commitment to a dive. Phoenix pull off the defense here. They're able to ward off Immortals for a little while. Oh, they go in!
Flushy, big play, but it's not enough. Adrian actually gets him on the back end as Turtle does the damage. Huni now diving in for it, and that's a massacre. Turtle picks up a double for himself and breaks the base straight down. Sentinel not so lucky as well. Pobelta wipes him off the rift.
Well, that's going to cut down on a lot of game time right there. They had the defense, but Slushy goes in for the hero play. Turns out it was a 0 play. He goes down, a couple of other members, and it might even be the game as they stick around with Baron buff after that.
Starts looking very vulnerable. They'll probably get one, if nothing else. Immortals looking to keep pressuring. Mash has to be awfully careful here. That's one. Immortals going to keep going.
Yep, that is going to be it. Immortals finish this one out cleanly in game number 2. Just over 26 minutes. 2-0 for Immortals.
And that's all it took. One little mistake there from Slushy. I love the spirit of the play, getting in, go aggressive. You already got a kill. It's the perfect time to try and make a play, get yourself back into the game. But Immortals, a few mistakes here and there, but a very clean game, playing pretty much how they left off after the end of spring.
Control all the way through this game. Clear game plan from Reignover. Staying up around top, plenty of vision top, early ganks top. They got the Riven going, huge split push pressure. Pretty much all across the board, though. Then they started getting Ash Arrow picks, and we see the reason Turtle keeps returning to this champion. Very, very clean execution there from Immortals, finishing out a very quick game number 2.
Yep, a lot of what we've seen from his team before, but I love the team comps they put together. Really balanced draft, had a lot of different options, and like you said, anyone for Immortals can carry. This felt definitely like a big team effort. Reignover, I think, had a huge effort in bringing the game to the point it got to. But again, doesn't it always need to be a shining star in the game. Immortal can just play together and win just like that. Slushy, though, on your screen, head held high after those 2 games. He's having a really good showing. And P1 again, you can see it starting to come together, but was not enough today to topple Immortals.
Not today. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of growth for this team to do. They were pieced back together pretty recently, so it's expected to have, you know, a little bit of coordination issues, maybe clear up that team communication. And against Immortals, you're not going to get any time to do that.
Nope. There's certainly a ruthless team. Again, they talked about it themselves. You know, they had a rough playoffs kind of ending there. Did end third, which was nice.
Yeah.
After taking out Liquid, but they felt like they wanted to live up to
everybody did.
expectations.
It's got to be disappointing. Everyone's going to agree on that. Nobody's going to say, you go 17-1 and then, you know, can't get through playoffs.
Unlucky.
No. Yeah, that was definitely disappointing for a lot of them. But they're coming back, renewed mentality here for the guys. They all look pretty excited about this season.
And again, best of 3s, maybe our other question. Immortals, 2 best of 3s, more of a nail biter against Cloud9, but a very clean teaser there. Feels like that same consistency for the regular season is here to stay for summer as well.
Yeah, definitely hope so for the crew. Best of 3s is going to put a lot of these teams to the test. I'm very excited because we've already started to see some teams utilize substitutions for individual players. Plus, the coaches are going to have an increased impact on the game with the in-between game adjustments to not only pick ban phase, but they get more time. You know, try and talk to the players a little bit more about the actual strategy for in-game. Send them into game with that plan.
Unfortunately, Immortals, do they have any notable subs? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. This team seems so good. I don't think they'll be doing that, but it is good that, yeah, coaches and stuff, adjustments certainly matters there. Other than that, though, we're almost ready for an interview. Just letting you guys know, we'll have Wild Turtle on stage in just a second. Final thoughts on the series, Kobe, before we wrap this one up.
Final thoughts are, that was a very clean game. That's the cleanest game that we've seen all split long so far. Immortals snapped that one up. 26 minutes. They did end up losing a couple turrets, though, and a couple kills, so not perfect.
No perfect game, but what a wild ride. And to catch us up on all the action from that series, let's send it down to Cyrene with Immortals Marksman.
Thank you very much, Pace Your Time and Kobe. I'm here with Wild Turtle from Immortals. Wild Turtle, first off, I got to go back to when you guys ended up getting 3rd place. What did that end up doing for you personally as a player after that? Because you guys had a 17-1 regular split. How did that affect you coming into this one?
I think it really motivated us to like try a lot harder and not get complacent or anything like that, because we definitely got complacent closing into playoffs, and it obviously showed because we got 3-0 and we're pretty ignorant about the meta. And I think right now it just motivates us a lot more, and we don't want the same mistake to happen.
And you guys are taking a lot of measures to not become complacent in the future. Like, you guys actually talked a lot about not becoming complacent and kind of boasting about that a lot, saying we're not going to, you know, underestimate any opponent. And now we have very different looking LCS right now. We're seeing teams like Envy and Apex actually pick up a lot of wins. So what do you think the state of the league is right now? Are Immortals still #1? And if so, who's close?
I would say the top 4 would be Us, TSM, C9, and COG. Like, I don't know what places what team will be, but that seems to be the top 4 for me. And actually, Envy has been playing really well right now, and Apex. So they're kind of like the wild card for me, and they can just do whatever they want, and they might pull a lot of wins.
All right, I got to ask you one last question here, Wild Turtle. The meta's still a little bit up in the air. We're seeing Ashe. We're seeing you pull out the Ashe Zyra lane in the bot lane sometimes. So what do you think is causing all of this change? Because we're seeing so many different things, like mages were updated, but not necessarily marksmen. So what is changing here, and why are you guys playing stuff like that now?
I think the meta has really shifted to, like, bot lane's, like, really, I think, like, all the CC should come from bot lane mostly. And, like, we could still play tank tops, but I think, like, having a strong CC bot lane, or, like, it's really hard to have, like, a hyper carry or anything like that, because you lose lane if you get the hyper carry, and it's really hard to pull off a 2v1. But I really don't know how the meta is looking like right now, but I think it's going to shift into more of, like, either support carry or hyper carry type of thing.
So you guys think you have a better read on the meta right now, or like nobody really has a read at all?
I really think it's up in the air right now. I don't know what the meta is going to be like, but we're just trying to adapt.
All right, thank you very much, Turtle. Once again, I want to thank you. Have a good one, and we're going to send it over to the analyst desk with Dash for a little more on that game.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. Immortals commanding 2-0 victory over Phoenix 1 in that one. And this game in particular, around 26 minutes, that's a lot more what we expect out of this Immortals roster. It's more akin to that spring split Immortals where 15 minutes into the game, we saw a 2-0 lead, plus a dragon, and then 3 turrets rather to 0 on the side of Immortals. So accruing close to a 5K gold lead within 15 minutes that's, you know.
And it's how they did it too. It was very classic style where you see Reignover going top early, getting the flash out of Zig before, getting a repeat dive up there later, and this whole time he's out farming the Elise. They're on a lot of their classic champions. Bot lane takes the turret by themselves basically before going mid and hitting an arrow, and the whole team's kind of firing on all cylinders, and there was a small hiccup. But
yeah, very small hiccup. Losing those 2 kills in the mid lane plus a couple turrets, but all in all, not something that they couldn't recover from pretty easily. And then, with a nice Baron call, picking that up, going bot lane and finding the right fight so that they could end the game. Of course, maybe a little
I was about to say, I don't know if that's quite the right fight where Reignover dies at the start, but
right. Well, that's the thing, right? So Reignover does die, but P1 gets a little overzealous in saying, well, we've got our 5v4, let's go for it. Of course, with Immortals coming out on top of that one, they are able to take the victory. Here is that final fight right now. Of course, Reignover's already dead, as you'll notice.
Slushie goes for the Shurima shuffle and just gets obliterated right away, and the rest of the fights just kind of clean up with the rest of the team re-engaging and diving past the turret.
I mean, it's one of those situations where it's tough to say whether or not that's the right call from Phoenix 1, because you are in such a deficit that when you have that 5 to 4 man advantage around the inhib turret, that is maybe your best opportunity to take a winning fight. Had the Shurima shuffle landed on anybody, then perhaps you end up, picking someone off immediately. But, good adjustment, good positioning out of Immortals to win that 4v5 and then push in for the victory. I think for P1, this has kind of been that team that we're still a little bit uncertain about. We've got Zig making his LCS debut, Sentinel, the relative unknown. So for them, hopefully a learning experience, having played against one of the best teams in the NALCS today. We'll see what they can take away from a 2-0 defeat against Immortals.
I think there's a couple positives. We saw that there was some synergy in terms of making sure they know where they can abuse people. So like when they had that flash down mid lane, Slushie and Sentinel got together and got a kill. And so I think the bigger thing is, like, if you get their early game figured out, which they seem to be most comfortable then, it's the later stages of the game that they need to come together.
All right, well, and of course, we speak about early game, and when someone like Reignover is in that game, who is going to be receiving our player of the game honors, that's when your early game kind of gets thrown for a loop, making the early presence in the top lane to blow that flash at level 2 out of the Trundle, and then making the return ganks, as well as, at the same time, out-farming the enemy jungler. I mean, this guy returning to form a little bit.
Yeah, it's basically the quintessential Rek'Sai play where you have the early pressure, you use your tunnel network to get these like weird ganks off where you're coming from behind their walls, and then next thing you know, you're back in your jungle farming, you hit your 6, and you ult across the map, and you just end up everywhere, and it really plays to a player like Reignover's strengths because he's so smart, he knows where he needs to be at the map all the right times.
Right, yeah, very often we point to Reignover as the guy who kind of keeps Immortals on the right track in terms of their strategy game by game. He's very good at recognizing, as you mentioned, where he needs to be based on the composition that they've built and who needs to get ahead. So in this situation, you put Huni on the likes of Riven against a Trundle, If you throw 2 ganks into that top lane, now all of a sudden Huni's got some crazy control over Zig in that Riven Trundle matchup, and they can push forward towards the win. Again, that's going to do it for the games in the Battle Theater. So now we're going to send it to NALCS 1, where Echo Fox and Cloud9's Game 1 is already in progress.
Right now, so also pretty difficult for a Vladimir to kill the Anivia early, only because, especially if Vladimir's building tank, being able to get the sustained damage when Froggen can get egged will make it much more difficult of a lane. And then I'm really excited to see KFO's carry Fiora again in the top lane. Really cool last 2 picks by Echo Fox.
Yeah, Echo Fox looking very strong with their champions, returning to some old comfort picks, while Cloud9 looking to go for a few S-tier picks of their own. Again, this is the pace setter for Echo Fox, and they're coming into it strong with some high damage, high impact champions.
It's fun. We have the Sivir to speed up the potentially very strong AoE tank team fighting of Cloud9. And then Echo Fox, it looks like they're just playing a whole bunch of really comfortable champions in their carry roles. So exciting drafts from Cop, nice draft from Reaper as well, and I just can't wait for these 2 team compositions to smash into each other.
Going to be very impactful, and it turns out Froggen actually did take that Anivia just last split. So in my head, I was thinking it was the All-Stars that we had in December, but he did take it more recently than that.
How do you?
I don't recall.
We'll find
it. Yeah. But again, the stage is set for this series. Help us kick it off by jumping onto Twitter and telling us which team you think will get to an early series lead with Game 1. Vote using hashtag FOXWin or hashtag Cloud9Win. And we'll take a look at those votes as we load onto the Rift for this game number 1 between Echo Fox and Cloud9. All right, so starting items look pretty standard across the board. Corrupting Potion for KFO. Froggen flapping as fast as he can towards the mid lane. Jensen starting off with a Doran's Shield for even more regeneration on a pretty healthy champion.
Yeah, one thing about Froggen's Anivia that's always been useful is how much he gets off as far as auto attack harass goes in lane. So the Doran's Shield can be a very logical thing for the Vladimir, especially considering you don't need the mana regeneration since you are Vladimir, and blocking 8 damage from single target attacks and spells will be rather useful for that Doran Shield early. So I like the theory from Jensen. It also makes it much harder for anyone to gank him since it's just a naturally tanky item with 80 health.
Not to mention he's still got the Sanguine Pool plus Flash. Not going to be an easy time for Hard to make any action happen.
Yeah, the only potential tweak you could have seen from Jensen's to other Vladimirs would also be from Summoner spells, and then we look at Keystone Masters here. So he's actually gone with the Storm Raider Surge, which is something we saw Seraph do when he played top lane Vladimir, but he hasn't gone for Ghost, which is another thing we have seen from Vladimirs elsewhere if they want to like really sustain in the backline. But the plan for Jensen here is that he's going to be able to proc the Storm Raiders and kind of use that as a Ghost, and then still have his flash for the very clutch moments. Interesting to see how that plays for him.
Uh-oh, Keith is about to face check into X.
Oh, no.
Cloud9. Early invade, they've caught him. Lots of damage, but he holds on to his summoners.
Yeah, but that's instant lost lane right there. It's not a smart path to be taking back through the lane, especially when you don't have early level 1 wards. That's just a sloppy play there by Keith and Big. And he's also not going to a safe place to recall, so Smoothie can keep nailing him with these things. And at this point, he's got to fear death a little bit. Like, Big's not strong enough to zone him out. It's clear by now that Echo Fox hasn't started on the right part of the jungle, so Smoothie can just continue to harass here.
Misses that one.
Power Q's got to hurt, but I mean, Sneaky's going to be getting so much free time in lane right now. It's not good for Fox's chances to take advantage of this matchup.
Going 1v2 right now with this Karma, so confident. And you did mention it in Champions, like he has looked very confident on this champion and already opening up an advantage for Sneaky. Now Impact is going to find Hard with that early gank. KFO looking to catch up, try to get some damage, but Impact doesn't even hesitate, plays it safe.
Yeah, just trying to wrap my head around what else happened in this lane swap right now, because it is so disastrous. Notice that's 3 waves of minions that Sneaky's been able to have. And Keith gets there on the cannon wave. So he's missed a ton of CS. He does get the cannon, which is nice, but the Lucian is supposed to be a favored matchup against the Sivir. And they're giving Sneaky more than free lane at this point. really favorable for Cloud9 just based off of the early game pathing of the Echo Fox duo lane.
Yeah, Meteos with some help from Sneaky and Smoothie is going to steal away this blue buff. Doesn't even have to burn his smite to get it and get out of there as he continues to make sure keep Sneaky safe, keep Sneaky alive. He's going to do some work later on as Hard on the other side is going to steal the blue buff on his own without the help of his team, just because of that lane swap and how that's working out. So
yeah, we're seeing the split jungles even though the lanes are meeting, which is a little bit unique. Impact already without his flash, but Hard doesn't have body slam since he used it over the wall. It'd be very difficult to secure a kill here.
Slow lands, Impact nice and tanky, and yeah, Hard using that body slam too soon means he can't lock Impact down.
Yeah.
He gets to continue walking back to lane nice and safe.
The nice thing is it gave the security for KFO to go very aggressive on Impact, but I mean, it also means that Impact still has teleport to get back into the lane, so you can use that right away on the minions. So not too big of an advantage being able to happen early in what is a top laner matchup in the bottom lane. Confusing terminology.
Yeah, the duo lane. Doesn't matter where it's happening, it's the 2v2. And everybody seems to be content to just farm it out and relax. So after those sorts of early trades, everything's nice and calm as Froggen's taking a bit of harass from Jensen, who's already back at full health, hasn't even consumed a health potion. That is Vladimir in lane.
Yeah, Jensen definitely putting down a little bit of pain on Froggen early. Of course, Froggen's gotten teleported Nivea, and once he hits level 6, he should be able to shove at the same pace as Jensen, but I don't see a world where he's actually able to out-harass Jensen. The Doran shield makes Jensen's Vladimir an immovable object in the mid lane, especially against an Anivia, and a tear goes down early for Froggen, which signals really he's just looking to keep the mana up to wave clear.
Yeah, and this always has been Froggen's MO, especially on Anivia. Just take your time, farm it out. Anivia is always strong in the late game, so that's what we'll play for.
Yeah, Echo Fox definitely willing to be very conservative. In fact, some of the games yesterday, it just looked like some of his teammates were just becoming minions to help Froggen. Like,
yeah.
Especially in the first game they played against Phoenix Ones, Hard actually played Kha'Zix and was just actually giving both blues on the map to Froggen just for him to keep his farm up. There's going to be some other people that need some help this game, though, because of Keith taking that early hit in the tri-brush while he was pathing in aggressively at level 1. But as long as he doesn't die in that lane, it's about the best he can do.
Yesterday, he did play Lucian, and despite his win in Game 2 on that champion, he went 1-5-11. So still has to be careful. Yes, Lucian is very strong, and Keith is a very good player, but still pretty easy to lock that champion down with just a bit of crowd control. I had to hesitate there because there was some trading. I had to be sure that Keith wasn't going to look for any kills.
Yep, they've got a lot of damage down with Zyra, and they're running Ignited in the lane too, which gives them a little bit more kill pressure. Be a little bit weaker in the late game, but they'll need it at least now for kill pressure as well as maybe an early attempt to kill onto Jensen. I also have to point out there was a big level discrepancy in the jungle. Meteos, when him and Hard saw each other, Meteos was 6 and Hard was only level 5. So along with the hurt that the duo lane took, Meteos also took a big advantage over Hard because of what happened at level 1. But Echo Fox is neutralizing spectacularly. The early CS lead from the mid lane is diminished, and you look at the overall gold, it's not even 500 difference.
Yeah, still a very close game. Biggest difference we're seeing right now is in that jungle you were talking about, Meteos, because he's gotten so much time. Just a bit ahead as he's going for sort of a tankier build. And everyone's just taking their time, playing the map out. Sneaky heads back towards the top lane with that BF sword. Keith looks to answer back with the serrated Dirk, so that is going to be the Youmuu's build out of Keith.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. That's the build everyone does, and they often like putting the serrated Dirk very early as Lucian just because of not only the armor penetration, but the unique passive on it where after killing a unit, your next basic attack will deal an extra 15 damage, and Lucian is so quick with getting those in, it's just like last hit, harass, last hit, harass. The pattern is very just dominating in lane phase. But because of the early disadvantage, they're going to be going up against BF Sword Sivir, which might make it that Keith can't actually push any type of advantage.
Yeah.
That Infernal Dragon feeling all lonely on the bottom side. The lane swap caught with the duo means nobody's going to be trading objectives. So there's no vision priority over it right now. As so far, Meteos and Hard look to be trying to keep vision on that. Whoa, Culling finds Smoothie.
There we go. It's a
Down
lot
to
of damage.
200 health. There's flash and heal. Sneaky, despite low mana, is able to use On the Hunt and disengage.
Yeah, really nice job there by Echo Fox's dual lane to claw back in this one. We said the Lucian is favorable for this matchup, and because he was able to get so much damage with the culling, it wasn't even about the serrated jerk being able to get her ass off. It was just straight up culling, and now junglers are actually going to collide with each other. Meteos gets to see him with Tremor Sense, and R gets to see him with the ward.
Not sure if he saw that ward go down. It was just placed. There he goes. Gives his position up as he heads on out. And Smoothie continues to heal up in lane, so. Double harass lane, going to continue farming it up. His Impact actually looks to roam towards the mid lane. Did he? Oh, he was just spotted.
Yep.
Yeah, barely spotted.
He potentially could have avoided that if he hugged the wall super, super tightly, but that's the power of some of those rush control pink wards you can get down. You can see Jensen had one on the other side as well, so that's kind of where they're splitting the map vision off.
Sneaky and Smoothie continuing to farm it up. As Big is doing everything in his power to neutralize that early advantage. Jensen heals on the far side.
There's the Rek'Sai just going back to farm.
Yeah. So it is a relatively patient game after that early harass. So far it feels like the two teams are sort of fielding it out like, hey, we can get away with this. What can you do?
Exactly. And I mean, you look at Cloud9, they're going to be waiting to get the double TP plays in, and they're also hoping for a few big items out of Jensen first. And then, I mean, it's also Froggen on Anivia. He's going to be totally fine just trying to be lane dominant for a while.
Sneaky gets caught with the binding. Keith, ooh, lets him go. You know, he was thinking about it.
Grasping roots can be pretty dangerous, and Echo Fox getting control of that bottom lane again, and like, if Echo Fox can keep this up, this is exactly the way they like to play. They just want to kind of win every lane and then slowly get things going. Their dual lane started off poor, but they're starting to get advantage. Froggen is keeping Jensen right at bay despite having a small disadvantage early because of the nice Doran's shield by Jensen. And then I think over time, KFO, especially once he gets Hydra, will start defeating Impact. So a little bit's just going to be on whether or not Echo Fox can be broken from this laning pattern by C9 forcing a team fight with the Maokai and the Vladimir and all the tanky AoE they can bring.
So far, looks like the major player for Cloud9 to do that.
Nice stun.
It's a Vladimir. He'll just heal it. Ooh, gets over the wall as well. Well, yeah, the major player to make that happen, to break Echo Fox out of this sort of tranquility is Meteos. He's been invading. He's still a level up over Hard. Now going to try to push him out of that river, as he's up a solid 17 CS right now of those jungle minions.
Yeah, and Meteos has gone very combat heavy as well. The Chilling Smite and the Cinder Hulk upgrade right away, but speaking of a prolonged laning pattern, that's not what Echo Fox is going for, because they actually swap everyone down bottom 12 minutes into the game. If they can trade turrets, they also put themselves in a position now where they can just rush the Infernal Dragon, which I actually love. I love the fact that they switched out of the lane swap at a time where they'd be strong enough to do Dragon. Cloud9's late to it, and instead of a turret for turret, it's going to be a +1 Dragon for Echo Fox along with taking the turret. It's a great call.
Yeah, very fast Infernal Drake for Echo Fox with that map play. Sneaky answers on the far side with a turret of his own in the top lane. And Echo Fox aren't done just yet. They're actually going to put pressure on the mid lane, forcing the teleport out of Jensen. Keep that alive. Meteos shows himself and Echo Fox back off. KFO still has his teleport, so we'll see if he decides to make anything happen.
Yeah. Also have to note that Jensen has gone for the Proto Belt early on. It's not unheard of on Vladimir. Some of the Vladimirs over in the European LCS were doing this and actually generating some solo kills with it, but Froggen seems to really be keeping Jensen at bay with Anivia so far. Classic Anivia build for Froggen with the Tier and the Catalyst instead of just going for something like Aroa and turning it into completely a farm lane. Jensen would then have to make a play with his Proto Belt elsewhere if he wants to.
Yeah, no teleport, as he did just use it to get back in, so it'll be a while. He actually heads towards the top lane to catch up with Keith. leaving Sneaky and Smoothie in the mid lane to deal with Froggen's farming.
Keith has to be very careful about Jensen. If he gets a Storm Raider Surge on that Vladimir, he could be able to just burst him down. Keith doesn't have very many items yet. Jensen's actually going in for him in the top lane.
Yeah, Trunk down to half health. Meanwhile, there's action on the Big. He's forced to flash over the wall as 3 members of Cloud9 catch up. Keith is caught. Impact teleports in. Kill secured as he's able to lock down Keith.
Yeah, Keith was not giving the respect he needed to Jensen, and then the rest of his team wasn't able to run up for assistance either because Cloud9 with Impact had arrived in the river right there. It's going to leave KFO a little bit of time to split push the bottom lane, but yeah, definitely Keith's bad there, not understanding what Jensen could do. Maybe he didn't see the Proto Belt pick up for a little bit of extra chase.
And with that dragon removed from the map, that's going to leave Rift Herald as the next big neutral objective. Cloud9 sent 3 members there, meaning Sneaky has to catch up with KFO. Might have to take the long way around, waiting for KFO to back off.
This Rift Herald is more important than you would expect. There's been a lot of discussion about how teams will only take Rift Herald when it's convenient, but this actually holds a very strong strategic use for C9 in this game. If KFO wants to have a strong split-pushing presence on Fiora, he's going to need to do it against Impact. And now until 34 minutes into the game, Impact is going to have an empowered chance in the 1v1s thanks to the Glimpse of the Void buff.
Yeah, here's that replay of Jensen finding Keith once again.
I mean, he gets an empowered Q on him, and then he just Proto Belt straight in. Like, it's very straightforward what Jensen wants to do to Keith here. And then when he flashes over, it's straight into a teleport of Impact. And yes, they had to use a lot of summoner spells to close down on him, but it was the Vladimir who started it all, and that's because Keith was being very greedy with the wave.
That Storm Raider Surge helping him catch up and lock down Keith for the cleanup for Cloud9 as they make the first aggressive move of the game. Echo Fox look to answer. Impact trading with KFO in the bottom is doing some good damage, but right now Jensen is 1v3 as Keith looks for revenge. The Storm Raider Surge pops, but the Proto Belt can't get him out. Oh, Ignite implies grievous wounds, and despite some good damage, Keith gets that kill. And oh, the catch on the KFO. Smoothie's catching up as well. Flash is used, but KFO makes it out.
Yeah, really like the fact that Hard was not messing around and he instantly flashed on a Jensen before he'd be able to escape.
There's no
KFO
flash.
in a lot of trouble now. Gets the move speed. He's got to be able to juke this.
Meteos has the tunnel. He's going for the time.
Point blank, baby.
Oh, man.
Meteos knew the game. He wasn't going to let him juke that. He tunnels in first before sending up the Q. So a lot of back and forth, obviously, going on in the game right now.
Top tier 1 is secured by Echo Fox, as there's no one from Cloud9 to defend, but Cloud9 answer on the far side with a kill of their own and a turret of their own. Just a few seconds late, but they're still keeping pace with Echo Fox. And in fact, that's going to put Cloud9 at about 1,000 gold lead. Relatively minor at this point, but we'll see if they can continue to snowball it. Next Dragon is going to be up in about 2 minutes. That's going to be another Infernal Drake. So far, there's no vision around it for now, except for Cloud9, but Echo Fox have plenty of time to prepare and set up and start snowballing that advantage.
Yeah. There's also a teleport on Jensen right now. 2 teleports available on Echo Fox. I think this could be a very contentious Dragon because obviously Cloud9's going to want to get one Infernal Drake, but more the denial of Echo Fox trying to get multiple Infernal Drakes, as this game can very easily be stalled out to super late game because of the fact that Fox has a Nivea. Makes this Dragon very important that Cloud9 can get control of it with all the big items they have built up right now, and a 2-level advantage for Meteos over Hard as well. So add that to the fact that Echo Fox has no vision over it, and it's going to be really tough for them to control that.
Yeah, Meteos has been all over the map this game. 30 CS ahead of Hard. Continuing to deny and sweep out vision with vision of his own. Going for the classic Sightstone, not even getting the Tracker's Knife.
Yep.
Feels like the good old days.
He rushed combat effectiveness right away. Now he's gone for Sightstone since he's recognized that he's a little bit ahead.
So Meteos very strong in this. As you can see, a pause has been called. But Echo Fox have got some time now to sit and think, okay, we're down just a little bit behind. But we've got plenty of time to sort of recover and figure out a plan to bring down Cloud9.
Yeah, we'll figure out what that technical issue is as quickly as possible. See who initiated the pause as well. Looks like Echo Fox are the ones talking to the refs. Hopefully that gets resolved as quickly as possible. And yeah, it's been a very close game so far. Definitely slower than you would expect from a Cloud9 game. So the pace is more in the favor of what Echo Fox is comfortable with. their first game yesterday against Phoenix 1, even though it was dominant, they only had 10 kills when the Nexus fell. So definitely that controlled style. But in playing the slow style, they haven't had a gold lead. So currently, Cloud9 is actually kind of playing the Echo Fox way, but a little bit better than Echo Fox.
Yeah. And we just heard from backstage, there's a little bit of an audio issue with Echo Fox's headsets. That's why you can see them with their headsets off right now. So hopefully we'll get that fixed as quickly as possible. But Cloud9, as you mentioned, going 1 and 2 yesterday against Immortals. It was a very intense series of games. And they showed that they can play at a very high speed, very high level to keep pace with Immortals. Well, now this is a little bit of a slower match.
And well, Cloud9, when they got into those fast-paced games against Immortals, we have to remember they did lose the series. So they did have that incredibly kill-heavy Game 2 against Immortals where they had over 30 kills in, fantasy point dream type of game.
Yeah.
But then they still lost games 1 and 3 because they weren't able to keep pace with the wave control in that match. And this game, it's been, totally even turrets thus far, and the pace is obviously much slower, so they're able to keep pace, but it'll just be about really finding the right types of engagements in team fights, because they have to be able to get through the Anivia, and they definitely have some incredibly strong team fight champions with the Maokai, Vladimir, and Sivir.
Yeah, and this is a very strong team, not only in champions, but in players for Cloud9. This is the biggest change we've seen to their roster since the inception of the team, and they come in so strong so far.
Yeah, I mean, Impact obviously getting that player of the game. I was wondering a little bit when he had that split, last split, he really underperformed on energy. A lot of that you have to think was, did he not have jungle synergy, or had he actually just slipped because his gold at 10 was incredibly low? But then, at least so far, his performance has been quite solid. And whenever he can get Maokai, it's always putting him at his most comfortable state. And the fact that he's on Maokai again is really good.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see how he will synergize with his team. Obviously, they boot camped in Korea, so they did spend a lot of time practicing together. And something that we kind of briefly glossed over a little bit was Smoothie in the support lane, in the bottom lane, coming in for support and replacing Bunny Fufu after that first game. Now, from what we've heard from Cloud9, they plan on doing a sort of 50-50 with the two of them. That's got to be pretty difficult to practice with the two players.
It is, and it just kind of means that the shot calling duties have to be on someone else, even if he comes in and has some auxiliary duties for it, unless they really want to change the focus on their team and they're bringing two different shot callers, but that doesn't seem like the best way to do it. And I think as Cloud9 tries to transition, I'll need to speak to Reaper specifically to figure out what types of communications he's teaching them, but he has spoken and the team has spoken about how Reaper has helped them communicate better in-game. And I don't think it would be the same way they communicate where one guy like Hai delegates a lot of responsibilities and is very vocal during team fights. There are a lot of teams in Korea who follow a model of just having like multiple information gatherers, and whoever's in the best position to make a shot call just makes it. So definitely different learnings to be applied from communication and shot calling from all the years all these players have had in League of Legends, and hopefully they're trying to find a system that works for them.
Yeah, and the big hope is that Reaper will be able to help Cloud9 much more effectively and efficiently than they have in the past, because he has this experience on SK Telecom and other organizations, that he'll be able to help augment their strengths and clean up their weaknesses faster.
Yeah, and I just heard that the audio is almost resolved for Echo Fox. They've tried to do a fix. They're testing it right now, so hopefully we'll get back in the game very shortly, 17 minutes and 30 seconds in. And really, with an Infernal Drake coming up in 35 seconds, a very important moment of the game about to happen when we get back in.
We'll see who's going to continue to get that Drake as both of the teams are getting prepared to secure it. Now, we did talk a little bit about Cloud9 and sort of their organization. With this new team and their new coach, we're expecting big things. But Echo Fox, they finally got together at the end of this, near the end of the split in the spring. Well, now they've had a few months and they've played together, they've boot camped together. They're looking much more cohesive as a team. And I think that the expectations for the team are rising as a result of that.
Yeah, and they definitely want to become a playoff team and have a chance of going to Worlds. Last split, if you only took the games they played with KFO and Froggen, they would have had a winning percentage to make the playoffs. And then who knows from there, because we had the 6 seed team in the playoffs, TSM make it all the way to the finals. Like, it's really just about getting in the playoffs and finding your groove at that moment. Luckily for them, they were able to get all the way up to 7th and got the auto berth into the summer split right here because they were safe from the promotion tournament. And another thing that's actually kind of interesting about the way the games have fallen today is so far, this is the last series that actually needs to be played. Every other series has finished. And we did say we're not doing spoilers, but I think I can avoid this without spoilers. There's a lot of 2-0 and 0-2 teams so far. And it would be really important if Echo Fox can pick up another win, because then there would be a whole host of teams that are a full 2 series behind them for Cloud9. And then on the contrary to Cloud9, the same thing, because of the gap that's going to be created between what is potentially the top 5 and the bottom 5 after the first week.
Yeah, the big hope is that you can get these wins early. To quote that wondrous phrase, you get these wins early on, so you don't have to worry about it later on in the split.
Yeah.
So a lot of pressure on these teams, even this early on, because again, this is the big showing. It's week 1 of the NALCS. So getting these wins are just so important, not only for the standings, but just to feel good coming into the next split, to have that confidence coming into week 2 and thereon.
Yeah. Unfortunately, QC has revised their estimate. Still a few minutes before we can get back from the audio fix, so apologies to everyone on stream. And yeah, I think the truncated version of what you're talking about is that every game matters. And just like last split, every game is going to matter. It feels like, you know, each win is more meaningful for these guys because they're best of 3s, but they're playing just as many best of 3s as they played best of 1s last split. So it's going to be just this massive amount of more games for these guys. And after 1 week, that's still just going to be 1/9 of your overall season. So every best of 3 matters just as much as the old best of 1s do. And it's important to get every single win because we know the standings can be incredibly close at the end of the year.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, we did just hear that because this pause is extended, we are allowing the players to talk strategy about the game. So they do have an opportunity to sort of plan ahead and look for sort of that next objective. I mean, you pointed it out just a few seconds ago. Infernal Drake is popping up in 35 seconds, so I'm sure that's going to be on everyone's mind.
Yeah, it is pretty tough for these players a lot of times if you think about just you're in the mood of a game, trying to go 100%, plan out your next movements, and then as soon as a pause hits, you're just like, now I'm going to sit here in silence, and we're going to be ready for the next play. So it is good sometimes when they get to talk about strategy a little bit, but obviously you avoid that from happening so no one can do like strategic pauses and be like, oh yeah, my screen was flickering. By the way, guys, we need to regroup about this. We'll do this. So that's obviously why the rules are the way they are. But with the duration of this pause, you don't want to overly punish a team to just figure out who has like the best short-term memory so they can now talk a little bit more.
Yeah, so in order to break down this game just a little bit more during this pause, we're actually going to continue talking about this game.
You baited everyone right there. You're just like, I'm going to go to the analyst desk, but you didn't want to go to the analyst desk.
I was ready.
You were ready to go.
It was more of a trial to make sure that everyone's ready, and you know, we got to keep you on your toes. You know, the players, they get to sit back a little bit, but we don't. We're all prepared for this.
Oh, apparently we're able to get back into the game is what I've just heard, so I don't want another false alarm here.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and send it over to the
No, the game is going back in. That's what he just told me. I can see it unpausing on the screen.
There we go.
We're going to be going in any moment now. Here we go.
That's the one. Back into game. Echo Fox and Cloud9. Okay, so Infernal Drake coming up 30 seconds down to 25. Those 10 seconds really flew by. Everyone's in position. Strategies in everyone's minds. Hard leads the way, looking for some vision. And that Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Looks like Echo Fox currently have the inside track, but Cloud9 are on their way, grouping as 5.
Yeah, right now, Echo Fox has been able to reestablish some vision, which is very important, because if you think about a minute ago in game time, obviously over 10 to 15 minutes ago in actual time, they didn't have that vision, but they were able to push in, get the control. It'll be very interesting to see how well they can hold it, because KFO is thinking about going up to split push, and he was spotted on a ward actually, so that allows Cloud9 to then move in. It's really a push and pull vision battle. Midos goes way in.
Yeah, he loops around, but drops a quick tunnel to get himself out.
Yeah, good ward control. Froggen a little bit low on mana, which can be really harmful, and he's also using it just to clear the waves, so that actually, I think that move more than anything is going to give Cloud9 a ton of power to go for Dragon. Froggen's actually going for blue buff instead of controlling the Dragon. I would have much preferred he recalls and teleports back in.
He has his teleport.
Oh, bad communication right there, and his recall is slow. Just Echo Fox dropping the ball here. Cloud9, got to be a steal.
Oh, down to 50 health, but Meteos secures it. A cast from Hard is going to buy time, but he's got nowhere to go. Jensen has slain Hard.
deadly miscommunication right there for Echo Fox. Froggen thinking about doing blue, but wouldn't have even had enough mana to do it, and then recalls. Hard also tries to steal without his flash, and now we're going to see a fight because Froggen's still not there.
On the Hunt is dropped. A successful disengage from Echo Fox, but Cloud9 chased them off. That leaves them with the inside track towards that mid-tier 1. Froggen's not there, but they don't have any minions for now, so that turret is going to stay standing despite the aggressive play from Cloud9, and they tie it up in Dragons, and now Froggen's able to get his blue.
Yeah. At what cost did he get the blue, obviously? That's really harmful. The fact that both teams have Infernal Dragons now, I'm just waiting for the moment where Cloud9 is able to go in and brute force team fights because they have so much movement speed potential with the Sivir and the Karma, and then just such beefy tanks with basically what's going to amount to a triple front line. That's how it's going to feel because Vladimir is so hard to take down in team fights. Echo Fox is going to have to bring a lot of damage into that to have stand a chance.
Yeah, in fact, it's Echo Fox who are going to find the mid lane tier 1. Sneaky has to back away. A huge wall blocks him from safety. Froggen, in fact, taking a few points in that, actually. Up to 3 in that wall of ice. Oh, wow, but Smoothie gets caught face checking and pays the price.
Yeah, well, Echo Fox had gotten all of their waves pushing at the same time, which is allowing them to keep up a fair bit of pressure right now, and Jensen is also kind of caught between where he would want to go, and now everyone on Echo Fox is collapsing down, so they're going to look for what looks like a 5-man push on this mid turret.
Yeah, blue buff on Froggen now paying off. They're chunking it down to half. Meteos is in position. Looks like he settles on hard for the knockup. Grasping Roots tries to keep Impact out of the fight. Keep that half health. Gonna have to try healing off Doran's blade, but
yeah. The trick for Echo Fox in these siege situations is that they can apply enough threat for Sneaky so that he can't get his ricochet off on the wave. That's kind of Froggen's job because outside of the Sivir, the wave clear on Cloud9, at least as far as preventing hits on the turret, is diminished. And there we go. Froggen takes Sneaky's threat out a little bit. They get a few more hits down on the turret, and the pressure mounts.
That's exactly what you were talking about. Zone Sneaky away. Even without minions, Echo Fox are able to get it. Hard knocks Meteos away. There's a teleport from Impact. Smoothie gets knocked in, and Meteos chases forward. Cloud9 cannot find the engagement. And all the while this is happening, KFO has been split pushing and keeping Jensen occupied.
Yeah, so after they give up the Infernal Drake, they mount a pretty solid offensive on the other side. Really accumulating pressure in multiple lanes, and then using the blue buff on Froggen to continually harass Sneaky off the turret. So very well played by Echo Fox there, getting a 2-turret lead onto Cloud9.
That is going to even it back up in gold. Cloud9 still has the gold on the map when they take those turrets later, if they take those turrets later. But Echo Fox get a bit of reprieve after that early advantage that Cloud9 have. Just playing that Anivia very aggressively, able to take a couple of turrets. Meteos once again on the invade. He's got the backup from Sneaky in the river, but doesn't quite want to face check into a Fiora. He actually does smite steal it.
They're trying to give it over to KFO to give him a little bit of a better chance in the split push scenarios. Remember, Impact still holding the buff from the Rift Herald that they picked up at 14 minutes, giving him 5% damage reduction against KFO, and also extra damage when he's split pushing for a long time on his first hit because the corruption stacks up. So the red buff would have been very useful for KFO if he wants to hold a big hit in those split pushes. But we're actually seeing a Lucian gank up in the top lane, and everyone's trying to collapse in on Impact.
Hard is going to catch him from the side, dodges forward as he's trying to get rid of some of the damage. That explosive cask is about to come off of cooldown. Impact is destroyed. Hard secures the kill, tying it up, but Cloud9 are in the mid lane. Sneaky tries to drop the turret, but Froggen is there in time, and Echo Fox.
Yeah, such aggressive pathing by Froggen in there to save the wave, but it totally pays off. And this is actually looking a little bit like the way the waves were managed in the Immortals game. And a lot of times you want to write that off because Immortals outpushes everyone and keeps the wave pressure, but it looks like Echo Fox is doing the same to Cloud9 right now, and KFO is going in for the duel on Jensen.
Yeah, finds some good damage. 12 to 14, doesn't even drop the grand challenge and is able to chunk Jensen away. The magic resist healing is not enough.
Yeah. Magic resist against a physical damage dealer, not as useful as you would think. Well, you wouldn't think it's very useful, but Jensen would have thought he's a bit tanky, but he does pretty much no tank stats against KFO. And the wave pressure mounts. Look at the 3 waves for Echo Fox all pushed up.
playing the lanes very aggressively. Echo Fox have finally seemed to found their stride in this game, as suddenly it's Cloud9 faltering a bit, trying to keep themselves safe with some very aggressive vision. KFO actually does drop the challenge onto Jensen, who dodges a nice riposte. Yeah. With the Proto Belt, but now he's going to have to give up a lot of pressure on this tier 2.
And Echo Fox is first to all of these moves. They're the ones with the wards in the jungle. Cloud9 hasn't been able to get it, and they're going to be getting their 5th turret of the game. That's now a 3-turret advantage over Cloud9.
Very strong mid-game spike for Echo Fox as they now look to retreat. Now, in the meanwhile, Dragon is getting ready to spawn. That's going to be an Ocean Drake for more sustain. Echo Fox would love to have that with all of this side lane pressure that they can try to put out. Once again, Cloud9 just barrel down the mid lane.
It also makes it possible for Froggen to clear waves for longer without having a blue buff. And gosh, there were 3 people on that turret, and Froggen saves it still by burning his teleport. He also burned it on a safer turret so they couldn't immediately burst him while he was coming back to lane. And gosh, this is the type of game that Echo Fox wants to get into, where they can just keep control of that mid wave. 2 turrets are dead mid lane. Therefore, they get first dibs on Dragon. They go straight for the Ocean Drake.
Such great play from Echo Fox. They get right onto that Ocean Drake. It doesn't stand a chance and is slaughtered by Echo Fox for their 2nd Drake of the game. And Cloud9 can't answer with anything as they're too busy trying to manage waves and shut down all of Echo Fox's vision.
Yeah, and it's been working quite well. Even though it's Tracker's Knife versus Sightstone from jungler to jungler, there has been more vision control down for Fox. They actually see Meteos. He's going to want to ult out of here. Gets out just in time. Froggen tried to interrupt him. Any damage while he's channeling that ultimate will stop him, so Froggen just put his ult down in a blind spot where he thought he'd see Meteos, but he wasn't able to do so.
KFO is going to roam around as he's continuing to put out that side lane pressure. Action in the mid lane as Jensen looks for Keith, but Big just disengages with the press of a single button. Cloud9, they've got the composition to fight, but Fox just won't let them.
Yeah, I mean, this is 4/5 of the Cloud9 composition that was able to pick up over 30 kills against Immortals, with Maokai, Rek'Sai, Sivir, and Karma. The only difference was Jensen was on Fizz instead of Vladimir, so slightly less engaged. But that just kind of goes to show you how Fox is controlling the map a little bit. 1 champion change, 30 kills versus Immortals. So far, 3 kills versus Echo Fox. Like, they have really taken Cloud9 out of the driver's seat in this game and are dictating to them, even though Cloud9s are the ones with more initiation drills.
Yeah, it really is a stark juxtaposition when you put the 2 side by side. Now, 27 minutes in, and Cloud9 seem to be at a loss as they just continue to try breaking down this mid-tier 1, but Hard is already there and defending with a jolly attitude.
He's got to be a little careful.
Yeah, Meteos going to look for him, but decides to let it go as Cloud9 can't collapse in time.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, he's had the Executioner's Calling for quite some time. He actually completed that before his Black Cleaver was even done. Kind of necessary against Vladimir. I was talking with some of the other casters about one of the things that makes Vladimir so ridiculous is like he has burst healing as well as repeatable healing. So his burst healing's from the ultimate and the repeatable healing's from his Q. And normally you can kind of break it from one thing. It's like, oh, he can heal a lot, so let's do a lot of DPS. Or we should burst him so that he can't do his overtime healing. But Vladimir just does both, which means you have to reduce the healing, otherwise you're not killing him. And that's why Executioner's Calling is so important.
Jensen getting a bit overzealous, separated from his team, and forced to burn the flash as Echo Fox find the successful collapse. Now they're the ones charging down mid lane while KFO has got Impact occupied on the far side. Meteos looking for an engage from the side, but it's just not possible. Echo Fox have got so much vengeance. Jensen has no escape summoners, but he's still able to get out as Echo Fox are undaunted.
Yeah, and
Exactly, Meteos going in. Knock up onto Froggen. He's burned low, but he's got so many shields. Meteos is going to be locked down, and Impact is in the back line. Meteos drops to Keith. Impact trying to disrupt as best he can, while KFO is holding one versus 3. He drops the grand challenge for an execution. Some healing. Jensen again goes down. A triple kill for Keith as Echo Fox cleaned that up.
What a fight by Echo Fox, and oftentimes you think of Maokai as this superior team fighter to Fiora because he can just teleport in and destroy you, but it's actually KFO who does a tank's job and zones 3 people out for the duration of the fight without taking any damage. So amazing teleport in from KFO at the end of that fight. 3 kills picked up by Echo Fox, and how much are they going to get for this push? They already take the inhibitor, and
They don't have any
Would they go
minions.
for more? It's just Sneaky and Smoothie right here.
20 seconds before Jensen's up 10 for impact, but they're trying for it. They're on to the Nexus turret number 1. Smoothie going to go. I have no idea where Meteos just goes. He's trying to catch the minion wave, but it's too far. The Nexus turret is going down. The Nexus is laid bare, and Echo Fox are trying to drop it. Smoothie is dead. Finally, Meteos catches back in. But the Nexus is dropped, and Echo Fox defeat Cloud9.
Just a catastrophe down the stretch for Cloud9. They try and force one team fight, and they do not respect the overall pushing power or team fighting, for that matter, of Echo Fox in what was looking like what was going to be this slow, drawn-out game. Ends in a shocker, 29 minutes and 33 seconds, a sub-30-minute game, and the first one goes over to Echo Fox, Dom.
Yeah, that completely defies our expectations. You know, Froggen's on Anivia, you've got KFO back on that Fiora. They just want to scale and wait it out, but 29 minutes in, they hit their stride, and they just plow through Cloud9's base.
Yeah, and I mean, they played the game properly, right? They were playing a counter-engage team. Cloud9 wasn't able to get the engagements on them. They pushed up all of the waves evenly, and then when finally Cloud9 got a little bit tired of being out-rotated and getting their turrets chipped away, because remember, the turrets were 5-2 in that game, Meteos goes for super hard initiation. They lose a fight 3-0, and then, I don't know where Meteos was going.
Yeah.
He was thinking that Echo Fox was going to retreat, and they were kind of like overstaying their push, so he was going to turn it around.
Yeah.
But when he shot past them, instead of running away, Echo Fox just said, wait a minute, that was the first guy that rezzed. Now we have a bunch of time to end the game. Like a huge ultimate mistake by Meteos down the stretch.
Suddenly this turned from a 3v5 into a 2v5 because Meteos tried to get clever. But to break that game down further, let's send it to Dash and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Echo Fox with a very abrupt victory
Yeah, I wasn't
over
ready for that.
Cloud9 there. Exactly. I think Jat said it best. I mean, it was a shocking victory in what we thought was going to be a very long, drawn-out game.
Yeah, shocking not in the winner, just shocking in like how.
Right, exactly, and in the immediacy of it, the fact that literally just one little fight around a raptor brush can, raptor camp rather can ignite the entire game. So that's what I want to jump into first, and then we can go back through and work through the game. I want to jump into that final fight, 3-0 at 28 minutes. Fox getting this off of the Cloud9 engage.
Keep your eye on
Cloud9.
here.
Yeah. Go for it.
I talked yesterday about the Vladimir interaction with being able to channel your E before W and taking that as basically a bomb in. He drops his ult and just instantly pulls. He doesn't start channeling his E, so when he finally comes out of the pool, he drops no damage. His E's doing nothing, and he can't follow up with the rest of his team. So he could have been AoEing like Big down, Froggen down, and they might have a chance of winning this, but Froggen has a great wall, splits the fight up, they melt the front line down. You see that Jensen and Sneaky have been running on the other side of that wall this whole fight, and then they're able to just start picking more kills up. And they make a really gutsy call to end there. I mean, I couldn't believe that they decided to do that. That's such a unbelievably like aggressive call, especially with like people coming right up. If you mess that up, you die. They take Baron or something. It's the kind of thing where after you win a fight like that and take an inhib, most teams would be like, okay, I'm going to slow this down now. We've probably just won the game. And they're like, yeah, we probably did just win the game. We're going to end it now.
Yeah, exactly. And Jat explained it well, which is that, not even Cloud9 thought they were going to call for the end. Meteos thinking that most likely what they're going to do is take maybe one Nexus turret and then start to back out.
Yeah, and he tries to go
pull
behind.
this flank off, but they see the Rek'Sai fly by and they're like, where are you going? We're gonna finish this game real quick. But overall, it was a very interesting end of the game also, just because in my head, you look at that Cloud9 composition in Maokai, Rek'Sai, Vladimir, Sivir, and Karma, and you're like, we're fine if this game goes to 80 minutes, right?
Yep.
Like, I would be very comfortable having that team composition walking into any 5v5 to end the game later in the game, as my Vladimir scales to 6 items, as my Maokai becomes an unkillable tank, and Sivir's throwing a bunch of AoE damage into the fight. And yet it felt like maybe they got a little bit impatient, as we see Echo Fox on our screens right now, going to be very happy with that 29-minute win to start off their series against Cloud9. But I do want to kind of re-hit that point. I mean, Cloud9, it seemed almost impatient. Like they had the option to wait, but maybe they felt like they were bleeding those turrets because they did drop 3 turrets to that kind of incessant pushing from the Anivia.
I mean, you only have one inner turret left, and after that, you're at your inhib line. And you've already bled out so much. Like, that one extra turret that you might bleed isn't that bad. It's the inhibs you need to start worrying about. And I think they're going to hold those fine. And they picked the fight in a really bad spot. They're in a choke point, and you saw just how brutal that Anivia wall can be. They want to fight in these open areas near Baron, Dragon, those kinds of things. And you really saw it was a clash of 2 different style comps. You have this very heavy wave clear comp with a split pusher in the Echo Fox comp, and then the C9 comp is all hard engage, we're going to kill you.
Yeah, with that, though, we do have to recognize the fact that Fox opting into that Fiora again.
Right.
And KFO doing work. We were kind of hypothesizing who best to deal with it. It was very clear that Jensen could not deal with the split push as he hadn't built any armor. He went for that Hextech Protobelt first item into the Spirit Visage, which you would expect, but no armor, no ability to stop that Fiora, and then even the likes of Impact with that Rift Herald buff didn't quite seem to be able to stack up against him in that 1-3-1.
Did he have Zhonya's in that last fight, actually? I don't remember.
We would have to go back and watch it one more time.
That's the thing where, like, you start thinking about these build paths, and, you know, he has no armor on his
Are you in post-game lobby? Duck down and check.
Yeah, actually, I can look.
There you go, see?
Yeah, I think he had O'Reilly's, I think.
He had O'Reilly's. Okay, so no Zhonya's yet, right? Which is just, you know, that's, again, if you're going to throw some criticism that way, stand back. No Zhonya's there. We do have to move on to player of the game. We're going to go over to Froggen for his ability to control the map. I mean, he wasn't necessarily able to keep Jensen down in terms of farm in that mid lane, but Anivia scaling alongside of Vladimir scaling, he seemed very happy with that, and as always, showing his mastery of that champion, blowing flashes with beautiful wall placement, creating those choke points for his team so that the damage can come through.
Right, I think one of the biggest things is that mid lane staying up for as long as it, you know, basically the whole game, right? So, you know, if it was 5-4 in turrets, 5-3, maybe these fights that they end up taking, you know, explosively at the end there, it's not a win. Maybe it's a, you know, a 3 for 1, or, you know, it could be so much worse. But because they were able to get these leads and protect their turrets while destroying the other teams, a lot of that was due to Froggen.
Yep, good on him in that one. Of course, a little bit of new information. We just been told that Bunny Fufu will be subbing in for Smoothie moving into the next game. So that support swap, once again, we'll see if it works out for them. As we see here, Coach Reaper running down maybe the game plan and strategies for Game 2. This is where I turn to you and I say, how do they adjust for Game 2? They're going to be on blue side. At the same time, though, I don't necessarily look at this first game and say that C9 was riddled with issues, right? Because for a large majority of that game, they were fairly even and in a position with the composition they had to just scale into the late game. It was maybe just one mistake that Echo Fox capitalized on quite well.
Yeah, and they can't scale forever because at some point that Fiora will just kill anybody. So I don't think Fiora was at that point yet, though. So I think if their comp looks really good to me, that's a comp I would be happy with. I think they need to be maybe a little bit more aggressive in their dives. Like, I know Anivia is a very hard champion to dive, but that first mid lane turret, there are ways to get behind it, especially with a Rek'Sai or a TP flank, and they have so much speed on their team. You would think that somehow they should have been able to bust that down, but they just never were able to do it. So I think the comp is fine. The support switch, maybe it is just because, like, we need someone to go in and mash these, like, crazy engages. We need someone to go flying in there. Maybe they think that's going to be Bunny Fufu.
Yeah, I do like the idea of putting Jensen on something a little bit more aggressive. Not that Vladimir can't be in your face, but you know, more often than not, putting him on a playmaking champion, Vlad doesn't have the option to start anything, right? Like, somebody else has to start the fight. I can run through and wreak havoc, but the likes of Fizz, the Orianas that we've seen him play, LeBlanc, Azir, those kinds of champions where we kind of open him up as this player who's really come into his own over the past few splits, I would like to see them put him in an opportunity to make plays.
The thing is now that they're going to be on blue side, so the ability to counterpick might not be available to him, and he might get stuck on the Victor, the Azirs, these kind of more safe mid laners.
Right, so perhaps a little handicapped by the side selection there. But anyway, there is more LCS still to come. We're going to take a quick break. Stick around, though, because when we come back, it's Game 2 between Cloud9 and Echo Fox.
Game number 1 between Echo Fox and Cloud9. Keith is caught. Impact teleports in. Kill secured. Meteos is going to be locked down, and Impact is in the back line. Meteos drops to Keith. Impact trying to disrupt as best he can, while KFO is holding one versus 3. He drops the grand challenge for an execution. Some healing. Jensen again trying to catch the minion wave, but it's too far. The Nexus turret is going down. The Nexus is laying bare, and Echo Fox are trying to drop it. Smoothie is dead. Finally, Meteos catches back in. But the Nexus is dropped, and Echo Fox defeat Cloud9. Welcome back, League fans. Game number 1 between Echo Fox and Cloud9 ended in a very surprising fashion, with Echo Fox closing out after a team fight win at the 28-minute mark.
Just like that.
Yeah, it was just the perfect storm. They won a fight, and they were like, oh, this is a good situation. Well, let's keep pushing. Well, let's keep pushing. And then it was over.
Yeah, super low kill game, but ultimately, like, Echo Fox gets the team fight that is all they need to win. And like, it looked like Cloud9, as they talked about on the analyst desk, did have the potential to have like really strong team fights, but their execution in team fight was really bad, and then the game was over.
That one team fight ended up costing them the game, and it's hard to believe because usually you're like, okay, we lose a team fight at the 40-minute mark, we lose the game, but that was just that unfortunate circumstance. But as you can see on your screen right now, Smoothie has been pulled, and Bunny Fufu is back on the starting roster.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that Bunny pulls out a win here, and then maybe even 2 wins for Cloud9. If you're thinking about this organization, they go to boot camp in Korea, they make these huge roster changes, and then can you imagine they come into the LCS and just lose twice on their first week? Like, that's not exactly what they would have wanted. Whereas Echo Fox will have a chance to go all the way to 2-0. So it's really important, I think, that Bunny comes in here with a calm head, the untilted from the first game because he had nothing to do with it, and maybe he can lead into victory.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. Another addition to the Cloud9 roster, though, is their new coach, Reaper. Now, before we head into game, let's hear from Sneaky on one of the newest members.
Yeah, Reaper's going to be a pretty sweet addition to us as Cloud9. We played a lot with him. Well, I guess we played a lot, and he was coaching us in Korea for, I think it was like 3.5 weeks. He was really helpful. He has a lot of insight into the game. He sees a lot of things that we don't as a team, and I think that's really what the coach's best role is just being there for the end of replay analysis and bringing an insight that maybe you guys didn't see while you were currently playing the game, like bringing more options to you. So he's been a really big help so far.
Yeah, Cloud9 played very decisive for the first part of the game. They definitely knew their strategy, just continuing to try barreling down the mid lane, trying to break Froggen's turret, but they weren't quite able to. Yeah.
Yeah, not even by the end of the game did that mid lane turret fall. So Froggen had huge control over the mid lane. And to just talk about what Sneaky had, yes, you do need the coach to be able to kind of give you after the game tips, but what seems to have been the problem for Cloud9 is they've yet to successfully move on from having high in their lineup. And they've shown glimpses of having good things, like the game they won yesterday against Immortals, or being competitive in that series, but ultimately they're going to need to be able to pick up series wins without his shot calling and be able to operate as a different team. And maybe by changing out the whole team, you kind of remove the players that had a reliance on high being there, but it still hasn't shown very true. And at the very end of that game, you could really just see a lot of miscommunication and lack of cohesion from Cloud9 that ended up being the sub 30-minute loss.
Yeah, and to get to what you were saying a little bit more, Cloud9 really want this win. So far, and this is trying to avoid spoilers as best we can, everyone is either 2-0 or 0-2, except for the end of this series, which will determine where Cloud9 and Echo Fox end up. So getting this pacing early on is huge.
Yeah, it really is. And obviously because of the substitution, Bunny has a little bit longer to warm up, so they run through his checklist as well as setting up. It's a new player on stage, so he brings his own peripherals and all those things. That's what we're currently running through. I'm curious to see just if Cloud9 decides to greatly change their strategy or if they just kind of go for the same thing again. Because we look at the way Echo Fox played, they're obviously very comfortable with the top lane Fiora. They even had to go against the Rift Herald buff in that top lane, and KFO was still able to do completely fine against Impact, even though he was up against that for the majority of the game. And then, if we think about the way the game started, Keith took a bunch of harass with a bad level 1, was a level 1 little baby Lucian against a level 3 Sivir in lane, and still managed to win the lane. So, in a lot of ways, Echo Fox controlled that match throughout.
Yeah, they showed they were able to keep pace with this aggression, and sort of something that you mentioned was coming in with Bunny Fufu, providing a fresh perspective. How do they change this up coming into this next game in order to try to get back on top?
Yeah, well, the first thing that they can do is they know that they have a different side of the map, right? So they could easily control the first pick Lucian. I think that's a very important thing if they want to be able to just get the power in the hands of Sneaky and Bunny Fufu. So Bunny Fufu can use some of his great lane mechanics to help Sneaky carry the game. That's obviously if the Lucian isn't banned, but I think that's step 1.
And now we are currently waiting on Bunny Fufu to make sure that his peripherals are all set up. You can see the checklist in our ref's hands right there as he runs through, just to make sure we're all good. Camera move speed, make sure your mouse settings are correct, disable acceleration.
Yeah, well, one really cool thing is players can have like preloaded profiles on these games, so they can actually load in fairly quickly. But at the same time, he does need time to warm up, and hopefully we get in the game very soon.
Yeah, we'll be trying to get that happening. Now, to talk a little bit more about Echo Fox, this is their 3rd win in a row where they haven't lost yet. We haven't seen them lose this split. So this is a very strong showing for, I don't want to say the new team, but the team with high expectations.
Yeah, well, they can create the high expectations if they can continue winning.
Yeah.
If you think about the teams that were expected to be have like really high expectations coming into the split, that's your CLGs, your Immortals, and your TSMs, right? The people that are consistently in the semifinals of the playoffs. Echo Fox is a team that has never made the playoffs, right? Froggen has experience from the World Championship, but that was several years ago. And a lot of the guys on this team actually just need to prove themselves that they can be taken fully seriously. Like Keith has been a substitute AD carry who's had flashes of brilliance. KFO has been a very young Korean top laner who didn't have the greatest first split, but is getting a lot of English lessons and becoming a better and better communicator. And then you look at their guys like Hard and Big, they're really just getting their feet wet as far as being professional League of Legends players. But if they can continue to win, then they can create some high expectations for the team.
And they are really setting the pace in this game. Against Phoenix yesterday, they played remarkably well, but now they're playing against the fresh Cloud9 and playing at the top of their game. I mean, that win in the previous game was so decisive, so quick, really quite choice. But now we're getting into Champion Select.
I mean, they definitely didn't smash him. We know how that game ended. It ended off of a very one single team fight and bad decisions by Cloud9 down the stretch. So I definitely think this is anyone's game.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out for Cloud9. Again, in Champion Select for game number 2, Swain banned away, along with Fiora taken away from KFO. A little bit of trouble for Impact in that solo, while Azir and Ryze follow.
Yeah, so the thing that we were talking about earlier was Lucian as well. The thing is, Kindred needs to be banned if they want to keep that away from Meteos, so I think they just have to do that. Unless they're fine with banning Lucian and giving Kindred through, or just leaving a whole bunch of things up and seeing what they're okay with, because like KFO could play a Maokai. This could be a situation where Echo Fox tries to trade 2 power picks for 1.
We'll see what they decide to go for. The last ban is in fact going to be Kindred. So that's locked in. That leaves Lucian open for Sneaky, but that Vladimir is still on the board as well. So a lot of power picks still flexing. We'll see who goes where as Reaper communicates with his new team, and Meteos kind of thinking about it like, we go for Nifty then? Oh wait, that's also banned.
Yeah. Oh man, they banned the 2 junglers like always happens. And here's the interesting thing. I would not like this choice if they go for it. It's something they ended up doing on blue side in their first game against Immortals yesterday, when that had the value of potentially denying Reignover his best champion. But there's so much still up here. I think the Lucian would be a higher priority. Maybe Sneaky is just really comfortable with a matchup against it, but at least to me, I think Meteos would have a big enough champion pool that he can play an Elise or a Gragas into a Rek'Sai and be just fine. Instead, they pick the Rek'Sai and give the Lucian over.
Yeah, so that's Lucian locked in for Keith. KFO doesn't even hesitate. Echo is locked in. Could see that go to Froggen, but seems a little unlikely. It doesn't quite fit his play style of choice, and I'm actually a little interested to see how he's going to end up building them as well, because Huni, he's been doing some wacky things with that.
Yeah, Huni did AP. We've also seen a fair number of tank echoes. Seraph did it with Fervor of Battle if he's looking for some split pushing opportunities. And it's into an expected Maokai. I don't really see a world where Cloud9 doesn't want Impact on that champion because it's so powerful currently, and it's one of his favorite champions of all time. But maybe they want to do a big switch up. We'll see if they go with something more aggressive. Nope, there's the Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai locked in. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But Bard going to be locked in for Bunny Fufu. The king of skill shots. Well, not the king. He's probably like the duke of skill shots in the bottom lane.
His Thresh has been super legendary in the past. And Bard is another one of those supports who, I think it was like 6 or 8 months ago, Freak and I were talking and just saying, like, Bard might be the best support in the game. It's just going to take a while for people to master him. Because there is so much stuff you can do with Bard to really take over games, much in the way you used to be able to do with Thresh. I mean, that's still true with Thresh, but Bard just might be a little bit stronger right now. And it's exactly the type of champion that I would like to see Bunny Fufu master, because we've known he's been able to master those kind of fully kitted out supports that can do everything, and Bard can kind of do a little bit of everything, so it's a perfect pick for Bunny Fufu if he's mastered it.
Now it's Echo Fox looking to answer again. That Karma, so very prevalent in the LCS. Well, mostly prevalent. And the Elise going towards hard. Very favorite pick for him.
Yeah. He picked the Gragas last game. Didn't have a huge amount of effectiveness on it, but the Elise obviously can have a little bit earlier of a ganking presence. Also very good if you're chaining it with some other type of CC. So currently that's actually the only reliable form of CC they have. It's going to be a little tricky for him to lock them down, especially if Froggen goes with another type of wave clear champion. But Froggen will have the benefit of the counter pick, as we're about to see what Jensen locks in for mid.
It's Bunny Fufu and Sneaky, excuse me, and Jensen now picking their champions. Victor being looked at by Jensen. Some very strong wave clear, very standard right now. As Sneaky looks to head back towards that Ashe in the bottom.
So big time initiation right there. They prioritized, well, they had to play against Wild Turtle, who prioritized Ashe in 2 of the 3 games yesterday. And also they got to play against the Victor from Pobelter, but Jensen has always been a very good Victor player, and I think that champion is just insane right now in the mid lane as far as his ability to just push in the wave from level 7 onward and then be absolutely nuts in the late game team fights.
And we'll see if Echo Fox can juggle around that Chaos Storm as the game goes later on. As Cloud9 look very comfortable on their composition, it's up to Echo Fox to pick their last champion for their solo mid laner, Froggen. The veteran himself. Nivea is still available. He had some pretty good success despite a lot of pressure from Cloud9. But this time he's up against someone with a bit more wave clear than a Vladimir on that Victor. Looks like it is, in fact, going to be Vladimir.
Let's
Locked
do
in.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he can stack a lot of early magic resist and maybe try and pressure Jensen off of being in range from farming the wave. I like it that they've gone for this. They also have the chance to put this top lane with KFO and have Froggen still be an Echo in the mid lane. So those are champions they could swap back and forth if they really wanted to.
Yeah, that's what they've currently got swapped, but they still got a few seconds before it is locked down.
Yeah, they have until 20 seconds if they want to swap the champions back. Currently, KFO wouldn't even have teleport. So they could also put Froggen top lane if they actually wanted to with teleport. They can't swap back anymore. It's going to be the mid lane Echo.
Yeah.
But
Echo.
my next question is whether or not they're just going to put KFO mid. Because he has no teleport on that Vladimir.
Yeah, we will see where they end up going as these champions are now locked in and everyone is getting ready to load onto the Rift. Cloud9 looking for revenge and possibly to bring this to a Game 3 as the coaches shake hands. We are getting ready, but make sure to update your Twitter votes. Use hashtag Cloud9win, C9win, or hashtag FOXwin. We'll check in with your responses in just a few minutes. And let's see if this game has as explosive an ending as the previous one did.
Yeah, and what kind of tricks does Echo Fox have up their sleeve? KFO with no teleport on Vladimir. Maybe he'll be going into a side lane just because he wants the double move speed summoners, but those are mid lane summoner spells. Like, those are great mid lane summoner spells if you're Vladimir.
Yeah.
Also, just do like Cloud9's team composition. Huge amounts of initiation once again. This time, instead of having move speed that can get trapped up in stuff like Zyra plants, they're just straight up Ash arrows, stuns, and harder versions of crowd control, which could hopefully give them a little bit more reliability. And look at the way they're passing into base. This is KFO being mid lane. I knew it!
Heading towards the top lane, KFO trying to see if he can flex into Jensen's Victor.
The pro team swap. This is when you queue up in dynamic queue and it gives you a role and it's like, I really want to admit, hey man, you care?
Yeah.
You care if we switch? A lot of the time, people will actually be okay with it if you queue for something and just ask nicely and see if they can play the role. And then you just get a lot of teamwork going and good jives coming into the game. But to do it on a professional scale, like to take a guy who's only played professionally as a top laner for KFO and then to throw him mid lane against Jensen, like, that's bold.
Yeah.
That is really bold.
Well, I need to make sure it's still Froggen sitting in that chair. Yeah, it is. Yeah. He's taking Fervor for a split push.
Yeah.
On
You're not allowed to account share in LCS.
Yeah.
You have to play on your own machine. You're not allowed to account share in general.
Oh, yeah.
But also not in the LCS.
Especially not in the LCS. That's what substitutes are for. As
cool.
Cloud9 are doing with Bunny Fufu and Smoothie. But Echo Fox sent Keith and Big on a late invade. They're going to find Sneaky and Bunny Fufu. The binding, he's going to find some damage, but doesn't quite lock them down. So just a favorable start to the lane.
Yeah, Echo Fox just poking their heads in. They wanted to make sure they could deny the Gromp since they weren't doing a camp start themselves, but not the greatest start to the lane once again. And Ash, at least at level 1, can do pretty decently against Illusion, especially if Big is a little bit too low to get that. And that Bard stun by Bunny is just, it's a good start to the lane.
There's the Cosmic Binding that we were looking for. Minions are all going to be caught up now as Froggen is splitting in the bottom. That feels so weird to say.
Yeah, back on COG EU, Wicked and Froggen would do this with some champions. Like, if they picked Zed, Wicked would usually play it, and then Froggen would go play something elsewhere. Froggen's no stranger to lane swapping either. I remember one game, they put Crepo mid lane on Anivia and let Froggen play support. That wasn't a meaningful game, though, or a very meaningful game. This one is. It's a clinching game against Cloud9.
Very confident move from Echo Fox. We'll see if they can make it work, as so far everyone is looking pretty comfortable. And you know, what better champion to put into Jensen's Victor than a Vladimir? Someone who can just, hey, you're going to shove the wave? Perfect, I'll catch it. As Meteos getting a little greedy trying to secure that Scuttle Crab. And he's going to catch the tunnel. And Hard lets him go.
Yeah, that's both junglers doing their one side clear to Scuttle. Sometimes you can catch conflict there. Bunny really on point with his bar stun so far.
Yeah, this is what we were expecting.
This is what we were hoping for sure,
yes,
from Bunny Fufu, because he had such great thresh play. If he could get those early stuns on Bard and then just get in the zone, because Bard's one of those champions who, although it seems like just like a lot of practice and practice with the skill shots, like you do have to have so much anticipation, especially with the Bard ultimate, that if you start getting in a rhythm where you're hitting all your skill shots, you can be really devastating.
Yeah. You have to get a feel for the skill shot, your primary target, and the background target. Very tricky champion. So far seems to be doing rather well. Actually roaming down towards the mid lane. KFO is shoved pretty far forward, but he backs off. Nice and safe. Yeah, and despite shoving the lane in the top side, Sneaky and Bunny Fufu aren't able to make anything happen in the mid lane. Head back towards their own tier 1 turret. Froggen continues to trade it out with Impact, spamming spells to bully it out.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to switch Vladimir with Echo so I can better head-to-head these guys.
Yeah.
For checking the mid lane, they're dead even in CS, and it's a very slight advantage for Impact against the Echo. So I'd say KFO is wave clearing out just like he should, and Froggen, while trying to get a lot of harass in, is actually missing a few CS against Impact.
Here and there, just a couple of minions are missing. But with the recall, opts for the Dark Seal and Doran's Ring. Standard split push Echo. Still not quite seeing. Oh, Sneaky.
Greedy recall right there from Sneaky. He's going to get trapped in lane for a little bit longer. He would have loved to be able to go back and buy with that 1,000 gold. But Keith had already recalled for that double longsword, and now he gets to lane against a Doran's Blade only Ashe for a little while. Nice job by Keith to get that harass off.
Very good presence of mind. Junglers are going to spot each other once again as Meteos and Hard competing over vision. Meteos, once again, looking for the invades, looking for any advantage he can secure over Hard to try shutting him down. But this time the Wolf Spirit spots him out and scares him away as Jensen shoves in towards the mid lane. KFO with a recall is going to opt for the Spectre's Cowl first, so he's just going to farm it up. While Sneaky and Bunny Fufu continue to try staying afloat with these item deficiencies in the duo lane.
Yeah, they're pushed into a pretty difficult slot in the lane right here just because it's been on Echo Fox's side for so long. It's going to push back shortly, but at least for this next wave, it does give Hard a timing window in which he could get in position. So with his current position, they're probably hoping to get more harass down. Like, that's not a gank you really want to do, but he goes for it anyway.
Walking through the turret, Sneaky takes some damage, but Summoner Heal and Flash gets him out, and Hard is the one who goes low. Froggen dueling it out with Impact and Meteos. A quick level 6 means he can trade back.
Wow. I mean, A very ambitious gank right there. 2 full health duo lanes and hard paths through the turret on Elise. So Echo Fox burned 2 flashes for that. And technically they get the summoner spell advantage because Sneaky used both and Bunny Fufu also ignited to try and deter farther damage. So technically the gank worked. It just was wholly unexpected.
Yeah, Sneaky is going to try to catch this minion wave as best he can, but Hard is still in the area, healing up off of that just a bit as he tries to look for some more pressure, but Sneaky clears the wave in time and is relatively safe. Finally, he's going to get his recall, but he's forced to miss a few minions.
Yeah, at least at this point now, he's recalled for enough of a BF sword. So previously he probably would have recalled on pickaxe. This time he gets to go into a BF sword, so not a disastrous item timing, it's just the fact that Keith is getting a pretty big edge and they're getting a ton of turret damage down since Hard has just stayed in that lane for so long. Question will be how much experience Hard gives up as Meteos is eating up the Echo Fox jungle on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're not quite able to break the turret yet. Sneaky's almost there. Minion wave, I think it just might be able to make it in time. As Hard and Jensen trade off in the mid lane, continuing to farm it up, KFO is like, guys, I can play Vladimir too. That's one of the sorts of situations where you play a champion in ARAM and you're like, I am now a main of this champion.
Well, KFO has always loved to play carry top laners, and Vladimir has been very good in the top lane as well. So it's natural that he'd be able to play the champion very well. It's just he's going to throw it mid lane because Vladimir is just so much more dangerous with 2 combat summoners. With how well he can stay in fights, having to have Flash and Ghost is just better. So as long as he's able to play an equalized lane against Jensen, who at least early game on Victor, the new Victor, I think actually has less lane bullying potential through the first 9 levels than the old Victor would have had. Mainly just a guy who can wave clear and then is a tremendous late game team fighter. So KFO is going to be fine in the lane against Jensen. And then Froggen probably just wants to play Echo. Part of this is just them having fun, I think.
Yeah. Putting out some very interesting compositions and switching it up on us. And even this sort of adds to the complexity of how do you prepare for something like this when a team demonstrates that they can sort of flex. You thought it was tough preparing for 2 supports.
And how do you track all this stuff statistically? I'm sure our guys that are trying to do the auto pulls for like mid lane CS differentials and like all these jungle gravity things that we're trying to do, like you got a special case this game because Froggen is a top laner and KFO is a mid laner for 1 game only.
There is a large asterisk next to this game in every Excel document. Meteos heading towards the top lane. There's still a lot of forward pressure from Echo Fox as they want to break down this tier 1 turret. Bunny Fufu drops the tunnel and the arrow will hit.
Beautiful gank.
He's locked down, forced to flash, but Meteos catches up. Heal was already used. Tempered Fate finds Big. They're going to look for 1 and follow up on the second. First blood for Sneaky as Jensen roams up. Big is going to drop. 2 kills, Cloud9.
So that's the type of trigger they wanted to be able to pull in the first game with the Sivir and the Karma, but this time you could see the actual lockdown of the CC is so much more effective. They land the Ash Arrow on Keith as they come in with Rek'Sai, basically double tunnel, magical journey into a tunnel from Rek'Sai. Incredibly difficult to avoid. Not only do they burn double summoners, they get a double kill.
Yeah, they're going to answer this top tier 1 turret back, and suddenly Cloud9 are in the driver's seat. Feeling very comfortable about that. No answer from teleports on the far side, and Hard is trying to make it worth as he's looking for the Infernal Drake. And in fact, Keith is on his way to help him out, so they should be able to secure it.
Yeah, they'll be able to get this one. Meteos would have a tunnel up that he'd go to, but they just don't have the members to go for that. They're trading the double kill in the top lane and the turret for this dragon. This is much more favorable than what ended up happening in the first game where they just traded turrets and Echo Fox also got the dragon. Here they get 2 kills in a turret, inexpensive, leaving the dragon unoccupied for a little while.
Yeah, so temporary advantage for Cloud9. We'll see if they can turn this into something a little bit bigger over the course of this match. And here's that play once again. Meteos so patient.
Yep, just waits for the Bard, goes straight in, stun onto Keith. Big did get the root onto Meteos, which buys time for a little while. And I love the ultimate from Bunny Fufu there onto Big to just give time for them to finish off the kill onto Keith and not let Big run away while that was happening. Jensen had also been able to roam up against KFO, and maybe he goes for a little bit of burst here. He is without ultimate though, so KFO can sustain a bit.
Yeah, just heals it right back up. And as you'll notice, we did just swap KFO and Froggen on the items.
Hey, now we can do
pane.
direct comparisons. KFO has been doing fine as far as CS goes, but we do have to remember Jensen did spend some time roaming. So Jensen I would say, is overall winning that lane presence-wise because he spent the time to roam and is still even to slightly up on CS.
Yeah, some very large wave clear. Makes Jensen Victor a very difficult champion to lane against as he continues to pressure into this turret. Cloud9 send their duo towards the bottom. In fact, Keith and Big stay towards the top side of the map. Perhaps going to be looking for that Rift Herald for an advantage, but Cloud9 are going to answer back with some pressure of their own as 12 minutes in, we're back into the Vision game.
Because the Dragon was taken, Keith doesn't necessarily need to be in the bottom lane, but it is very important for Echo Fox that they find a safe place for him to farm. The threat of the Ash Arrow, before anyone can build a QSS or have a Mikhail's on the Karma, is when it's at its highest point in the game. And Sneaky is 1 for 1 so far, so Keith and the rest of Echo Fox have to be very vigilant about where Sneaky is standing and when that Ash Arrow could be coming in.
Oh, there's teleport play. They've got Keith. There's the binding arrow. Will miss, but here comes the rest of Cloud9. Remember, he doesn't have any flash. Gets knocked up. He's going to end up going down to Sneaky, and Big is going to follow. Even the recall from Jensen as he picks up another kill. It's 4-0 for Cloud9.
So nowhere is currently safe for Keith, but he was also in a really poor position right there, walking through the river instead of just walking safely through the lane or jungle. But the teleport came in from Impact. Like, these are just piles of players that they're trying to throw onto Echo Fox. I think the arrow actually would have missed, but Bunny Fufu ends up catching him with the Bard ultimate. That gives time for Meteos to arrive, as well as Impact's teleport to finish channeling. And Big was kind of going down to help out Keith, but the teleport had been going in behind him. All those wards had also been able to put before the play happened by Meteos. So the Sightstone paying off early for Meteos this time. This game he has gone Sightstone before completing his Cinder Hulk, and they're using it to pull off some TP plays. So a lot of game-by-game adaptations by Cloud9 to make this much more well-executed in the first 15 minutes.
And this is what we expected from the more flexible Smoothie versus Bunny Fufu and their new coach. So already seeing adaptation bodes well as Echo Fox did secure the Rift Herald. Trying to see who that ended up going on to. I think that's Froggen who ended up getting that Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, it's a top laner or jungler buff typically.
Yeah.
Froggen is the one that has it. He's going to be split pushing against Impact. Hopefully gives him an advantage throughout all of this.
Yeah, that glimpse of the Void stacking up. So he's going to have that until the 34-minute mark.
Since they picked it up at 14 minutes, it is a 20-minute duration. Although the item breakpoints are favored in Cloud9's favor at the moment, and the 4,000 gold lead is not to be ignored, even if Echo Fox does have an Infernal break. So much more control this game than last for Cloud9.
Some harass from Keith and Big as they're trying to answer back the kills that they lost. And once again, Jensen playing towards that duo lane in the bottom. Impact, in fact, was heading down there, and now he's going to swing back up and catch the wave. Froggen is shoving on the opposite side, but that next dragon's up in 90 seconds. That's going to be an Earth Dragon. Very high priority. So far, the vision is split, so duo lane's going to stay there. Teleport available for Froggen, but there's action as Big finds a snare.
Oh, nice stun.
Bunny
They're going to turn it.
Locks down Big. Meteos has to get out. Cocoon is going to find him. They're under the turret. They're diving it. Froggen's coming in. Hard can reset with the repel, and in fact, it's Big taking the turret. He goes down. Meteos gets it. Misplay from Echo Fox. They're not even able to get Sneaky just yet. Finally, he drops, but Froggen drops back in. He's still got turret aggro. He goes down. Triple kill to Meteos and 4 kills for Cloud9.
Yeah, everyone just runs under the Cloud9 bot lane turret to dive, and that play just reeks of desperation for Echo Fox right there. They had been losing and losing to Ash Arrows, so they try and preempt the gank from Cloud9, but they do not have the setup or the reliable crowd control to do so, and 4 people just run to their death, essentially, and a bunch more kills picked up for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a lot of momentum. They've got complete control over vision. A couple of double wards just in case Sweeper comes along to make sure they have control over that pit. Here that play is once again.
Exactly. So Hard is in the brush, but like they haven't even spent the time to burn the summoners before for Cloud9. They flash just to get a flash, and then the double stun comes around and Meteos is there. Like, this is when you should call it off. You tried your gank, it didn't work, back away. But they burn the teleport in from Froggen. He thinks they can go. Great CC chain there by Cloud9 to catch Big under the turret. They blow up the duo lane yet again. Sneaky does go down at the end of it, but by that time, Jensen's able to come down, and Impact didn't even have to burn his teleport right there. So the Ash Arrow will be back up very shortly. A teleport will be up until Impact. And again, Cloud9 could actually do a proactive initiation, even though they were great at playing reactively to Echo Fox. They have all the options right now.
All the cards in their hand. In fact, they now have control over that Dragon Pit. Shoving out in the bottom lane means they might be looking towards that objective, as Impact was headed towards that side of the map. Froggen will pull him back by shoving away. But again, Froggen has no teleport. Meteos, you got the ward down, but not quite sure that's what you wanted. I think he wanted it to stay a little bit longer. Drops even another ward.
He found him.
It's a trail of breadcrumbs.
He now knows where the pink ward is. He's just playing with a lot of confidence right now after that triple kill.
Arrow goes wide. Echo Fox competing with the vision as best they can. Froggen dueling with Impact. Here comes Jensen to catch up. Gotta try to burst him down. There he goes. Drops the chrono break nice and quick. And there's a flash from Impact. He chases over. KFO can't make up his mind. Froggen running for his life, and he's deep in enemy territory now. Cloud9 can't make up their minds either. There goes a... Ooh. Buffered. Repel for hard. Gets him out. No kills, but that was close.
Yeah. Froggen gets out as well, but this leaves the Dragon undefended. And Cloud9 has everyone in range to do it. So this little lane swap trick for Echo Fox hasn't been working out too well, but surprisingly, they swapped the solo lanes. Those guys are doing mostly fine. It's their duo lane that's getting massacred by the initiation from Cloud9.
And, you know, we've spent so much time talking about how strategies will change up if they bring in a different support player. We haven't even talked about the obvious. It's a different support. The lane's going to do differently.
Yeah. Bard, much different than Karma in the way he plays, and Bunny Fufu has been really on point with it. The one miscommunication when they threw the Ash Arrow through the Bard ult, but now Froggen trying to make another play.
Yeah, he's got no chrono break, and Sneaky's been allowed to just fire shot after shot. Flash! Oh my gosh, he's still alive. There's Jensen. The laser is going to miss. Froggen is being escorted out of there. There's the arrow. Sneaky finally finds it.
Oh, and they got the angle on him.
Cloud9 are continuing to chase. KFO drops the Sanguine Pool, but Impact forces the flash by zoning him forward.
Yeah, I really love what Cloud9 is doing this game. Instead of having the move speed of the Sivir and the Karma, they're using the Bard tunnels to still position around the map in a very quick fashion. Really taking full control of this game against Echo Fox.
Now the mid-tier 1 is going to drop. Cloud9 are 5,000 gold ahead. 9 kills to 1. And 3 turrets to 1 after that. And as you mentioned, Cloud9, so very confident.
Yeah, looking to make this a 3-game series for sure. Only 19.5 minutes into the game. Plenty of league to play yet, but the type of composition that Echo Fox has isn't the best suited for turtling out, especially when you consider how many tools Cloud9 have to initiate straight onto them. They do not have the mid lane wave control from last game when they'd have Froggen on Anivia, or the hyper carry fear of a split pushing Fiora. Instead, they just have a tank Echo who's really being matched by another tank Maokai, and then a Vladimir who has been neutralized at least quite easily by Jensen's Victor, who's now hitting some pretty powerful item breakpoints.
Yeah, things looking very good for Cloud9. They might become the 3-game series. Three series. You know what I'm saying.
They might become the what?
The team that takes it to 3 series every time.
3 games?
Yes.
The
3
team
games,
that
not
goes
series.
3 games all
in
the
every
time.
Yes. Wow.
Is that a thing?
I don't know.
There's
We're gonna
best
find
of
out.
3 threes.
Yes. Okay, that was hard. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, well, Cloud9's crushing at this game, that's for sure. They're going to continue to try and set up plays everywhere they can, and either Bard ult or Ash Arrow is going to be the one to lead, generally, for these fights.
Yeah, and to sort of tie that in fact, best of 3s really benefit this team because they can start out with either support, and whichever one works, they stick with it.
Yeah, exactly. So mid-series substitutions, if one guy's not feeling it on the day, put in the next one. Both times they've done a substitution, it's immediately been followed by a victory. That just means they have to sub every single game. So Bunny did great. Sorry, man. Putting Smoothie back in.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to quite work that way. I think they'll keep Bunny in after his performance this game.
Yeah, currently 100% kill participation along with Meteos. who's been teaming up with Sneaky and Bunny Fufu, the 3-man roaming squad, looking for someone. I think Ward is finally going to spot out the vision that Big had dropped previously, as everyone continues to farm it up. So a bit of early action and everything starts to slow down a bit. Cloud9 trying to assert their dominance on the map, and Echo Fox playing appropriately, playing back, trying to get themselves back to even with Cloud9.
It is just 5,000 gold, and Echo Fox was able to pick up the Infernal Drake at the very start of the game. So all hope is definitely not lost. I mean, we've seen much larger deficits be come back from. They still have the potential of a very late game Vladimir, but the scaling of Cloud9 is also quite respectable, which makes this a pretty daunting task for Echo Fox. Nice dash there by Keith before the
Arrow down the mid lane. 4 members of Cloud9 were setting up for a dive, but with the arrow missing, that's going to be the no signal instead of the go signal. And everybody goes back to catching their minions. Impact in the mid lane currently going to have to head top to catch up with Froggen, who's been split pushing all the while with that Glimpse of the Void buff. He's still got about 10 minutes left on that, maybe 11.
Yeah. That thing lasts forever. That's
20 minutes.
That's the most underrated part of the buff, because you'll think you get it and you won't necessarily feel like it's doing that much for you, but it's just straight up damage reduction for 20 minutes, as well as giving you more damage in solo situations. So Froggen's real happy to have that, but he hasn't really been able to do much with it. Impact hasn't been fearful. He wouldn't been in danger of dying to a Maokai anyway on the Echo. So, like we said, this lane swap has been so-so. Nothing great. Hasn't been a disaster.
Well, we've still got a lot of game left. As you mentioned, a lot of League to play through. Until the Nexus drops, it's not over. Blue buff once again. Let's see if he gives us a little dance on his way back.
Yeah, instead he'd rather pick up these minions in the mid lane. Give him a quick little gander. And now he's going to go for it.
Yeah. Meteos currently tanking it, so no way we're going to get dance from Blue this time. Sorry, guys. And everyone's just taking their time, continuing to work towards those item breakpoints and spiking harder than the other team can. Now, Dragon's going to spawn in about 30 seconds. This is another Earth Dragon. Cloud9 would love to have that.
Yeah, and Jensen's reaching that point in the game where Victor can be such a monster in team fights. Triple upgrade on his Hex Core. Gives the extra move speed on his ultimate, which, as we've mentioned plenty of times, was changed to do pulsing damage. The burst isn't nearly the same, but then every 2 seconds, it basically bursts you. Every 2 seconds, and it will stick because it's moving faster thanks to the upgraded Hex Core. Rylai's may be Jensen's next item if he wants to really make sure, or if he just wants to blow people up, go for a death cap or a Lumens. Either way, Cloud9, because they're big gold beat map control, get to take this dragon in.
Echo Fox not even going to try. Don't want to take any chances and give up more than they need to. Dragon is secured. Number 2 for Cloud9. And everyone returns back towards their safe positions, continuing to fight over vision. Cloud9 quite intelligently recognizing they don't have vision of the Baron Pit.
Yeah, making sure Fox can't rush it.
Yeah.
Although Cloud9 would have the ability to 2-man Baron or to 3-man Baron because of the double Mountain Drakes. 20% true mitigation, pre-mitigation true damage will basically force Echo Fox to either concede it or really run in headfirst for a fight. I think that's where eventually Cloud9 is going to attempt to win the game, is around the Baron Pit, probably with picks rather than just a Baron Rush.
Echo Fox trying to prevent that from happening and reclaiming vision on their own. With that dragon just going down, no other neutral objectives. All they have to do is maintain vision and prevent that from happening, and they'll be safe. Impact.
Catch them with a stun.
Eats a stun and heals it right back up.
Yeah. That'll do it. I don't really feel like Froggen's got a way to kill him. Still doesn't even have his Iceborne, so even if Impact wants to run away, he's going to be able to run pretty easily.
Once again, Cloud9 not taking any chances. As a mobile unit, they can test the vision, not sending in any single person, not letting a support overextend and die face-checking. Continuing to play this vision game safely so that they don't get caught out, while Impact and Froggen split off on the far side. They both have teleport, so if anything were to happen, they would be able to join up, but it seems like for now they're content not to.
Yeah, Execution's Calling being completed on Sneaky. That's exactly what they need against KFO's Vladimir, but yeah, like we were talking about, this Baron is what is going to hopefully draw Echo Fox out from their base. And even though Cloud9 can kill it quickly, I think the threat of them killing it quickly is what Cloud9 will want to use to land the right initiation.
Yeah, it's 4v4 in the mid lane, but nothing's quite happening. Again, Impact and Froggen are going toe-to-toe, but nothing's going to come of it. The red buff is secured. Minios actually drops the Chilling Smite. He does have another charge of his Smite stacked up, so it'll be up in about 7 seconds, so no concern there. In fact, they were buying time for the top minion wave and to crash into the tier 2, and with all this vision, they're able to get some damage on it, but a culling clears out the wave. And Cloud9 back away.
Yeah, I really want to see more decisiveness for Cloud9 right now. They have had such a big lead. It was 6,000 a little while ago, but it's shrunk to 5,000, and they have the 2 Mountain Drakes, so they should be doing the Baron or forcing it right now. And it's taking them a little bit too long to do this play. Impact is now waiting in base. And instead of rotating mid lane, Cloud9 should be going immediately to Baron and just doing it. They know Froggen is low. He couldn't have made it to the Baron pick quickly. And they could have rushed it down. They'd also just pushed hard back in base and have wards in the jungle. Like, that was a Baron that Cloud9 put the prep work into, but just decided not to do, and they're not utilizing their Drakes.
Yeah, some hesitation showing from Cloud9 as they're taking their time with this match rather than trying to force anything from happening. And again, the vision gets cleared out for Echo Fox on their own side of the jungle as they try to reestablish the ward line.
Yeah, we say they're taking their time, but they're actually just losing their lead. If they're not going to utilize having double Mountain Drakes, then what's the point of getting the Drake in the first place? Echo Fox was down 6,000 to 7,000 gold. Now they're down 3,500 gold, and as the game goes later, the stats they gain from Infernal Drake are actually equalizing the gold lead. So we have this 9 kill to 1 Drake game where Cloud9 should be up in Dragons and should be reaping the rewards from all their kills. But if Echo Fox gets a 5v5 team fight, they might win it.
Yeah, balanced in items once again, very close. BOC is going to try trading with Hard a bit, but just bullies him away as he drops another ward on his own. Bunny Fufu's continuing to sweep out ward after ward. Looks like it is going to be the Rylai's picked up for Jensen as he's now grouped up with the rest of his team. They've got vision of the pit right now. Impact once again recalling, sitting in base. This is the Baron play.
And they can kill this so quickly that they need to eat. And they actually don't even have the deep wards for Impact to teleport in on right now, but they're going for a fight. This is the 5v5. Impact's behind. Here we go.
Oh, Arrow finds Big, separating him. Oh, the Tempered Fate will reset onto Keith. He's chased up and locked down. He will go down. No, he flashes on the far side. Impact is in the front as it's Chaos. Meteos trying to get some action, but he's so low, forced to back out of the fight. Impact finally going to slay Keith as Sneaky has been untouched. It was a 5v5 as everyone teleported in, but oh, Jensen is going off. He finds a kill on the far side. It's 5v3 right now.
And they were able to catch Keith, and the amount of CC chain that Bunny Fufu put down onto him was absolutely massive. This is the play they've needed to make for quite a while, and they can most likely get the Baron after this one, but Hart is still sticking around. Froggen and KFO aren't willing to give up on the play.
Now, Hart has his smite. Froggen is low and is forced to back out. Sneaky might be able to chase these kills down on that sticky Ash. Oh, KFO already used his pool.
Yeah,
might end up going down. Yeah, he's finally going to drop the rest of Cloud9 in the back of Baron. Bunny Fufu is able to get a kill onto Hard by baiting him out. Oh, man. Bunny Fufu did end up going down, but that's Baron going over to Cloud9 and trade for 1 death.
Yeah, and then maybe they can finally use that Baron buff to crack some more turrets, because despite holding a large map pressure advantage for the past 10 minutes, they've only taken down the far outer ring of turrets. Because of the deaths, though, they can probably rotate to get this Infernal Drake, which is very important, so they can kind of minimize the bonuses that Echo Fox will have been getting, and Big just where he should not be.
Yeah, trying to drop some wards. That's the solo warding mission. The arrow, oh gosh. Narrowly misses, but Big is able to get out, and that is an Infernal Drake that has spawned. Yes, Echo Fox have got vision, but the best it's going to do for them is let them watch as this dragon goes over to a Baroned up Cloud9.
Yeah, so they are able to extend their advantage now. Very important stats to pick up 31 minutes into the game. Can't quite get the blue buff from that invade, but still, like, not a fully won game yet for Cloud9. They have a lot of good items right now. Jensen is extremely powerful, and Echo Fox hasn't shown any propensity for beating them in team fights, but the gold is still pretty close, and you always have to respect Vladimir. Echo Fox is not in position for the right type of fight right now, and their turrets are melting.
Yeah, that double Earth Dragon so strong. The inhibitor is broken with no contest from Echo Fox, and immediately Cloud9 is 5. Swing towards the top lane, looking for their next objective. Meteos surely going to apply pressure on another side of the map with that Abyssal Voyage.
Yeah, he's just coming straight back.
Oh no, he's actually going straight back.
Yeah, exactly, because they want to keep grouped as 5 and just use this Baron buff as well as double Mountain Drake to just kill the turrets very quickly, and they know that Froggen doesn't have teleport right now, so a flank is really difficult to set up. Echo Fox is going to try and force a bit, though.
Yeah, Froggen will tag Meteos, but the full tank build paying off as he takes barely any damage. 20 Fufu is in the front, trying to zone away while the rest of Cloud9 destroy the tier 2 so quickly. They now collapse onto Froggen. Jensen will catch up with a laser. They've left Sneaky all alone, but he's totally fine with it as KFO tries to go for a flank. And Impact and Meteos are diving so deep. Cloud9 are not going to be stopped. They get a kill onto Froggen, but this is not the end of the push.
Yeah, this is more like it for Cloud9. They still have 5 people alive. They've killed Froggen. They have the Baron up still, and they catch Keith again.
Yeah, an arrow onto Keith. He is destroyed. Flash from Sneaky. Doesn't even need that turret aggro. That's going to be another kill onto KFO. And that's still 4 members of Cloud9 shoving forward with Baron buff, with a large minion wave. They're going to take this inhibitor. Let's see if they decide to continue pushing forward. They are going to. It's up to Big and Hard to keep themselves in this game. They are not going to, and Cloud9 are on the Nexus turret. They're on the Nexus itself. They're going to take us to a Game 3 against Echo Fox.
Yeah, and overall, very well played by Cloud9, especially from the duo lane and Meteos. The way that they worked around that lane and completely took Keith and Big out of it. There's that curveball. Sometimes you can get a little flustered if you're like, man, why is KFO going mid lane? Why is Froggen going top? But Cloud9 is just like, we don't care. The champions are exactly the same. We're just going to play this like we would a normal matchup. Let's camp bottom lane like our team composition says we should. And even though I think it took them a little bit longer than it should have to utilize the double Mountain Drakes to secure the Baron, they ultimately did that. And then once they had that buff, they just steamrolled through the rest of Echo Fox for what ended up being a relatively quick game, 33 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing the 2 different sides of Cloud9. When they get those fights, they look so strong. When they're in their comfort zone, they look so very confident, but they sort of floundered during the mid game. Like, yeah, we've got an advantage. Well, what do we do?
Right, and this is where Cloud9 will need to clean up their play as the season progresses, and this has always been what people don't like about Cloud9 when you don't have High, because High would just make these crazy, aggressive, reckless plays, and Cloud9 is trying to be like, well, we don't want to be super reckless and dumb. Let's be a little bit calculated, but at the same time, I think that makes them miss out on some opportunities. Even so, they only died 3 times, so you can't really fault them, and now they get to force Game 3.
Yeah, we are going to Game 3, but for more on that match, let's head over to the analyst desk to break that down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. First victory for Cloud9 in this series, bringing it to 1 and 1 night. Not quite as quick as the first game, but still rather calculated by Cloud9.
That's a word for it.
Before we dive into exactly, Before we dive into exactly how they came away with the victory, I want to approach first the role swap that we saw out of Echo Fox, taking KFO on that Vladimir and throwing him mid and saying, Froggen, you go take the Echo top lane.
Yeah, I think role swaps are something that's not done in League of Legends very often for a good reason. People don't struggle with playing the champions. They play most of the champions through solo queue. They don't struggle with the laning phase. Most of the matchups they're pretty well aware of, and they can do fine in them, especially if it's like a matchup that we saw here. Vlad versus Victor's like a farm lane, Echo versus Maokai tank. Like it's not gonna like go too crazy, but you do mess up the intricacies in the team situations, like warding, like how to exactly play a lane swap. When do you TP? Because this is something that we see people who play mid all day, every day, not do well, and top laners not do well. And so when you swap them, they're not going to execute on the level that you really need to. And we kind of saw that throughout this game, I think.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, 12 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, which is going to be our only replay for this one. Cloud9 picking up 2 kills. And kind of due to a lack of vision on the side of Echo Fox, Keith here wandering through without any vision, and this is just because, you know, with Froggen had been down on that bottom side prior,
the ward coverage is not established.
Yeah, this is one of the things that you kind of need to look out for. They were going through River. They had just cleared out a pink ward, but you see how many green wards there are around that mid lane for almost the entire game. I know Meteos has a Sightstone versus the Tracker's Knife, but a lot of mids are actually not very good about using their trinkets. We saw earlier in the day, Keen died once from a situation where it was a 2v1 and he just greeted out his trinket usage. And I think that that's the case where you put someone who's not a mid laner and ask him to, contribute to vision control. They're not going to quite get it. They're not going to have synergy with their jungler. And I think you saw a lot of really just gaps in the vision for Echo Fox.
Yeah, Echo Fox on your screen there. They're probably talking about that role swap.
Cop's a little mad scientist sometimes. We saw it with Gravity, some crazy picks. So
yeah, there's probably a fair amount of discussion about, was it successful in what areas was it successful and in what areas wasn't it. That being said, I have to imagine that moving forward, if they can become more proficient at the role swap, that can be a weapon in their arsenal that they use later down the line. We'll see.
Right.
Now let's dive into Cloud9 in this one because they had an early gank top lane, netted 2 kills. That replay we just saw picked up 2 more, and then a botched dive by Echo Fox was turned around for a 4-for-1, which put them at a pretty large lead. And then the pace of the game just completely stalled out.
Right, I think C9 showed that they have a lot of good plans. When they have this Ashe, that's something that Sneaky's always excelled on. They coordinated well with the Bard. They got a lot of pickoffs. But then once Echo Fox realized we're losing this game, let's pull back, let's slow down, it really seemed like C9 struggled to get anything going. They had the outers up almost the entire game. And you think when you have that much engage,
right,
you just need to push up 2 waves and rotate over, and you should be able to pick somebody, dive, or just take the turret.
Yeah, looking at these comps here on your screen right now, you've got an Ashe Arrow for engage, you've got a Bard ultimate, you've got a Rek'Sai who can tunnel behind, and of course, the Maokai.
Yeah.
The easiest of all engaged tools is your Maokai, and it did definitely feel like with that 4, 5, 6K gold lead that they had around that mid game, they were a trigger shy. Right. We didn't see a single inner turret go down until after they secured that Baron. So don't know how much of that is a product of, we want to play this more calculated and slow because of the fact that we're constantly swapping players in and out, and the communication and maybe even the trust isn't quite there, having to have had split time between different people on the roster.
The other potential thing too is that they had 2 Earth Dragons and they were winning the game, so it's not like they need to necessarily throw themselves at the oh, we're on a clock. They scaled fine, their comp was fine, and I think that their decision to play it slow wasn't necessarily wrong. It just is something that you see teams like IMT and some of the more dominant teams smash a game once they have a lead like that.
Cloud9 on your screen here. In the midst of all of this, Bunny Fufu is going to snag our player of the game honors. You see him there on your screen, subbing in too. That's the big thing we have to remind everyone of is the fact that him and Smoothie are bouncing back and forth, and here he steps in 1 and 13 on that Bard, had some great ultimates, is supplying some of the shot calling for the team, and definitely, one of the leaders that brought these guys to victory here.
Yeah, and that turnaround kill on that dive, it all started with the Bard double stun and then into the ultimate, and from there, he really kicked off a lot of plays on his own with even the tunnel on the first dive, or first couple kills.
Yeah, or the casters rather spoke a lot about, the Bard tunnels into the Rek'Sai tunnels. It's just a crazy amount of mobility that they had to be able to roam around the map and kind of create those picks and open things up for the entire team. So for him, that'll be a nice little confidence boost moving into Game 3. We'll see if he can continue to be a leader and put up a performance like that on Bard, because yesterday I think his Bard performance was a little lackluster, missing a few of those crucial cosmic bindings and his ultimates not being quite as on point. Today, though, mechanically matching where we would expect him to be based on his ability to play the likes of Thresh and those kinds of champions.
Yeah, and I think part of it too, and I would like to ask C9 about this, how much is it that you just kind of swap players around almost every day and just to give them all equal chances? Because they said, I think I heard that they're splitting 50% scrim time. It would make sense maybe that you get 1 game and then we swap, and because they've done that, and then they just go with who they think is looking better on the 3rd game, unless someone stands out incredibly the 1st game, which I think Smoothie played fine, but not a standout player, and so you can always just swap after a single game, even in a win maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like they will be sticking with the roster for Game 3. Cloud9 have extended it 1-1 in the series. We're headed toward a broadcast cooldown, but stick around because Game 3 of Echo Fox versus Cloud9 is coming up right after the break. You're watching the NALCS.
And let's see if this game has as explosive an ending as the previous one.
Yeah, and what kind of tricks does Fox have up their sleeve?
They're going to look for one and follow up on the second. First blood for Sneaky as Jensen roams up. Big is going to drop. Misplay from Echo Fox. They're not even able to get Sneaky just yet. Finally, he drops, but Froggen drops back in. He's still got turret aggro. He goes down.
They catch Keith again.
Yeah, an arrow onto Keith. He is destroyed. Flash from Sneaky. Doesn't even need that turret aggro. That's going to be another kill onto KFO.
And overall, very well played by Cloud9, especially from the duo lane.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 3 between Echo Fox and Cloud9 is just around the corner. After a very shocking finish from Echo Fox in Game 1, Cloud9 were able to come back comfortably in the driver's seat in Game number 2.
Yeah, and Bunny Fufu subbed in and had a fantastic game on Bard. I think his performance in that game, 87.5% kill participation, pretty good warding, but I think the impact was more just in his skill shot usage. Incredibly good laning phase that completely took Keith out of the game and allowed them to snowball the game from team fights.
Yeah, and speaking of Keith, he played that Lucian once again, ended up going 0-5-2 over the course of that match.
Yeah, it was a really disastrous game for him. And I mean, Keith and Big have been getting caught out of position a little bit too much. I mean, even in game 1, which they were able to win, it had a very disastrous level 1, and they're putting early pick priority on this champion. And even in the games they've won against Phoenix 1 and against Cloud9, it hasn't been the cleanest of performances. So Keith, all this hype coming into the season because of his solo queue performance over in Korean Challenger, needs to be able to have better performances on the mechanically difficult champions like the Lucian. It has been his positioning that's been his biggest Achilles heel.
Yeah, it certainly has. And yesterday, even during his win on Lucian, he went, I believe it was 1-5-11. So again, a lot of deaths on that champion. Hopefully he'll be able to pull it together. And now we're going to be looking to Echo Fox. This is the first loss they've had so far this split. How are they going to be able to bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think it's all about the adaptation, and it's what we're going to be able to prove the teams that deserve wins here, right? Like, they were obviously able to prepare very well for game 1, get the good picks and bans through, and that's something COP, I think, has sold that last split. Then they had their secondary strategy. Didn't necessarily work out as well. That's also partially just due to the play of Cloud9. So game 3, like you said, how will they be able to adapt is yet to be seen, and we get to see it right now.
Yeah, Champion Select has now begun for our final game of Week 1 of the NALCS Summer Split. Tied up right now between Echo Fox and Cloud9. Azir again taken away from Jensen. Such a strong player on that as the two coaches, Reaper and Cop, deliberating over their next choices.
Don't see anything wrong with the Azir ban. If I'm Reapered, I'm totally okay with Jensen playing Victor. He crushed on that champion, and Victor's a champ who's not going to get pushed in, so they wouldn't have to worry about Echo Fox just consistently pressuring waves like happened in game 1. Looks like with that early Nidalee ban as well, they're signaling a double ban of junglers. Although Echo Fox could absolutely force Cloud9 to ban 2 junglers, because since Cloud9's jumped on the jungle bandwagon first, as far as banning, they'd be giving up a first pick Kindred if they do not ban it again themselves.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's going to be the Echo follow-up. Removing that from Cloud9. Don't want to first pick it themselves. Lucian is still available, and though Keith had 1 win on it and 1 loss with it, Fury's still out to see how he's going to go with that. Vladimir and Swain still available. I believe Swain was banned in both of the previous games.
Yeah, Cloud9's been banning it, but here it's either Kindred or Swain. Depending on what Echo Fox decides to do, they just get rid of the Bard, which I think is quite smart. Bunny was in the zone. Got to get him off that. So Kindred or Swain will fall through for the first time this series.
We'll see if Hard is going to be able to take one of those champions. If they decide to go for the first pick priority, surely Cloud9 talking about the two themselves, and Echo Fox already prepared with their own set of first picks, but it is going to be Kindred banned away from Hard.
Well, the time is now. If they want to lock in Swain, they'd still be giving up probably Rek'Sai and Lucian on the backside. They've also banned out the Echo this time, so I feel like Impact would just play Maokai for a 3rd consecutive game.
Shown that he's pretty comfortable on it.
There are so many champions up right now, though, that even if Echo Fox takes 1, like, the things that Cloud9 would want to take would be like Rek'Sai, Lucian, and Maokai, if Echo Fox first picks the Swain. So something like a Swain Maokai would be super great for Echo Fox, but then they'd have to hope that Cloud9 doesn't pick him on the backside. Interesting. They end up going with Lucian.
Going back to the Lucian, we just talked about Keith having a lot of deaths on that champion, very mechanically intensive. See if he can pull it together this time. Currently, Swain now being looked at by Cloud9, but as you mentioned, the Echo is banned. That Maokai is still wide open. A lot of priority picks.
Yeah, Meteos has really liked the Rek'Sai, and we've seen that Cloud9's priority is in the side of the Rek'Sai, so that's the most likely choice here. It's just if you think about the chance of going with Swain and Maokai together is just super tanky solo laners. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar to the Maokai and the Vladimir, which didn't work for Cloud9 in game 1, which is why they might be hesitant to go back to it. There's just a lot of choice for Cloud9 here and a lot of power picks that are still up.
Currently back to hovering the Maokai, and he is going to lock it in. So Maokai and Rek'Sai, once again, building that very tanky tag team so that whenever Cloud9 get in fights, whenever they get in skirmishes, Meteos and Impact can wreak havoc while Jensen and Sneaky clean up in the back.
Yeah, and Keith has not been farmed enough in his games to really be able to shred through the tank lines. Even though the culling is just this insane skill with Black Cleaver and Ghost Blade, it looked like because how far Keith was behind in that game, like when he was using it, he was doing very little. Especially when you consider he's going to be having to cut through Maokai and Rek'Sai now.
Yeah, we'll see how Keith is going to do this time around. Karma's still open, so we'll see if they decide to secure that 4 big, or if it gets passed over to Cloud9, who still have their own pick of the support, Echo Fox. Now they're going to be the ones who hover the Swain.
Yep.
And in fact, it is going to be locked in Gragas Swain.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we expected. There were the 4 picks that were going to have priority between both teams, and there was going to be 2 that go over to both sides based on the bans. Echo Fox decided Lucian was the most important of the 4. Obviously, Cloud9 decided Swain was the least important of the 4 for them because they're naturally on red side, so they can counterpick their mid lane. I guess they're just going to wait on their Swain counterpick and also wait to see if they can be sure that it's going in the mid lane so they actually get the counterpick, which is why they probably go with Rek'Sai and Maokai.
Yeah. We'll see if Cloud9 decide to go for that AD carry and support right now. Save that counter pick for Jensen. As they're looking, 15 seconds on the clock, everyone is getting ready. And looks like Braum currently being hovered along with Ashe once again. So the Freljordian duo lane is going to be locked in.
Yeah, tons of CC once again for Cloud9, trying to get a little bit of that recipe from Game 2, where they're just able to initiate off of Ashe arrows and just chain CC again and again to make them inescapable for Echo Fox. It's going to make Keith's positioning punishable. Now we get to see the support and probably the top laner for Echo Fox.
Yeah, we're going to be looking to see how Echo Fox, if they send Froggen back into the mid lane, or if they flex it up once again.
Yeah, I mean, it
seems unlikely.
We've seen Swain top lane. He likes to play Swain more. Luckily, we have a little bit of data to pull from. Echo Fox played Swain game 1 against Phoenix 1 yesterday. He was very successful. And the Fiora has been a knockout pick for Echo Fox. So this makes the most sense. Swain can get quite tanky, and they're going to be looking for split push pressure from the Fiora as long as they lock these in, which they do.
Yes, Fiora and Karma now locked in for Echo Fox. KFO. He's bringing it back. Very strong champion. And Big returning back to that Karma. That enables him quite a bit. This is the counter pick now for Jensen, seeing that he'll have to play against a Swain in the mid lane. Froggen Swain. Victor is still up. Huge impact in game number 2.
Vladimir is still up that he played in game 1. But like I said, if I was Reapered, I feel like the Victor is just a super solid pick right here. And those are the 2 we're talking about. Victor and Vladimir is probably what he's choosing between.
The decision for Jensen. So far, he's shown Azir, Fizz, and Lissandra, in addition to that Victor and Vladimir. So 5 champions in 5 games. This will be his first repeat of the split. And it is locked in. So Victor in the mid lane for Jensen. Try bringing low Froggen Swain.
Yeah, and it's just a really powerful looking team composition from Cloud9 as far as their ability to find team fights and then execute on team fights. And that's the strengths that Cloud9 should be trying to build towards. They're good in laning, just in their general play. They're all very good mechanical players, but their teamwork hasn't necessarily came together yet. So just like group up, put it all on Sneaky or Impact Teleport, go in on a big fight, and then everyone knows how to execute once you're in there. And you look at Echo Fox's team composition, still a lot of strong champions, not nearly as many teamfight synergies.
Yeah.
So for Echo Fox to win, they have to kind of split up and play the map against Cloud9, who's going to be looking to wrangle them and crush them in teamfights.
Which is exactly what worked for them in game number 1. Despite the advantage Cloud9 had, Echo Fox were just able to stall it out long enough and deny that teamfight to Cloud9.
Yeah, that game they had Zyron a little bit more disengaged, but with the Gragas jungle, still decent disengaged. So maybe a similar style game to game 1. It's just this time, Cloud9's changed up the way they're going to initiate. Echo Fox has changed up the way they're going to play their style as well.
Well, it's down to one game right now. Who will take this series? Tweet hashtag FOXWin or hashtag C9Win and tell the world what you think, and we'll see what you guys think as we get into this, our final game of the day between Echo Fox and Cloud9. It's game 3, and we are loading onto the Rift right now.
Yeah, best of 3s. Our first week about to wrap up here in North America. Potentially with just a bunch of teams winning both of them and a bunch of teams losing both of them. We will see if that's the case here, since Cloud9 and Echo Fox. Basically, if Cloud9 wins this, they would place into 5th place on the standings. Echo Fox win, they would be tied for 1st or tied for 5th, depending on how you want to look at it, because of all the other teams sitting at 2-0.
So every other team in the league right now is either 2-0 or 0-2, and Echo Fox currently does have a win. So we'll see how that bracket plays out. And defensive lines from everyone. Nobody's going to face check any bushes this time around. They're experienced enough after first couple of games of the weekend.
I mean, Keith and Big have been taking some really unfortunate or poor paths at level 1 that have immediately disadvantaged them in the lane. This specific game, when they are against a Braum, maybe we end up just seeing a lane swap from Cloud9, because the Lucian Karma would be something to look to bully early.
Yeah, they are currently sending their duo towards the top side of the map. Bunny Fufu and Sneaky heading on up. As Hard waiting in the mid lane, trying to find out, where do I need to go? Am I going to head towards my blue buff? Am I going to start at the Raptor camp?
Yeah. So, I mean, no scouting done by these teams whatsoever. Going to end up seeing pretty mirrored starts nonetheless. The big difference, though, is that Impact helped out with the leash for Meteos, whereas KFO is kind of hoping that he sees a Maokai pop soon, or that people are doing a duo lane. Like, if you're KFO right here, you gotta balance it between trying to get as much farm as possible before running away and not getting killed. So he gets 3 CS, he sees Sneaky, and he's got to immediately run. So actually really well done by KFO to at least get some experience, but now he knows he can't lane, and he's got to run away.
Yeah, trying to catch up with his jungler, perhaps trying to get some solo experience on his own. He's going to be spotted out by Bunny Fufu as Big invades and finds Impact, who's heading over to catch up with his own jungler. So just a bit of harass.
Got to get that Spell Sleeves gold. Yeah. It's not going to be meaningful harass onto Impact at all.
Big Laser will find Froggen, so we'll be able to heal that up with his Corrupting Potion. As Jensen and Froggen finally get to meet once again in the mid lane. Might see if anything else happens. Lane swap now looks to take down those tier 1 turrets. The mini waves are nice and big.
Yeah. Nothing is too different between the way these teams are jumping right now. Outside of Meteos has been clearing a little bit faster than Hard because he got a little bit of help early from Impact. You can see him already starting on blue buff, whereas Hard is pathing towards it right now. Also a little bit low on health, so obviously Meteos is clear on Rek'Sai. Pretty incredible, out of the fact that he got a pull. But ultimately, I don't think any of that will matter. They're just going to be trading these turrets.
And that sort of has been a theme throughout this entire series, is Meteos just inches ahead of Hard. A little bit faster ganks, a little bit more CS, just a bit more health.
Yeah, well, in fact, in game 1, Meteos was level 6 when Hard was still level 4.
Yeah.
So that was from a little bit of a fumble early on in the game, and Meteos is definitely going to have a chance to get an experience edge right here because Infernal Drake is up right now. Echo Fox decides to go for it really early on in the game as a 3-man. That's going to delay their recalls, it's going to delay the experience. It'll be important for a later game buff.
Oh! Whoa. KFO secures the tier 1, and Big, oh my gosh! Yeah, trying to juggle the aggro there.
Not even close.
His threat meter didn't update in time.
Yeah, he was fine the whole time. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Calculated. That way it
Dragon.
keeps his jungler healthier, so that when he recalls, he can get back out onto the map faster.
Yeah. Getting that early Infernal Drake, I think, is actually very important. It's always dangerous to lane swap when you concede that the first Drake now, because I feel like they're more powerful than they would have been last year. Even just the first Drake, especially if it's an Infernal, is just like unanimously better. Dragon 1 last year was 6% attack damage and ability power. Infernal Drake is 8% attack damage and ability power, as well as how well it can augment you at the end of the game from the Elder Dragon. So I like the choice from Echo Fox to give a small tempo disadvantage in order to take the early Infernal, as long as they don't get steamrolled right after that.
Yeah. This sort of harkens back to how they played in their first game against Phoenix 1, where they prioritized dragons over the course of the entire series. And in that game, they ended up, I believe it was 4 Drakes, then a Baron, then the Elder, and then they just won.
Yeah, and that was a game where they got 3 Infernal Drakes in 1 mountain, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what, that's a pretty sweet combo if you can get that type.
And the next Drake 2 spawn is going to be a Mountain Drake, so Cloud9 have got to be conscious that that is a strategy. And the Tier 1 shove begins anew on opposite sides of the map. Cloud9 looking for the bottom Tier 1, and Echo Fox for the top. Should be able to get it at about the same time. Yeah, Cloud9's just going to be a bit faster.
Yeah, but when this resets, there will be a big map pressure difference between the teams. Basically, Meteos took the time where Echo Fox was doing the Drake to farm up a little bit more and rush an early Sightstone. And then you also add to the fact that because they had a tempo advantage, he has time to go ward up the entire jungle of Echo Fox. So Echo Fox putting a really big focus on objectives, which are, especially in the case of Rift Herald and Infernal Dragon, deferred power, because the stats will stay with him the whole game. The Rift Herald buff will last 20 minutes. Whereas Cloud9 is going for immediate power. Their tempo is faster, they have more CS, they have more immediate gold, and more immediate vision. Basically, if Echo Fox is able to not get steamrolled here, I think it gives them an edge, but Cloud9 is immediately, like right now, a bit ahead.
Yeah. Investing towards the future. Flash for the
blown by
snare.
Froggen.
Bunny Fufu's going to be caught. There's the never move, but he makes it out. The save from Sneaky. It's a lot of flashes burned on top of that heal. Bunny Fufu's low. Keith can't catch up. He's trying to get it. The snare will not find Sneaky, and Cloud9 get out.
Oh my goodness. Personal frustration of mine if you're playing Swain against a Braum, none of your spells work. Froggen tried to throw out his Q into Braum shield because as his laser bird is being thrown out, it counts as a projectile. It hit the shield and disappeared, so it did no damage. Then he throws his E in, that's another projectile, blocked. Even if he was level 6, he would have used his ult. None of those birds would have hit. So like, Swain actually can't do much against Braum, and he threw everything into the Braum shield right there, so his roam was actually completely ineffectual. He loses time in the mid lane, and everyone on Cloud9 gets out alive.
Yeah, loses some CS as well. Tries to all in onto Jensen, gets some good damage and heals himself back up with a catalyst. But Jensen was getting ready to recall regardless, sitting on about 850 gold, so he'll be fine in this lane as he continues to heal it up. 8 minutes in, Cloud9 now up to about a 1,500 gold advantage. KFO with that glimpse of the void hasn't had a lot of time alone as Cloud9 control the side waves for the time being.
Yeah, so a lot of deferred power here for Echo Fox, but like the immediate strength of Cloud9 is really, really strong. He actually, no flash right here. I think KFO is dead.
Yeah, KFO is currently level 3. Oh my goodness, he's gonna be slaughtered. Meteos gets first blood.
Deep in enemy territory, but because they're controlling the tempo so much, look at all the deep wards they've been able to get, and KFO, I believe, flashed aggressively in that gank attempt. Cloud9 knew it was down. Meteos and Bunny just group up and go and take a nice kill. Plus, they know exactly when the blue buff is going to be spawning, and they can take that too.
Yeah, getting the blue buff on timer for Jensen is going to help him out even more. It's in fact traded as Froggen's on the other side. Getting the blue buff of Cloud9. Hard is going to be helping him out. And should be able to secure that just fine, as it looks like Echo Fox might try to look for a cheeky tier 2. That blue buff is still alive.
Yeah, and they lost vision of it because Hard stepped out of the brush. So a little bit of a delay, and man, Echo Fox continuing to try and trade, but they're losing a lot of gold. Everyone on Cloud9 has been farming better as Echo Fox has either overchased a few kills or spent a long amount of time on objectives, and Cloud9 is really going to try and get a snowball going here based on this early lead.
Yeah, Echo Fox, we're looking for the tier 2 on the bottom side. Here comes a teleport from KFO, still level 4, but Cloud9 are already on the other side. They're going to try diving Impact. KFO has no flash, but currently Keith has aggro. He's snared under the turret and knocked back in. Oh, almost goes down. And Impact is able to turn it around with some help from Jensen. Meteos finds Froggen, and Jensen, meanwhile, did get that kill onto KFO. Big gets caught on top of it. Jensen is 2-0.
What an early game so far from Cloud9. Impact knew exactly what he was doing. Look at his items right now. He's an incredibly tanky level 6 Maokai. You can't dive that with a bunch of level 4 champions. Echo Fox tries anyway. They're not able to kill it. They give up the turret on the other side. They give more kills back to Cloud9. And the risk for Echo Fox when they went for all these objectives is that Cloud9 was going to be immediately stronger than them and they needed to stall. Yet they're trying to make aggressive moves from a disadvantaged position and it's backfiring terribly. Look at this, level 4 across the board except for Keith and Hard who are level 6, but Keith can't keep DPS because he gets turret aggro. Hard runs out of mana, and then Cloud9 has the easy collapse.
Yeah, 3 versus 4, they're able to find success.
Just the edge of that knockup.
I guess that explains why he's focusing that champion so much. Such excellent knowledge of the knockup and the mobility that it provides for his team. Meteos playing very well for Cloud9. On the far side of the map, though, you saw Sneaky and Bunny Fufu did take the tier 2 in addition to that, so already opening up some map control. The strongest early game from Cloud9 we've seen in this series so far.
Yeah, and probably the strongest early game we've seen from them in any of their 6 games they've played this week, including the 3 they played against Immortals. Some of this has been Echo Fox making choices that give Cloud9 a bit more of an advantage, but another thing has just been Cloud9 playing it extremely well. They're winning the mid lane, they're keeping farm up on everyone, and especially Meteos this game has been pathing extremely well, the early sidestone prioritization, and he has been the one punishing Echo Fox the most.
Yeah, this is a large minion wave that Cloud9 escort into the turret to prevent any chance of a freeze, but with all that pressure, that leaves mid undefended. Bunny Fufu takes the bold way in. A never move will lock down Jensen, but should be able to find some pressure. KFO actually is going to drop the grand challenge. He's down a level, but he's still doing some good damage. Healing up, able to proc all 4 vitals, goes for a 5th on top of it. Impact may have bitten off more than he can chew. The minions are doing enough work, and KFO solo kills Impact.
Yeah, he thought with his Sunfire Cape, seeing as KFO hadn't completed any items, Impact thought the Sunfire Cape was going to be enough to tank against Fiora, but percent health true damage, bro, is just not enough when you have a Sunfire Cape. And specifically the fact that KFO was able to get all of his healing spring after proccing all 4 vitals. Impact was unable to hide like enough in the wall to prevent it, and KFO just won the duel because Impact had no flash.
Bunny Fufu dashes onto the never move, but the arrow from Sneaky forces Flash out of Frog, and meanwhile Dragon was picked up for Cloud9. That was the Mountain Drake. Trading it back.
Luckily, Impact's going to be able to get the whole wave after as well, so the giving up the kill sucks, but at least he doesn't lose the wave.
Yeah.
And still a meaningful Dragon for Cloud9 to pick up. They slowly but surely capitalized on their 2 Mountain Drakes last game. Maybe they can do it again since they have a bigger edge in the early game on this one.
Yeah, so we're starting to transition out of the early game just a bit. We're seeing some big items completed out of Cloud9. Echo Fox just a little bit further behind in terms of overall gold, and really next 10 minutes are where we saw Cloud9 sort of have some trouble in this series. They've had pretty consistent advantages in the early game, but real difficulty converting them in the mid game.
Yeah, it's where they're going to need to show the most decisiveness, and maybe even throughout the mid game, right? Like you can discuss, hey guys, why did it take us so long to close that one out? We had such a big lead and then we just kept making these mistakes. Maybe they can figure out a way to get that going. Early Rylai's Scepter, Crystal Scepter from Jensen, you know, really big leads across the board for Cloud9 this game. If there is a game to kind of prove early on, at least for this series, that they don't need high and, you know, go towards the new world where they can kind of shock off for themselves, this would be a game to show it.
Yeah, the brave new world for Cloud9. Echo Fox currently looking for some deep vision, might try to collapse onto Impact. His flash is back up. Impact takes the bait onto KFO. Just trading it out, but right now, Hard and they're just waiting in the bush.
Yeah, they're hoping to probably catch Meteos, because if they don't move, Meteos won't be able to see them.
Oh, and he doesn't fall for it. Very patient.
Yeah, because it's still really hard to dive Maokai, as they saw earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And Cloud9's like, you know what? Some people have been missing for a really long time. I wonder where they are. They still technically don't know.
Ward over the wall along with a sapling will eventually spot them. Even Bunny Fufu.
There's a lot of time being used.
Yeah.
Right there. Oh my, is he?
Oh.
And then
He
just
gets
wards
the
it.
ward over the wall.
He was
Maximum
so
range.
suspicious. He's like, there's no way they're like jungling or something right now.
Can't be on the far side of red buff.
Great play by Meteos. Maybe they saw him going in and a ward died somewhere else, but like, I don't think so. That was just a great scout out by Meteos. Wastes a whole bunch of time for Echo
Yeah.
Fox.
It was a clever play, but not quite able to make anything happen. Impact gets knocked back as Hard commits to the gank. An instant flash gets him out.
Yeah, push him back a little bit, but also burn the Grand Challenge out. Meteos immediately goes to the other side of the jungle to try and counter.
Bunny Fufu will find Froggen. Never Move goes wide as Meteos steals away the Raptor camp once again.
Never Move goes really wide.
Yeah.
KFO, though, trying to use that Rift Herald buff as well as Fiore.
It's a lot of damage. Impact very low, but he's buying time for Sneaky and Bunny Fufu on the far side of the map. They're chunking down another tier 2 turret to half health.
Yeah, I mean, this gold lead is not to be understated. 4,000 is a lot of gold at this stage in the game.
Yeah, we're getting towards that mid game now. Cloud9 being a little bit more aggressive on this bottom side, escorting Sneaky to the tier 2. He's got his arrow along with double summoners, so see if anything exciting will happen. Another dragon is slated for the next 2 minutes. That's going to be another Mountain Drake. Cloud9 very much want that. Again, stacking these Mountain Drakes means you can take those big neutral objectives so much faster.
Yeah, and it also is going to be important in this game that they can do that against the split push, because KFO, like, this game is going to be a problem for Cloud9 to deal with. Echo Fox was able to prioritize him the Rift Herald buff. He's already got his Hydra, and the later in the game it gets, the more scary it becomes for Maokai to try and deal with that. But he can hold off for a little while, and you only need a little while to take a Baron if you get multiple Mountain Drakes. So that's why it's so important for Cloud9 to keep securing these things as they move towards a late game where KFO could be really dangerous.
Again, he does have that glimpse of the Void buff from Rift Herald. It will wear off at about the 26, 27-minute mark.
Because they got it so early this game.
The early objective focus from Echo Fox, transitioning well into the mid-game, buying them some time to try to deny Cloud9 their advantage. But now, once again, 4 members of Cloud9 grouped up, make that 5. As Impact comes on from the top, and they knock down the mid-tier 1 turret. Echo Fox unable to clear the wave quick enough.
Yeah, well, the danger is the fact that their early objective focus doesn't transition well into the mid-game, because Cloud9 has been punishing them so heavily with advantages in almost every role, except for the top lane of KFO right now. So with the Dragon coming up, it doesn't even really seem like Echo Fox should think about contesting it. Mainly, they're just going to continue to hope that KFO can get work done, and Cloud9 is doing their best to ignore the problem.
Froggen is trying to be very sneaky and hunt down that Cloud9 AD carry. He's not on an assassin, but oh, he should have seen those arrows hit.
Yep.
Froggen's waiting in the back of the brush. Even Bunny Fufu coming to assist him, and Froggen, yeah, once he sees the support, knows it's no longer safe. So that dragon has just spawned. Cloud9 are in prime position. They're looking to secure it. That's going to be Mountain Drake number 2 for Cloud9 with no contest from Echo Fox. Hard is in the area, but he doesn't even want to try. It's just too dangerous with the crowd control Cloud9 has.
Yeah, not worth it whatsoever to try and go for that one. Gold lead still 5,000, as well as having 2 Mountain Drakes, so really solid for Cloud9 here. Even a call for Sneaky, because he's had such an easy time farming up. Hasn't had to lane against Lucian at all, and has a 2-level advantage on Keith.
Yeah, some pretty big advantages for Cloud9. Now, Hard actually did have a level advantage. He just now, Meteos just now got level 10, so Hard has been keeping pace. Only 10 CS down right now. Jensen with a very satisfying gravity field. The stall out time for that Death Ray. As he continues to farm up in the mid lane, 50 CS ahead of Froggen right now, on top of the level advantage.
Yeah, notice that Jensen, because Jensen has killed the other mid lane turret, he was actually really clever right there to not have his minions immediately push past, because he doesn't actually have great deep warding right now, and he didn't want his wave to naturally start pushing towards the Echo Fox secondary turret. So really just making sure he's keeping control of all the CS possible. Now over a 50 CS advantage against Froggen.
Cloud9 once again seems to have resorted to a slower mid-game despite their early advantage. As we're just cresting the rise on that 20-minute mark. And Cloud9 just taking their time with the game once again. So it seems like they haven't quite adapted as quickly as we'd like to see, but they've still got an advantage. And again, this is looking very similar to game number 2.
Yeah, the 5,000 gold lead is definitely more substantial than it was in game number 2. And KFO is also on a much more potent split push champion. You remember, he was kind of mid lane on Vladimir last game. So here,
much more.
The only hope I think Echo Fox has is that KFO gets going, or that they get to like hyper late game. But with the scaling that Jensen and Sneaky would have, it's going to be difficult. So Echo Fox is just hoping to get some type of pick to stop this farming machine that is Jensen in the mid lane. So satisfying to farm on Victor, and they just don't have a window to gank.
Yeah. Meteos was waiting on the side as well. Echo Fox once again disappear from the map, and Cloud9 play it safe. The moment they don't have any vision of the enemy team, they back off. Allow Echo Fox to waste that time before trying to look for anything else. Once again, KFO trading with Impact. Ooh, doesn't quite get the vital.
You can always heal back up with that Ravenous Hydra, though, and like you can really see the way Cloud9 is playing. They're accepting the fact that KFO is going to be bullying Impact, and they're not going to be able to deny the Fiora farm whatsoever, but instead they're trying to take the other 4 members of their team and just play hugely around their advantage. And I love what they're doing right now. They've already gone in for deep wards. They should be going straight for this Baron, knowing they have double Mountain Drakes. The type of decisiveness that was missing last game is showing up right here as they rush the Baron.
Yeah, down to 6,000 health as it's being burned through. Vision now from Echo Fox. It's already
and the
too
teleport
late. Will
from
they be able to make it in time? Hard is there, drops the cast early. Arrow threads the needle onto Fox. Meteos is able to lock him down. Bunny Fufu is doing some big damage along with Sneaky as Cloud9 pick off the wounded members of Echo Fox. Impact flashes, he gets the snare. It's 2 members of Echo Fox dead.
Yeah, so KFO decided to continue pushing the wave, and Cloud9 was able to use the double Mountain Drake to create a sense of urgency, but when Impact teleported in to create the fight, and Cloud9 peeled, yes, they did get the 2 kills, but it's still going to be another trade-off. The 4 people on their team are still even stronger, but KFO is stronger yet, and he actually gets the turret.
Yeah, that glimpse of the Void buff so strong, able to break down 2 turrets. And
super dead.
Meteos finally going to catch up. 3 members of Cloud9 versus 1 of Echo Fox. And Meteos is going to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Jensen has been left alone in the mid lane. Teleport from Froggen to try to lock him down. Doesn't have a Rylai's, but plenty sticky enough on that Swain. Never Move will buy some time, and Echo Fox have found a kill in answer. Bunny Fufu's a little bit too late, but Cloud9 again collapsed. Flash from Meteos. He's denied by Hard as Sneaky is in the back trying to shred through. He's snared down on his own, but Echo Fox can't get in. They're solo. The arrow misses, and Echo Fox get out.
Wow, that could have been so disastrous for Echo Fox, but because they were able to kill Jensen and then not suffer any additional casualties, that gold lead's still just sitting at 4,000 and the turrets are even. So like, they are kind of still staying in this game. Trying to figure out what exactly happened with Jensen. He's been in that wave clear pattern. He sticks around for that one last hit. Teleport comes in. Yeah, and it's a body slam flash from Hard. Actually doesn't get the barrel to slow. And then the slow from Jensen's Q is nearly enough to keep Hard away, but his body slam comes back off cooldown. They can chain that with the Never Move, and they finish him off easily. And Keith actually ends up using his Q on the red buff, which delays the kill a little bit and is suboptimal. But luckily, Froggen has just enough mana to stay in bird form and get people pretty low. Then this Ash Arrow, if it was just a little bit farther to the side, could have actually been 2, maybe 3 kills, because when it stuns, it has an AoE slow as well attached to it. So, and the explosion, as you mentioned, like, that was really close to being total disaster for Fox, but they get away and they're only 4,000 gold down.
Yeah, very small AoE radius on that arrow, but with Echo Fox so grouped up, it would have been great. Now that dragon is spawning once again. Echo Fox are in the pick. That's going to be an Ocean Drake. And looks like Cloud9 are content to give up vision on that side of the map as they rush down the Baron, but that leaves KFO alone with the inhibitor of Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, unless they feel comfortable with Impact being able to go 1-to-1 with him, They can't put 4 people on the other side of the map to go for Baron. Even if they can kill it very quickly, like, it just takes that decisiveness. And Cloud9 had the decisiveness right at 20 minutes. I actually think they had time to finish Baron, no problem, and that would have been exactly what they should have done, but they missed that opportunity. Their time has been shortened because KFO took down an inhibitor turret, so now there's nowhere for Impact to actually run away if KFO gets in a duel situation with him, and now they're gonna just try and, you know, fight on the side where there's the explosion inhibitor. I don't necessarily think Echo Fox can fight them really well here, but they might have to try.
Echo Fox now looking to collapse onto Cloud9, drive a wedge in between that team comp. Never move, will try to split away Jensen. KFO may have bitten off a bit more than he can chew as Jensen answers back. There goes the arrow from Sneaky as he's fighting on the far side, zoning away the rest of Echo Fox. Dragon goes down for Cloud9, and they're able to disengage.
Yeah, KFO and Froggen were trying to do something cute by taking off Jensen, but Jensen just goes full man mode. 280 CS at this stage on Victor. Totally destroys KFO and burns his flash. And now Echo Fox has actually lost split push position on the exposed inhibitor, at least in the short term. So Cloud9's again trying to get control around Baron.
Yeah, it's Froggen on that side of the map now. Doesn't quite have his teleport, but...
Oh. There's a ward inside the base that KFO might try and teleport to. But yeah, Echo Fox is not in position to stop this Baron or even scout it. They don't have any blue trinkets up, so finally, double Earth Dragon, do it.
Yeah, this Baron is being shredded by Cloud9. Hard will spot it, and once again, Cloud9 might need to make up their mind on which they want to go for. Even teleport used from Impact to secure it. That's Baron buff for Cloud9. Arrow is going to hit Keith. Bunny Fufu's right there. The knockup stacks on top. He needs one auto attack and finds it. He goes down. It's 2 kills for Cloud9. It's 5v3 with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and that's the value of that Ashe pick for Cloud9. Keith just kind of meandering around when they didn't have vision around Baron. So the Ashe arrow comes through, he's caught in a tight corridor, gets bullseyed, so it's really long duration stun because of how long the arrow traveled in the air. And that's decent death time as Cloud9 now with Baron buff and double Earth Dragon probably take the inhibitor.
Yeah, they're shoving forward. Now, I feel like I've seen this play before in game number 1, but this time it's Cloud9 shoving forward. They're going to take the inhib. They decide to back off. They don't want to risk it too soon.
Yeah, still a tremendous series of events for Cloud9. Very smart of them to go down towards the Dragon area. When they realized they could burn KFO's flash and stop the split push in the top lane, they use that window of time to go immediately for the Baron, which they secure, and then they get an initiation and take an inhibitor. Like, everything in that last sequence of 4 minutes was pristine from Cloud9.
Yeah, the minions are stacking up on the bottom lane, so they will eventually crash into the inhib. But for the time being, Cloud9 are content to continue pushing down. The arrow, in fact, is fired
KFO
away.
is leaving, so Cloud9 can just take this inhibitor with 5 people.
Yeah, the inhibitor is going to be taken by Cloud9. KFO will answer back with an inhib of his own, and Cloud9, they do have the enhanced recall. Echo Fox have got to stop this. The flash
They want the
engaged.
win.
They could be looking for the win right now. Keith is destroyed again. This guy cannot catch a break.
Yeah, and they still have Baron and Power Minis, but at the same time, they gotta be careful actually because KFO is killing the Nexus turrets on the other side.
Yeah, KFO split pushing
no
hard.
one's been able to get back.
They're turning on the Froggen. He's trying to buy some time.
No.
KFO is on the second one.
Baron
Cloud9.
and powered recalls are real, so they can get back. They just need to take the time.
Yeah, Hard is able to
Jensen made
disrupt
it
one.
back.
Impact. Oh, he actually turns it around. Jensen is back. He's going to be able to get KFO off of this, and now Cloud9 are going to turn around. KFO is dead. That's an ace, and Cloud9 win their first series of the NALCS Summer Split.
Yeah, it gets a little bit dicey as you're always fearful that KFO can backdoor the Nexus, but I actually really like the shot calling by Cloud9 down the stretch there. The decisiveness of Impact to catch Keith right at the end was awesome, and it just allowed all the damage to go to Cloud9 to crush. But they sent the right person back to base, to Jensen with a whole bunch of damage to burst down KFO as Sneaky and the rest of the squad could clinch the series.
Yeah, taking their first win. They bring it 1-1 and now tie themselves in the standings with Echo Fox after that win. That was the decisiveness we were looking for, that they have been lacking in game number 1 and game number 2. So on the fly, we're already seeing some improvements.
Exactly. Throughout a best of 3, what type of growth are we going to be seeing from the teams? And Cloud9 was able to continually punish some early game passivity from Echo Fox, right? Like, Echo Fox just generally seems to want to play the lanes get objectives that better prepare them for the late game. But as Echo Fox did that, they gave away far too much. Cloud9 punished them extremely hard, and then it took one mistaken turret dive from Echo Fox to open up a 5,000 gold lead from Cloud9, in which they did not relent, and they closed down a 28-minute win.
Yeah, it really seems like Echo Fox took their time in this series. You know, game number 1, they did have that one team fight, and then just the dominoes fell in order for them. But every time they had the opportunity, take it slow, play it patient. Try to win out those lanes first before you snowball it.
Yeah, so ultimately, really good job by Cloud9. Coming back from a game 1 deficit where it was really off one fight and then some bad decision-making, a lot of times you could see a team tilts off that, right? Like Meteos goes flying by the rest of the team. We're like, dude, what are you doing? They're just killing our Nexus. What's up? But you have to remember, in the midst of a best-of-3 series, like a mistake like that, I feel like would linger in the minds of a team for longer because that was a loss and there was no coming back from it, and that now affects your standings. But in a best-of-3, you can think and just say, nah, dude, we're better than that team. We just made one dumb mistake. Let's beat them the next 2 games. It still just takes 2 victories in a best-of-3 to get total credit for it. And Cloud9 was able to do that. They got substantial leads in games 2 and 3 and closed out the series.
And on top of that, they have got the double supports as well. So they can bring in a fresh perspective in between any set of games and say, hey, you know, we tried this, it didn't quite work out. Let's see what you've got.
And I'm glad that Bunny is getting more chances, right? Like, I was a little worried for him coming into this split because last split they're just like, oh yeah, we're going to split time between High and Bunny. It's going to be great. And then like they put in High and they're just like, it's great. I love having 2 supports.
It worked
amazing.
good.
No, they just had High the whole time. And then when you saw Bunny lose his very first game against Immortals and he gets subbed out, you're just like, is it happening again? But he subbed in this series, coming off the bench instead of being on the bench, and played really well in both of his games. His Bard game, I feel like, swung the series, and then this match, to me, was Meteos just controlling the map hugely, and then Jensen just being a beast on Victor.
Yeah, and to talk a little bit about Echo Fox as well, you know, this series was supposed to be the pace setter for them. Can they play with the top tier teams? And so far, it seems like the answer is yes. They might have lost this series, but they played well throughout all 3 games.
Yeah, and I can't wait for the LCS this split, obviously. We're going to be getting so many more games, and every team, it feels like, is just trying to step it up to the next level. Like, we don't have Echo Fox having to play with half of their roster for half the split. They're full power right from the start. And Cloud9's just made their roster even bigger.
Yeah.
So it's all the cards are on the table right now. And, you know, Cloud9 played Immortals pretty competitively, even though they weren't able to take them down. They're tied in the standings now with Echo Fox, the only 2 teams sitting at 1-1. And yeah, Echo Fox, even though this is a stumble, they definitely have hope to make a run for the playoffs. It's just, you're trying to like mentally do the math in your head with how good Envy looked this day. It's like, who are the 4 teams that aren't going to make the playoffs? And it's really hard to picture.
Yeah, Envy looked very strong. Apex looked very strong. There were a lot of games that happened this weekend. But for the players' perspective on that series, let's head down to Zyrene, who has an interview with Cloud9's original jungler.
Thank you very much, Dom. I'm here with the OG jungler from Cloud9, Meteos. Meteos, first off, we got a little taste of your play back at All-Stars, and we didn't get a lot of it during 2015. What ended up bringing you back into the competitive scene, and we're seeing you here today?
Well, I never really quit League. Even when I wasn't playing in LCS, I was still playing a lot of solo queue, you know, streaming a lot. And Cloud9 just asked me to try out. They said, we think you could be a good fit for the team now because the roster is changing up so much. So problems we had before aren't really there anymore, and seemed like a good time.
And I want to ask you about the roster, too, because when you played back with the Cloud9, the only roster change that you were really there for was kind of Jensen. Everything else was really static. So now you're playing with 3 completely different members. How has that affected your play, and what is the experience like for you?
Well, I think that the team now is it's really good. You know, we all have a lot of focus, and we just really want to win. So we've worked together pretty well to, you know, make sure everybody like has the resources they need in game, and I think we get along pretty well. And so we're just really doing our best to get good.
You're playing alongside Sneaky as well again. How you feeling about that?
It's a lot of fun, you know. Pretty much every LCS game I played has been with Sneaky. You know, he's one of my best friends, so it's fun to play with him.
And also, last time we saw you was best of ones. How you feeling about the best of 3s right now?
I like it a lot better. You know, yesterday, if it was best of 1 versus Immortals, we would have just been 1-0'd. But even though technically we were 1-0'd, we did win a game off them. So it's not like a total stomp. So I think it's you know, it gives teams a better read of how teams stack up against each other. You know, a 2-1 win means they're, you know, it's a pretty good series. A 2-0 means, wow, you got blown out. So I think it's cool.
All right, thank you very much. Well, actually, I have a final question for you here. You guys are actually swapping out the bottom lane constantly, Smoothie, Bunny Fufu, back and forth. And as somebody who's a primary caller on your team and has a lot of different voices coming through you, what is the difference between having Smoothie and having Bunny Fufu with the communication?
Well, I would say both of them. You know, they haven't really had that much LCS experience. Bunny was on Gravity, but I feel like neither of them had like their big shot yet. And so they're both learning a lot, and they both bring something different to the team. And it's honestly just, we don't know what the best fit is right now. It feels like both of them bring a lot of good stuff. And so for now, we're just using both, you know, just sort of, if we lose the game, let's chat with the other guy. Not to say it's their fault, but, you know, sometimes one person does better than the other.
All right, I guess it's play until you lose in that case. Thank you very much, Meteos. Congratulations, and hopefully see you again in the future. All right, and we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to cover that game and also close out the day. So take it away, Dash.
Thank you very much, Zyrene, Meteos there. Talking a little bit about how they haven't maybe quite figured out exactly how the roster is going to work, communication within the team, and I kind of feel like I got a sense of that in the way that they play, right? As they did pick up that victory over Fox in a 3-game series, it was kind of evident, as we mentioned, with the stalling out of the mid games, that there still might be some hiccups in the communication and the way they operate as a team.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 games they were up at certain points, and they just seemed to slow down. Game 1, it actually cost them the game because they ended up giving up a bunch of turrets. Game 2, it just took forever. And Game 3 was kind of going along that way too, but they started the Baron earlier this time and kind of forced it harder. And so it seems like they know how to win with Baron. They get really good vision control, but they don't rotate around the map very well. And they had a couple options in this game. And it kind of culminates in this crazy split push where their inhib's down now just because of that.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this was KFO kind of making the hero backdoor play, while C9 does have control of it. But, you kind of got that sense there. They looked like they were going to try and back out, saying, hey, we need to go defend this. No, maybe we should go push and try and end the game, right? So that is just like maybe, whereas with High, you don't feel like that necessarily.
They're like in the Nexus already.
Yeah, exactly. And so just that extra half a second that you need, the lead time on the calls. But yeah, absolute craziness here at the end. I mean, it was a very solid attempt by KFO on that Fiora, who had spent the majority of this game inside lanes. As we looked at the damage graphs in the post-game lobby, it was very interesting to see, KFO down only at about 8K damage Delta Champions, but that was, again, because he spent so much time dealing damage to turrets as opposed to locked in combat with anybody else.
Yeah, it makes you think, back to like all the XPK backdoors. Like, imagine if they just had Baron empowered recall back then.
Right, it's so much easier to
home guards, like, I got recalled in 4 seconds now.
Right. Yeah, it's so much easier. I actually want to talk about something that Meteos was mentioning in the interview, which was when asked about best of threes, he mentioned, well, it's very nice that, in the game against, or in the series against Immortals, or this series being a perfect example, where we lose game 1, we have the opportunity to come back and show the ability to, or show rather our ability and kind of readjust and prove that we are the better team at the moment.
Right. I think, they made a mistake game 1 after they had accumulated a lead. They played too slow. The split push took turrets, and then they lost one team fight. And is that really indicative of which team is better? Not necessarily. And so by just giving more situations over the course of a best of 3, you get to see that C9 consistently gets these leads. And aside from that mistake, they really are better at closing these games out. Maybe a little slow, but they will get these leads consistently against this team. So it's nice to see that they get credit for that in the standings.
Yeah, definitely still a little slow, but as you mentioned, they are rather consistently getting pretty decent leads at portions, or rather at the early stages of the game. One of the players that is a huge factor in that, and the player of the game for this game, is going to be Meteos, 405 on that Rek'Sai. Just a farm machine, but that's to be expected because that's how Meteos played when he was originally in the LCS. But across the weekend, been watching him out farm other junglers. He does have the benefit of being Rek'Sai in pretty much all of his games.
Yeah, a little bit of leg up on some, but he does do a really good job kind of controlling that early game. He does seem to know where he wants to be and what he wants to do. They did a really good job staying up in tempo on Echo Fox for a lot of the series, and I'm sure he's a big part of that. making sure they don't greed out for objectives, which we kind of saw, knowing that no, this isn't worth it to go for right now. We can pick it up later and things like that. So I'm sure a lot of that is his influence, being the jungle master. So
right, Meteos and the rest of the crew going to be very happy to have picked up a victory here against Echo Fox. And with a killer weekend of games in the books, let's recognize the standouts who grabbed Player of the Game over the last 3 days. Seraph leads the contest with 3 honors, while Haunter, Ray, Wild Turtle, and Xpecial came away with 2 each. Of course, you'll see the rest of the list fill out with those who received 1 honors. But Seraph, topping the table, I mean, the way he performed this weekend, within every single game, it was very clear that he was the leader. He was the guy who was making plays happen.
On the other side, you see some teams with multiple players up there. We see
Very true.
Apex with Ray and especially you expect some little rivalry within the team to see you can pick up more of those and little combat. Like, oh, you're taking mine away. I could be the whole season MVP. But, it looks like a very tight race, and I expect that, Seraph will keep picking them up because he really does look like individually on his team the standout player.
Right, and that's the kind of the funny thing. It's like we're gonna get a very interesting picture of the teams that have one dedicated carry, the guy who seemingly always is the linchpin of the team, and then the teams who are a little bit more spread out. They can kind of go to the different roles for it. I imagine Immortals will be a very similar situation where there will be games Huni is the player of the game, Rain over Pobelter, Wild Turtle. They're all going to have their turn, so they might all occupy the board just in the lower slots.
Yeah, it's a little weird like that, but still interesting. I mean, if you're not winning, it's hard to stand out.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, we'll continue to check back in on this list every week and see which of our pros will start to pull away from the pack, rather. Now, we've completed week 1 of the summer split, so let's take a look at the standings and see how the teams fared. TSM is now the pack leader with sole possession of first place because of their record. Apex, Immortals, and Team Envy are tied for 2nd, followed by Echo Fox and Cloud9 in 5th and 6th. CLG and Energy are tied for 7th, with Phoenix 1 and Liquid in last place. So, that's a lot of standings, and of course, we have having both the match scores and the game scores is what is providing those tiebreakers. But TSM coming out strong, undefeated so far in the LCS, and they're looking like the team to beat without a doubt at the end of week 1.
I think they were by far the best looking team. I mean, Immortals was 2-0 as well, and you saw Apex, but they all had some series.
Envy as well, 2-0.
Yeah, but they all had series that went back and forth at points. TSM, 2 quick, hard 2-0s, so.
Right, exactly. So will anybody be able to beat them? Of course, if we do run through the rest of that roster, we notice that although Energy does have 1 win, and so therefore not in last, definitely look to be a struggling team, along with Phoenix 1, who, being one of the newer teams is a little bit more expected out of them. It's going to take some time to warm up into the season.
Yeah, I think, like Phoenix 1, we saw high points, and though they do have players who have been in the LCS, none of them were ever like a mainstay of an LCS team where, a player like Quas or GBM back when he was in the LCK.
I mean, pretty much that whole, even Kiwi Kid, right? Like, Kiwi Kid has the most professional starts in a row in the North American LCS. So, like, this guy has the most experience on the LCS stage on that roster.
Yeah, you think they would be kind of like an Apex necessarily, where they have a lot of experience too, and so you would think that they'd be closer together, but they're miles apart right now.
All right, well, that's only the standings after week 1. We're fresh out of games here in Los Angeles, but we've got a great week of League of Legends coming your way on Wednesday. Check out PTL at 5 p.m. Pacific, and stick around for the likes of Team Liquid Academy and Dream Team as they play in the first week of NALCS Challenger. Early Thursday morning, we kick off the EU LCS's week 2 matches, where Fnatic take on the Unicorns of Love on EU LCS 1, and H2K face off against Giants on EU LCS 2. And then make sure you find your way back to us on Friday night when the North American LCS makes its return with Energy versus Immortals and Apex against Team Envy in the Battle Theater. That's going to do it for week 1 of the 2016 Summer Split. For all of us here at the LCS studio, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Our champions will be unveiling their championship banner, commemorating their much-deserved victory.
Well, I don't expect Liquid to be very good, so I think it'll be a free match.
Soraka? I got Soraka. We're coming. Soraka's dead. Go position. I take. Okay, we keep going.
Monster ends the game with 25 Magi stacks.
Apex to keep going. Ray will not die. A double for Shrimping and a 3rd kill coming through. A huge one, a slobber knocker for Apex.
The Temper Fate on 3 members from Biofrost shuts down the initiation from Liquid.
Biofrost is a god.
TSM will be 2-0 in the first week.
Rainover, but that's a little risky, doesn't he? The Slushie wants it, beats another auto, does land, and Slushie nails the second.
2 kills for the LeBlanc, and Slushie is off to the races.
Gonna maybe try and turn things around, lands the first Q, gets the damage down, lands another Q, and might look for a total, really wants it, comes in with a slime.
Versus 2, that was a legitimate 1 versus 2 from Turtle.
It's a 2 for nothing. Another assassination. Stick stays gone, and Apex looks like they're gonna do it.
Couple two.
We can. Apex fans can have pride in this group of Lions here. Adrian actually gets him on the back end as Turtle does the damage. Rooney now diving in for it, and that's a massacre.
Immortals finish this one out cleanly in game number 2.
Come on, Keith. Let's go. High five it. High five it. Careful. You carry? Careful, you okay? You okay? You fight, you win.
You have a Nivea.
Yeah, kill Malcolm.
Fly mid.
Kill that. Go mid. We can end the game.
Nice.
They're not even able to get sneaky just yet. Finally, he drops, but Froggen drops back in. He's still got turret aggro. He goes down. Triple kill to Medius and 4 kills for Cloud9. Cloud9 win their first series of the NALCS Summer Split.